Hey, this is Troy Taylor with the Championship Football Coaches Clinic podcast for Family Initiative. PJ Gibbs put this on. PJ Gibbs got all the speakers. And Alex Golesh, the head coach of University of South Florida, will be speaking today. Coach, for everybody out there that don't know you, Coach, can you introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about you. And we're so pumped up to have you here today, Coach.
No, I appreciate it. I just took this job here in December 3rd. Took the head coaching spot and really excited to be back in the state of Florida. I spent the last 2 years up at the University of Tennessee as the offense coordinator. I was at UCF before that, and man, it's really, really cool to be back here. Really cool to get an opportunity like this to bring this program back to where it belongs, which is a top 25 program that's competing for championships every year. So it's been a lot of work since we got here in December, but it's been fun work. We got an incredible staff. Gave us all the resources we needed to put an incredible staff together and go chase greatness, man. So I'm excited to be on here with y'all this morning. We're in the middle of an official visit weekend. That's become normal now that you got a bunch of recruits in April and May, and trying to finish this roster out. And it's been a fascinating journey since we got here. So we'll talk a little ball this morning, talk some offense, talk big picture here, and rock and roll, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'm gonna present your screen, Coach.
Awesome. I appreciate it. So as we get rolling, Coach, will guys be able to ask questions or no?
Yes, sir. They can put questions in the comments, and I can present them.
Okay.
Just like that, Coach. The way that shows up right there.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, I will. If anybody's got questions as they ask, I'll gladly answer them. This is primarily big picture offensive philosophy in terms of what we do. So there'll be some film on here that is from Tennessee, because obviously we haven't coached the game here yet, and we'll kind of talk big picture. So as questions come up, obviously feel free to ask. They put our camp slide on here. We got a bunch of camps here through June on campus. We'll be off campus as well, but we've got a couple of prospect camps. We got a postgraduate camp, which is new, guys that are in the portal or junior college guys. And then we've got a big mega camp here, June 8th, which will be huge. And it's exciting. We got about 40 other schools coming. It'll be a cool deal. So come to thebaycamps.com, and that'll be a good deal. In terms of what we do, what we're building here, for us, from a building an organization, but really building a culture from the ground up. You take over a team that hadn't won a ton in 3 years, but traditionally has. This has been a top 5 program in its history. And so everything starts with one, understanding what it is that we're trying to do. I think our core values are where it all starts. And I'm not a big motto slogan guy, not a big, I don't have pyramids of success or any of that type of stuff. I think you can keep it short, clean. Your staff, your players understand the standards of what you're operating at. And then I think you give them something to latch on to. I think if you got too much going on, the guys never know what exactly they're going to latch on to. So got 6 core values, one saying we live by, and that's how we roll. So core value wise, though, starts with trust, taking over a program, and trying to build a level of trust within the organization. And trust goes a bunch of different ways, and I'll talk about it, but you've got to gain trust as fast as you can. They've got to gain your trust as fast as you can. In this modern era of transfer portal, there's been a coaches transfer portal since the beginning of time, but now players transfer portal. And so being able to maintain a staff, being able to maintain a roster, it all starts with trust. and genuine relationships within that. The second part on there is positive attitude. I'm inherently a really positive person. And we all know, man, those guys that are energy drainers, the guys that walk around like somebody stole their dog, really, really hard guys to work with, really hard guys to coach. So positive attitude and everything we do is huge for me. Elite work ethic. People say work hard. I think defining what work really looks like. At the end of the day, there's one standard, and that's elite, and meaning that everything we do, we work as hard as we can for as long as we can, and then we take a break, and then we roll again. So elite work ethic and everything we do, both from the coaches and the players. The fourth one on there is winning the margins. Everything is so important. It's hard to gauge exactly what's really important, what's kind of important, and what's not super important. So just defining it in terms of winning in the margins. Winning in the margins is the little things. From a football context, it's situational football. It's third down, it's tight zone, it's red zone, it's 4-minute offense, 2-minute offense. Winning in all the areas that can give you an advantage at the end of the day. In terms of a coaching staff, in terms of running an organization, it's making sure that the little things are as important as the big things. And so winning within the margins, essentially winning in everything we do. The fifth part on there is compete and attack. Essentially, and we define what attack is within the program, but competing in everything that you're doing, essentially winning in everything that you do, is utterly important. And that's in school, that's in ball, that's in recruiting, that's in academics, that's in life. So competing and attacking every single thing we do. Don't be reactionary. Go after whatever we got to go after. And then the sixth thing on there, and equally as important as anything, is treat women with respect. Modern day college football, we've got 11 women that work for us here. I thought that was critically important. I've got a daughter who's about to be 12 here next week. And I want her to see strong, powerful women in our organization. I also think it keeps us in line in terms of what we say and how we act at times as men. But treating women with respect, and again, for our young guys, understanding what that means, which I believe having women around is important for them to see that as young guys, how critically important that actually is. And then the only slogan, motto, whatever you want to call it, that we ever talk about, it's the only thing that's posted on the wall. It's out on our practice fields, but just be who you say you are. I think that kind of encompasses everything we do, everything that's important. Just be who you say you are. Man, I want to be this. Awesome. Be that.
Yeah.
I want to do that. This. I want to be a starter. Awesome. Be that. Man, I'm going to be the hardest working guy here. Awesome. Be that. Holding guys to a standard that if at some point you can get them to set for themselves, you got a chance to go win. So that's us in a nutshell in terms of what we're doing, what we're building, and how we live day to day here in Tampa. So
Hey, Coach,
yeah.
Coach, can I ask you about? I read a story about your high school coach, who had been out of coaching for 15 years or so, and he was a building principal. And when you got this job, you hired him. And I think there's a lot of high school coaches watching this. There's a lot of high school coaches that will watch it. But for you to go and hire your high school coach like that, I would like for both of y'all to come on the podcast one day and talk about it, because it's just an amazing story. But can you just talk a little bit about his impact and why did you hire him, Coach? I mean, that's a heck of a compliment.
Yeah, he was my high school offensive coordinator. And I think when I was young, beginning at my high school time, I was a knucklehead, man. Not like a bad dude, but I was
a kid.
I was a kid. And so for me, he was a guy that that at several points when I was young, grabbed me by the back of the neck and said, "Man, you got to get your shit together, and you gotta figure this out. And here's how you're gonna get your shit together, and here's how you're gonna figure it out." And he's a guy that in the mornings, summer workouts, he'd pick me up every morning, take me to workouts. My parents worked, and we had a lot of conversations there driving into workouts about just life, about what it is to be a leader, what it is to be a man, what it is to be a coach, a teacher, educator. And by the end of that, my sophomore summer, going into my sophomore year, I was like, man, this is what I want to do. Most guys don't know at that age what they want to do when they grow up, And by the end of that time, one, I straightened out. Two, I learned what it was like to be a leader. I learned what it was like to be a teammate. But I really wanted to be like him. And so even going into the end of my high school time and going into college, I knew I wanted to be a coach. I wanted to be a teacher. I wanted to do for others what he did for me.
Man.
And he made me realize early on, man, it's not about money. It's not about recognition. It's all about changing people's lives. People remember how you feel more than they remember what you did for them. And so, man, fast forward, I graduated from school, and he gave me my first job, hired me. I coached the D-line at Westerville Central High School as I was finishing up my teaching certificate, and then I had an opportunity to get into college from there and get a GA job. And he's kind of followed me all along in terms of, for however long that was, man. It was about, I guess it was 17, 18 years now. This is my 19th year coaching. Every couple of weeks, I'd get a text or a call. Man, like, you're doing a great job. So proud of you. So proud of you. So proud of you. And it was at that point that I realized that, man, if this relationship is done correctly, this player-coach relationship is done correctly, it should last a lifetime, both at the high school level and the college level. And so fast forward to when I took this job on December 3rd, and I just saw Coach Jones. He came down he was at our Alabama game last fall, which was a cool moment.
Man. Yeah, Coach. One of my favorite games I've seen in a long, long time, man. Wow.
Well, he was there. He had a cigar lit up.
Hey, Coach, there's a big fan down there in Tampa, y'all. Her name is Sarah Blake Cheek. I don't know if you know who she is, Coach, but she's got a lot of followers on Instagram. You're going to have to look her up, all right?
All right.
She's a big Tennessee fan. She was cheering for y'all, Coach. Yeah.
Exactly. Is this follow going to get me in trouble on Instagram, or am I going to be all right?
She's not. Yeah, she is covered up, Coach. Okay, not totally, but she's got a lot of followers for a reason.
I'm with you. Well, long story short, I took this job, whatever it was, December 3rd, and I called him probably 2 days later. Had to figure out what the heck was going on, but called him, and I just said, man, will you come down here and do for these guys what you did for me when I was in school? And so literally he's a couple of years out from retirement in the state of Ohio, and dropped everything and was here with us January 1st and has helped me build it. And he's like, what do you need me to do? I'm like, I don't know, but
be you.
Yeah,
he's special.
That's it. So we're 5 months in, and the players adore him. They love him. He's at every meal with them. He's our director of player development, and I think people use that job and role in a lot of different ways. I told him, I said, Jonesy, man, I don't need you to recruit. I don't need you to coach. I don't need a whole lot. I just need you to be around these guys and help guide them. And since then, he's like gotten every task that I feel like is so important that I think as a coach, it's hard to do in terms of these guys look at him different. He doesn't control their playing time. So they can go to him and he'll help them. Everything from financial aid to our leadership classes, to our Big Brother program, to some sports psychology stuff, to to player development programming in the off season in terms of prioritizing my day, to financial literacy, to, like I said, some stuff related to off the field activities. Like he's like he's like everybody's high school coach if done correctly.
Wow.
So he's a powerful dude, man. And even for our young coaches, to be honest with you, I'll walk by his office sometimes and there's a young GA in there that's trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And he is powerful. He actually just got me this book the other day, said, you got to read this thing. It's called Daily Dad. And it's a meditation on parenting and raising great kids. It's a daily essentially reminder that, hey, you're a dad above all else, and
amen,
and a husband above all else. So
yeah, you got to hook me up with him, Coach. I got to get him on here, man, because I mean,
yeah.
He's special. What an amazing idea, though. I mean, the guy that you wanted to be like now is basically help spreading your vision and your mission, which really was his vision and his mission. I mean, it's very smart, Coach. I mean,
it's really cool.
And you got a tremendous amount of respect for me when I found out about this. I was like, wow, Coach gets it, Coach. So I've never met you before, but I just wanted to share that with you. And thank you for talking about Coach Jones, Coach.
No, I appreciate it. And every day he'll before he leaves, he'll be like, man, you need anything? What can I take off your plate? And then he'll just remind me, like, dude, you're a dad and a husband, so don't forget that. And not super that I need a reminder every day, but it's good to be reminded that I got two little ones and they matter as much as roster management, as much as transfer portal, as much as scoring touchdowns is important. He's like, ain't nothing more important than being a dad and being a husband.
Amen.
So yeah, powerful stuff, man. It's really, really cool. So, but I'll keep rolling here with the trust, which is actually a good lead into trust. But essentially at the core foundation of our core values, number one is trust. And I firmly believe trust goes four ways. Player to players, where it's got to trust, like that locker room's got to be tight. Those guys got to believe in each other, trust each other. And again, I think in modern day college football, where the portal is such a big thing, and where we are as a program here, where the portal is such a big thing, you're constantly evolving the roster. There's guys coming in, and you've got to try to build for lack of a better term, a brotherhood within the locker room. And so I think the trust player to player is something that's absolutely huge and has got to be developed by us as coaches. The player to coach trust is something that is the hardest part to develop, because there's inevitably a wall up, and we've got to work through that and learn to grow in terms of the player trusting the coach. I think you got to do whatever you say you're going to do. Be who you say you are. I think if you ever tell a young man something, it's got to be done. I think it's better to be honest than try to bullshit a guy through, because they won't always need to hear what they want to hear, but they absolutely do have to hear what they want to hear, what they need to hear. So the player to coach relationship, the coach to coach relationship, I think is absolutely critical. I think our players know when the coaches don't like each other. I think players are intelligent. They understand what's going on. I think when the coaches themselves don't like each other, respect each other, trust each other, I think you got a huge problem. And I think in modern day college football, where coaches have seemed to gone, to come and go a lot of the time, certainly at the college level, I know at the high school level as well, the coach to coach relationship is critical. I think when you put a staff together, how the guys will mesh is a lot more important than whether a guy's an elite recruiter or an elite coach. I think how a staff meshes is critically important. I think hiring really good people is critically important, beyond anything else. And so I think that's huge, the coach to coach relationship. And then the last part of it is the coach to player at the end of the day. And I explain to these guys every time we talk about this, that we're going to play the 11 guys we trust on all three sides of the ball. So there has to be, everything else can be perfect. If the coach don't trust the player, man, we're gonna have a hard time playing you. And so that part of it is critically important as well. In terms of, like I said, be who you say you are is the only thing we ever really talk about as a program. And I think it's funny, our kids 5 months in have really bought into it, because I'll lose my mind at practice at some point inevitably, and I'll have one of our DBs will jog by me and tap me on the ass and be like, "Hey, coach, be who you say you are, man." Remember, you said you're not going to be that. So it's funny that they bought into it, and it truly is.
I love that. We got some comments, Coach. Hal Reeser, he's a 9-man coach up in North Minnesota, Coach, and I didn't pay attention in geometry class or geography class, but he's up there near Canada, and he, paid to come to the clinic, and powerful stuff. Thank you for sharing your story. My friend Steve Saunier, who is the offensive line coach at West Florida, and a heck of a football coach. A great story about Coach's high school coach. The great late Billy Graham said a coach will impact more people in 1 year than the average person will in an entire lifetime. And this is my friend, Coach Bald. He's from St. Pete. He lives in the south side of St. Pete in a $1 million backyard, Coach. I mean, it looks like Tom Brady's backyard. Build a fence around Tampa, St. Pete, Bradenton, and Polk County. You don't need to even go out of state. This guy coached at Lakewood, Coach. He coached the Griffin Twins. He was the offensive line coach of Isaiah Wynn. So you got to get up with Coach Bald, Coach. I'm going to text your assistant his backyard's picture. Woo! You might be living next to him, Coach.
Man, yeah. I don't know if I can afford $1 million backyard. We got to win some games here, and then I'll worry about it. But no question. I'd love to connect with him. Lakewood has produced a bunch of dudes. I've recruited a couple of them actually, and have coached a couple of guys. So I'm sure we've crossed paths at some point. But absolutely, putting a fence around the bay is absolutely critical for us. So I am going to get into offensively here in terms of what we do, Coach, if that's good with you.
Yeah, Coach, go, Coach. You got it.
So offensively,
Coach, everybody's talking about your offense. I mean, everybody's studying Josh Heupel's offense, your offense. Everybody wants to talk about it, so they don't want to hear me, Coach. I'm just going to knock myself off here.
No, you're good, brother. You're good. What we do offensively is unique. What we do offensively is different. And so for us, how we built this thing, and I think people try to put us into a category or put us into a philosophy of some sort. I think when you really study what we do, I think if you know what we are trying to do, it really breaks down to 5 different things. And it starts for us with tempo. And I think the one thing that's important to know is, if you followed us from when I was at UCF to certainly the last couple of years at the University of Tennessee and where we are here now, just understanding that you can't really put us into a category. I think as people have been around the system, that it was at one point, everybody's kind of evolved and grown. And I think until you really watch it and study it, it's hard to really understand exactly what we're trying to do. I think people say, man, you guys do this. I'm like, yeah, that's an aspect of what we do. Man, you guys do this. That's also an aspect of what you do, of what we do. But we've also evolved and changed drastically. And I think everybody that's really watched and understands that, man, we look way different in year 2 at Tennessee than we did in year 1 at Tennessee. I think you look at it when we were at UCF, we look way different at UCF than we did at Tennessee. You still have to conform to your players and your strengths. And so, but philosophically, in terms of what we are, comes down to these 5 things. And the first thing is tempo, and I'll hit on all of these depending on how much time we've got. But starts with tempo, how we operate in terms of playing fast, the spacing part, using the entire width of the field, and making people defend the entire width of the field. From a scheme standpoint, it all starts with the vertical run game, and then goes into the vertical pass game, which is built off of the vertical run game. And then the last part of it, it's not the least important part, but it's the last part of philosophically what we do, is personnel placement, putting our best guys against your worst guys and finding those matchups. So from a tempo standpoint for us, tempo is an identity. It's not a tool. I think so many people say, man, we use tempo. There's a bunch of teams that use tempo in high school and college, and everybody has kind of made it their own. You look in the NFL, how many teams are using tempo to their advantage. But for us, it's our identity. It's not a tool. It's how we do everything. It's how we train. Our strength staff is totally locked into how we need to train in order to be able to play how we have to play. Your defense has to be bought into how you play, because they've got to be able to adjust, understanding that at times drives can end fast, and having mechanics built in to make sure your defense isn't exposed in that regard. But the reason for the tempo, and again, it's our identity. It's not a tool. I think it's really hard to be able to do both. But why is because it creates tired and unsound defense. A lot of people say, man, it's gimmicky. Well, it might be gimmicky to somebody. To us, it's what we do. It's how we operate. But creates tired and unsound defense. It steals yards and explosive plays. And then in its most elementary form, the more snaps you have, the more chances you've got to score. So if you know nothing else, and I tell young guys all the time, man, like, if you don't understand anything we do, just understand that the more times we snap the ball, the more chances we've got to score. And so I think that's critical. But from a tempo standpoint, and there's a drive on here, there may even be two drives, but there's just being able to see, and this is a TV copy of a drive. I think the game's irrelevant. The score's really irrelevant, but just understanding and seeing us operate within a drive. And so starting out here, we're an empty, and being able to start a drive out, and then adjusting formationally and being able to play fast. So
Tyler Stockton is the defensive coordinator for Ball State. He faced this offense, and that's playing bounds with McCoy, spun back to the inside.
I think as you look at this and see, and again, the TV copy's on here so you can kind of see the play to play, but the ball's pitched outside. If you look at the left side of our O-line,
He was a player at Notre Dame with Heupel in his second year as the OC.
Understanding they're coming right back. If you look at the bodies on the left where the ball just went.
He was a player at Notre Dame with Heupel in his second year as the OC at Oklahoma.
And how fast those guys can adjust and be able to get lined back up, going from empty to a running back in the backfield. And I'll rewind. The running back was out here.
Tyler Stockton is,
and then if you watch the rest of the play, him jogging back.
He faced this offense, and that's
right here.
Playing bounds by McCoy, spun back to the inside.
And how under control everybody is, eyes back to the sideline. There's no panic. There's nobody acting a fool. Everybody's under control.
He was a player at Notre Dame with Heupel.
And if you look at it, there's 11 defensive bodies that ran to the ball, which is exactly what every defensive coach in the country would ever want. And how fast we're aligned right back. And as soon as the center judge is clearing, and there's a clock down here that is, I think, interesting to watch, but how fast we're able to get the ball snapped. And again, if you look down here at the single receiver, there's a corner that just ran, and now he's coming back trying to get himself lined back up.
It's less than 3 seconds. Their average was 2.99 last year. Tillman, pickup of 7.
Again, if you look at the O-line, look at the core, look at how fast they're, again, not panicked, under control. But they know exactly where to be, when to be there. And then as soon as that ball is spotted, can look at it. Everybody's lined up. The defensive guys are still adjusting and trying to get lined up.
Last season, the run game here, and Jabari Small's got a first down. Pick up a bait.
And one of the advantages of this, you run it early in the game, you automatically know the default check for the defense. So now when you go this fast, you know exactly what comes.
And again, lined up, everybody's under control. There's no, you see, not moving around a ton and just having the ability to snap it as soon as the quarterback can get back. And again, you can see bodies not lined up as we're ready to snap this thing.
What look you're going to get. Alex Golesh can dial up plays like play action right here.
They're going to dump it off to Small. He scampers out of bounds after another first down.
And again, here's a good picture of the running back. He's not out of control, not sprinting. He's jogging. Everybody's under control, understanding what's going on. And again, this is play 5 of the drive. We're lined up, ready to roll. You can see the defensive guys as I push play are still moving, trying to get a line.
Here's Jalen Hyde. First man miss, and he's out of bounds. From a quarterback perspective, what do you need to be efficient in this offense?
You need to be able to think and process quickly. And that's why sometimes the first year in this it's really hard to be effective. And then Hooker was the outlier.
This is the 7th play of the drive inside the 10. And these are what you're most proud of, is that everybody has this perception that it's explosives and vertical pass game. But here's the 7th play of the drive, and here's our entire O-line pushing it back in the end zone. At the end of the day, leaning on the defense and being able to finish the drive. So saw a bunch of things there from a mechanic standpoint. I'll skip through these last couple of drives, but saw a bunch of different things there, but essentially not moving formations a ton, being able to, if you want to move formations, being able to do it under control, not moving bodies across formations, and then just understanding that the entirety of our program is built to be able to sustain that drive. 7 plays down the field under control. You never saw a ball on the ground. You never saw a ball rolling around on the ground. The officials were easily able to get the ball and spot the ball. They were never chasing balls. You saw our guys, as soon as the play's over, getting their eyes back to the sideline. And those are the things that there's a lot more mechanics in the true core of it, but that is the simplest way to see it, is just to see a drive down the field. The second component to what we do is the spacing part of it. So why spacing? Why playing? And not necessarily always in wide splits, but wide to tight to wide to tight. And that's where we've grown so much over the last couple of years, is being able to create formation variation really quickly. So why the spacing? Makes defenses defend the entire field, forces them to adapt to us. It defines pictures for our players. So it's a lot harder to disguise coverages. When you combine the spacing and the tempo, it's impossible to hide coverages, impossible to hide pressures. If you're going to bring a pressure, you got to bring it. If you're going to roll to a certain coverage, you got to roll to that certain coverage. It's got to all happen. It's all got to happen pre-snap. If it happens post-snap, the defense doesn't have a chance. And then at the end of the day, it creates one-on-one matchups, both in the run game and the pass game. So from a schematic standpoint, talking about vertical run game being where it all starts, makes us the aggressor, plays off of our spacing. Essentially, when it gets past the first level, because you've combined certainly the tempo, but at the end of it, the spacing, and when a run hits, it's gone. It's the overhang players, leverage players are playing so wide because of the splits that when a run hits, it's gone. And then RPOs allow us to take advantage of what the defense gives us. And at the end of the day, it creates physical and aggressive mindset. You just saw it in that clip. Short yardage goal line situations, it creates an aggressive mindset to be able to come off the ball vertically. We've got 38 run schemes. We can run anything we want in terms of what the actual run scheme is, but as long as it's all going downhill, it'll allow us to then set up our vertical pass game off of play action. So that's at its core what it is in terms of the run game. So there's some good examples on here as you look at this. This is a single high defense, and there's different run schemes on here, but it kind of gives you the idea. This is a single high scheme, so essentially you've got one more, and the defense has one more in the box than you do, and so being able to control it, certainly with RPO game, depending on how far off guys are playing, but in terms of the actual, I think what the vibe you'll get is the scheme itself doesn't so much matter, but you can see where bodies are out of the picture, and if those bodies are going to come into the picture, you've got RPO game to control it. If bodies are going to stay out of the picture, having the ability to, in a single high scheme, read a body to be able to go. But as you look at it from and I'll keep it from the wide, but this happens to be a tackle pull scheme, but you can see as the run breaks through, single high safety, this is the matchup we're trying to create. Again, trying to create matchups in the run game and the pass game, but you're trying to create one-on-ones, understanding that leverage players are out of the picture altogether. This happens to get caught from behind by a defensive end. This is a tackle pull scheme, but this action should look very, very similar to what it does in the play action pass game. And so when we talk about vertical run game, it's the action of being able to make the run and the pass look exactly the same. And that, at the end of the day, is the matchup we're trying to get, is the running back one-on-one with a safety, running back one-on-one with an overhang player or a profile tackle. Again, this happens to get caught from behind, but a good example. Here we are in an 11 set. So tight end in the core, too high defense here as you look at it, and being able to control an overhang player with an RPO of some sort, being able to control anything overhang to a single receiver with RPO game. And again, trying to create a one-on-one matchup with a safety on a running back that if the play is not made, there's nothing else left. And again, I don't want to confuse the fact that there's explosive plays with not playing hard, because that is not the case. Here's the Biletnikoff Award winner, Jalen Hyatt, on the perimeter, who's running an RPO, and then as the run breaks, he's playing as hard as anybody to get a cutoff block. Here's two receivers running an RPO that as soon as the run breaks, you could see them working like crazy to close out to help spring the run. So, like, not confusing flashy, explosive, fast with not playing hard. We're going to play harder than every single team we play against, because at the end of the day, it's still ball. And this happens to be a tackle pull power scheme. And again, creating a one-on-one matchup with a safety. When it hits, it's gone. So as you're rolling, again, the scheme itself, you'll see a variety of different schemes here, but playing tempo, splits, and now combining the scheme. And you could see here, like, these bodies here on defense not aligned. You could see from this picture here, here's a linebacker at Kentucky, which, you know, these guys are as good at defensive coaches as there are in that league. And here they are just simply trying to line up and adjust. There's an unblocked body in that one, but when it's happening fast and there's communication going on, he can't quite get into the right fit. And again, at the end of the day, trying to create a one-on-one matchup in space and making guys tackle in space, which the hardest thing to do in football still is tackling in space. Again, scheme doesn't so much matter as much as what you're trying to do in terms of what you're actually good at. Here's another picture now, including motion in here and creating the illusion of tempo without actually using tempo. This happens to be the first play of a drive, and just trying to create confusion by using tempo. And again, you can see the splits force overhang players to be really wide. This happens to be a power play. Counter with an RPO read with the tight end. So taking bodies and removing them by using RPOs. And again, creating a one-on-one matchup in space, which is really, really hard to do defensively. And
hey, Coach, you got a question from Hal. You say, Coach, I love the offense. Tempo with RPOs looks like a winning formula. How do you practice tempo?
Yeah, man, that's a long question.
Y'all live it. I mean, y'all ooze it. It's what y'all do, right?
Yeah, it's what we do. You know, there's a lot, probably a whole different conversation there in terms of how we practice it. Again, like I said earlier, it's what we do at its core. Meaning it's how we train in the weight room. It's how we train in winter and summer workouts. Everything we do, there's a sense of urgency. It's also simulated in terms of, it doesn't mean that you got to be sprinting from place to place. It just means that when you get the command, when you get the call, similar to on offense, when I get the signal, but once I know what I'm doing, you're lined up and you're going. Same way you practice individual drills. If I'm a wide out, I'm good to hang. But once I get the call, my cleats are snapped down and I'm rolling. In terms of how we practice it, you know, we've got different mechanics to where throughout practice, because the defense doesn't need tempo for 2.5 hours either. You know, you play different people for them to where they've got to be able to align assignment, alignment and assignment sound as well. So being able to offensively line up fast, that doesn't mean you got to snap it fast. But at the end of the day, every single day we'll have periods where the offense is playing as fast as they can and the defense has got to adjust and play as fast as they can as well. So at its core, we practice it a bunch of different ways, but when I say that everything we do within the program, once I get my command, whatever the command is and whatever aspect of the program that we're working through, it's my cleats are in the ground and I'm going. So again, a bunch of different ways to work it, and you're certainly more than welcome to come down and I'll spend as much time with you as you want.
Thank you, Coach. Be who you say you are. I mean, that's who y'all are.
And here's a good picture from a vertical run game standpoint in terms of, now this is a 3rd and short situation, but now all these bodies that are normally super wide or super tight, we're under center here. And as you look at the defense, they are so used to being wide. Now we're tight. And here's one receiver. Here's another receiver. Here is our outside receiver lined up in the core. Here's our other outside receiver lined up in the core. And this would be, we've got a jet motion with it, but you could see defensively guys are barely lined up trying to adjust. And at its core, this would be a play that a long time ago people used to run called ISO. And it's actually brought its way back on a 3rd and
ISO,
1.
Coach. That's my play, Coach. And Coach, you got one of our kids from Chesterfield down there with you, Emmanuel Hickman, who I knew when he was a little guy, Coach. His brother played for me at Meadowbrook, and he's going to be a leader, Coach. What a great pickup you got with him.
Yeah, so not totally allowed to comment on that one.
Oh,
yet.
No, I'm sorry, Coach. I'm sorry.
No. You're good. I can't
okay.
Can't agree or deny that any recruit is officially here till they're officially here. So
right on. Thank you, Coach. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good, but I'm excited. What you just talked about, I'm excited about. So we're good there. And again, like as you look at it here down in the tight zone, the we're playing in 13 personnel here. Just I think showing you variation of what we do off of a clock stoppage situation. We're in 13 here, tight end, and then there's actually a tight end lined up in the backfield who has played running back in the past, but just being able to create confusion in terms of multiple formations, multiple personnels, and down in the tight zone, being able to get bigger as you need to. And again, just vertical run game coming off the ball and it looking very similar to everything else we do, regardless of the scheme. So there's a handful of things on there, but from a run game standpoint, the vertical run game sets up our vertical pass game. Coach, how much time do I have? When am I done here?
It is 9:46, and Coach McInTyre is coming on. He's going to check in at 9:55. So if you want to go for about another 10 minutes, Coach, that'd be great. If not, I'll get Coach on here and get him logged in. But I mean, everybody wants to hear you, Coach.
Cool. We're good then. Vertical pass game, again, plays off of our vertical run game. A lot of it is based off of play action and making it look identical, and certainly plays off of our spacing. It makes us the aggressor, puts pressure on the defense. I think in its core foundation, they've got to be ready for the deep ball on every single play. And so it allows you to get people to soften up and be able to run the ball. As soon as they don't soften up, it allows you to go and get going vertically. And again, in its most elementary form, you can't score if you don't try. So 17% explosive play goal is where we are. So essentially 1 in 5 plays we expect to be an explosive. That's what we're shooting for. If we hit it, we generally will win the game. I think we're at 93% over the last 5 years there. So I think just a couple of examples. This is coming off of a turnover. And so understanding what teams are going to give you in certain situations. We talked about winning in the margins, understanding what certain teams are going to give you off of a turnover. Defensive coordinators have tendencies. Defensive coordinators play certain different ways off of certain situations. So part of winning in the margins is understanding every single situation, what you're going to get. We knew what we were going to get here defensively off of a turnover. Again, clock stoppage, so creating the illusion of tempo because there is no tempo at that point. So motioning, trying to create a pass off, and then creating isolation one-on-one, our best guy against what we felt like was their worst guy. And again, using spacing and tempo, motion creating tempo to buy eyes from certain players to where you can go vertically, and here's a middle of the field player not able to get over top to help. We're into the boundary here. And again, using the entire width of the field, this ball is caught 2 yards from the sideline vertically. Again, if you look at the backfield, this would look identical to what our vertical run game would look like, and we're simply trying to buy eyes to make sure that we were able to go execute vertically. In the same breath, you look at it here, creating isolation, using tempo. You could see bodies are moving around. You could see trying to disguise a coverage here and allowing you to create a one-on-one situation out on the perimeter. Again, no help. This is a single high safety that should be in the middle of the field trying to help. And again, off of play action, getting a body down to be a run fitter, and then being able to go over top, whether it's truly vertical or you're running some sort of dig or whatever it is. But again, off of vertical run game, tight end, run cell, all of this looks exactly the same as our vertical run game if you look at the backfield here. So buying these underneath players to then be able to work vertically or over top. Handful of examples. Here's another good picture using, again, we're not on tempo here, but adjusting a formation to make bodies have to adjust and flip and communicate. Again, understanding that if you change the formation, how bodies have got to adjust. And at the end of the day, just trying to create a matchup of our best against their worst in a bunch of space. And then being able to control a middle of the field player with whether it's formational adjustment, play action, to give you just enough space to go do what you need to do. And again, if you look at it from this angle, all of this looks identical to our vertical run game. Being able to move a safety to give you just a big enough window to get your best against their worst. And there's a bunch of examples, but at its core, again, creating matchups. This happens to be a tight end out here, but creating matchups where you could put your best against their worst cover guy. And we talked about pressures and using tempo and spacing to not be able to allow pressures. Like here's a blitz coming, trying to disguise, but coming from out of space where it makes it super simple. And all I'm trying to do is create a one-on-one matchup with a ton of space and not allowing a middle of the field player to be able to play over top. So a bunch of different examples. Here's another good example of this is the first play of a drive. So there is no tempo, but using motion to create confusion and now putting our best on their worst. And matter of fact, no recognition of the fact that there's even a body out there, and then creating matchups with space and tempo. And this is not a highlight tape. This is at its core what we do. Same play, different formation, but creating the illusion of tempo without tempo, making guys move and communicate to give you matchups or give you the ability to get guys in space while creating confusion. So there's a bunch of examples of it, but the last part of it, and I'll skip here, is personnel placement. And this, like I hit on earlier, being able to move bodies around to create matchups we want our best on their worst and putting players in positions to make plays. And you saw a little bit of that with us getting on a short yardage situation, getting really tight, getting really wide. Like here's a really good picture of creating a bunch set, all to simply run a shovel pass underneath. Like if you look at it from this angle, like you could see a bunch of bodies trying to communicate and send one guy in motion. And that if you look at defensively, the communication that's got to happen, all to create a shovel pass. Again, winning in the margins, creating unique sets and unique formations to get your best on their worst. Here's another tight set. This happens to be 3rd and 1, but getting under center, getting the right look into what you want, and then here's a big outside receiver in the same breath you just saw handing the ball off, being able to get out on the perimeter on a 3rd and 1 situation to be able to go really fast. You could see from this angle how fast we're moving the formation, adjusting, making guys adjust to it, all on 3rd and 1 to be able to run, get it to our big body ball in hand guy, and all we need is a yard, and then being able to go fast from there. A bunch of different things, but to be able to put your best against their worst and being able to adjust there. So that at its core, that's a really fast way to explain it. If there's any questions, I'll gladly answer them before we got to go here.
Yes, sir. My friend Coach Bald that lives in St. Pete, he doesn't coach high school anymore, but his wife owns St. Pete Rejuvenate, and they have Sarah Blake Cheek coming in there today, Coach. And Sarah Blake Cheek, like you know, she was a big Volunteers fan, and I reached out to her. She's excited about you being at South Florida and anything she can do to help y'all's program, because I know all the Volunteer fans loved her so much, Coach.
Well, I appreciate it. Again, I think you're gonna get me in trouble if I'm looking this up on Instagram here, but
yeah, Coach. But you're the best, man. You're the best. You're legit. I love your offense. I love your energy. And Coach, I mean, Uncle Luke signed off on you, Coach. I mean, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, Uncle Luke, man, 2 Live Crew. It was good to go see him down in Miami, and they're coming up here, I think, for 7-on-7 in June. But no, it was cool to meet him, man. It's talked about being too legit to quit, man.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate you, man. Have good luck today, man. Recruiting and everything with the visits.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate you, Coach Taylor.
See you, Coach. Thank you, brother.
Take care. Bye.
Hey, Coach.
What's up?
Hey, man.
Can you
Doing
see me
great.
all right?
Yeah, if you could just turn. Yeah, see, you're probably in a hotel room. If you could turn the light on in front of you. Yeah,
I'm out recruiting. Is that good?
That looks great, Coach.
All
Getting that light out of the back. You look
Yeah.
great. Is Coach Kit in the backstage? Is he one of your coaches? I see a Coach Kit back there.
Oh yeah. He's one of my coaches. He wanted to watch. Yeah. Is that
so
cool?
if you want to present your screen, Coach,
Yeah.
I'll just make sure that everything works, and then we'll get going. The live stream it goes continuously all day. We did 9 hours yesterday. We just had Coach Golesh on. Now we got you, Coach. And once you get going, Coach, I'm just going to let you go.
Okay.
Coach Jim McNally, who I don't know if you knew this or not, Coach, but I can see your screen now. I'm gonna add it. So when I add it, Coach, I got your wide out right there.
Yeah.
With the ball up, you can't see us, but we can see you.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna remove that right now, so now it's just me and you. But once you get going, I'm gonna jump off. Coach McNally said he was gonna come on at 10:45 because he's got to make sure all his he's not the best with technology, Coach. And do you follow Coach Jim McNally on Twitter?
I think I do. Yes. Yep.
Okay. Right on, Coach. I got him on Twitter. It took me an hour to get him to change 2 pictures and to change his name from Jim McNally 57389 to Coach McNally OL. And now he's like at 12,000 followers, and he's taking the world by storm again, Coach.
Awesome.
So thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. I love Miami. I love South Florida. I love, FIU. What a great place to be. So, Coach, for the guys that are watching now or will watch, if you could just tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and if there's any questions during it, I'll pop it up here at the bottom, Coach.
Yeah, 100%. Any questions that go on, let me know. But I'm Jay McInTyre. I'm the receivers coach at FIU. I played at the University of Colorado back in the day. I'm very blessed and to be able to work for, my dad. He's the head coach at FIU, and be down in Miami. So we're really excited about getting this going. So what I'm kind of talking about today is kind of how I run my room at FIU. The first thing I wanted to kind of go over are like 2 different things that like creates my culture in my room. And then after that, and kind of show some film like based off of that. And then after that, go on to everyday drills and different things that we do every single day in the receiving corps at FIU. So
yes, sir. So you're on here right now, Coach. And if you need me, just shout, okay? I took myself off the screen. People don't want to look at me for 10 hours.
I got you.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, appreciate it. So kind of one thing that like I always talk about in my room is – wait 1 second, sorry. But one thing I always talk about in my room, and this is what I got from one of my coaches at Colorado. I was always one reason I got into coaching, actually the biggest reason I got into coaching was I struggled with a lot of different things mentally on the field when I played at Colorado, battling through different adversities and different things. And when I was young, I would drop a ball and take, about 2 possessions for me to get back in it. So one thing I always say to my group, and it kind of stuck with me coaching receivers, is 1 snap and clear. So 1 snap and clear, you drop a ball, you mess up, 1 snap and clear. We're moving on to the next one. We're moving on to the next one. And then also I use that in life. As, okay, let's say we fail a test. We do something wrong off the field. We're going to address the issue, but we're going to 1 snap and clear. And we're not going to dwell on it. We're going to move to the next thing. And that's been able to let my guys play free, let my guys play fast, and enjoy the present moment they're in. Okay, the next thing, I got from my dad, knowledge equals confidence equals playing fast. So the knowledge part comes from the meeting rooms, and we're in the meeting rooms. I'll get them on the board. I get them up there teaching us on film. Every single person learns in a different way, and I want them to figure out what best way they learn. And I want them to do it. So I do it all different ways, walk through all that type of stuff. But I make everyone learn every position. So X, Y, H, and Z. And they draw it up on the board. They know what they got. Every quiz, they're drawing up every position because I want them to know what they're doing, okay, have confidence in it, and then be able to play fast. So that's the knowledge part. Okay, the confidence is, when you're playing – if any of you guys ever played basketball before, and you can't miss a shot. You're in the zone. You're feeling it. That's the confidence swagger level I want them in, and they can't be in that without having the knowledge of the game. So the knowledge comes first, then they got the confidence, they got the swagger. Okay, they lined up, they're ready to go, they're not thinking, and then they're able to play fast. The 4-4 guy is not playing 4-6; he's playing 4-4 all the time, and that's my job to get that done. So those are the 2 things that I talk about every single day, and I got a couple clips kind of showing that. Okay, so right here, okay, this is a 1 snap and clear type thing. So if you see at the bottom of the screen right here, okay, this is our go-to receiver last year. And before the game, before this play, okay, we threw him 2 fades, and he didn't. They PI'd him on one, then the next one they PI'd him, but they picked up the flag, they waved it, and he was all kind of, he wanted to get down, different things, but it's 4th down, okay. So I looked at him and said, hey, 1 snap and clear, let's go. Next play mentality. So he went out there, 4th down and 5, got to have it. This is to tie the game. Works a fade, goes there, boom, makes the play. And I just think that's part of the culture that we built in that room. And on 4th down, it came up big. Here's another one. Okay, so right here, number 81 at the top of your screen. Okay, so he's very much like me, a perfectionist in a lot of different ways. Gets on himself when he drops the ball. He just dropped the ball in this game, and it's 4th down and 10. This is the last possession of the game. We got to have it, worked on 1 snap and clear all year, and then right here came up with a big play on a dig route. Okay, 1st down. Okay, just part of the culture we want to build in that room. Okay, the other thing, okay, that I always teach receivers, okay, is on 3rd down, that's our money down. Okay, that's our money down. We gotta win our one-on-one matches on 3rd down. So one thing Coach Yost, our offensive coordinator, does really well, and we come up with a 3rd down, like every team, 3rd down game plan every week, and we knew that they were going to press man us, okay, a lot on 3rd down in this game. So what we did was we call it dart route. Okay, we're going to outside release. We're going to throw them by at the sticks, okay, and get the 1st down. But we got to be physical. We got to get their hips open. We got to make them run, and we got to go win on 3rd down. If we don't win on 3rd down, we're not going to win the football game. So here we are at the bottom of the screen, okay, right here. 3rd down and 5. Press man like we thought we were going to get, okay, on the outside. Okay, I don't like how he extended both arms. They didn't call it. Okay, get to the sticks, throw them by, 1st down. Okay, different ways that we got to win on third down. We don't win on third down, we'll win the football game. We don't win on third down, okay, we won't. Okay, and it's most of the time, third down and 5, third down and 4 or more, it's going to come in the receiver's hand. Okay, same thing right here. Okay, top of the screen, press man. Okay, he's kind of playing soft press. Okay, gets his hips open, as you can see, gets him running. Okay, got to make a big play on third down. Okay, ball's out. Great catch. Great catch. Okay, here we are again, top of the screen. Third down and 7. Okay, third down and 7. Really love how he attacks him right here, uses his speed. Okay, gets on his toes. Okay, right here, boom. He even beats him off the line, throws him by, makes a great catch, first down. So little things that we talk about all the time in our room, okay, showing up on film, and that's what you want to see as a receiver coach. Okay, this is another one. Okay, so a lot of times Coach Yost comes up with different ways to attack different teams. This team ran a lot of cover 3, so we're going to run a lot of 6-step outs, what we call stop routes. So right here, just easy pitch and catch. Okay, coming up with different things, but the reason I put this on here is, we'll come up with different ways. Okay, we ran a lot of stop routes. Okay, so we knew they were jumping it. So right here, stop and go. Okay, and one thing Coach Yost does is he's able to give the quarterback leeway to kind of check different things. We knew that they were jumping out routes. We hit on them, a couple of them. Okay, so right here at the top of the screen, run a stop and go. Okay, go make the play. Okay, so off of our little, tweaks that we have each game. Okay, we got to have stuff to go off of it. Okay, this is stuff we have off of it. Go make big plays. Okay, another thing that we do is we're a heavy tempo team at times. Okay, especially at the beginning of the year last year, and we throw a lot of perimeter screens. Okay, perimeter screens don't work if we don't block. So I always talk to receivers. Okay, there's about 80 plays in the game, and in a great game, you probably catch 5-6 balls. Okay, I mean sometimes you catch 9-10, but what are you doing those other 74 plays? Okay, so if you're not blocking, if you're not running the right route, if you're not lined up right, okay, those other 74 plays, but you make 6 catches, okay, I can't have you on the field. Okay, for you to get those 6 catches, you got to be doing other stuff. So I always talk about we got to block for our teammates. We always have a screen period before practice. Kind of when we do field goal, we go to have a screen period. We get the bags out there. I'm running into guys, making them really work and have to block. So we got better as the year went on, blocking on the perimeter. But here we are, okay, so we right here on the perimeter, we knew, okay, we're going fast, unbalanced set, okay, to the boundary, okay, we didn't line up right to it, and then we go block on the perimeter, okay, block on the perimeter, good job by 14, good job by 81, okay, and then we line up real fast, run it again, okay, and that's one thing Coach Yost does. We can go really fast at times, and right here, here's another block, make a guy miss. We got to make the first guy miss. We got to block, and we got to make the first guy miss. We do that, we're going to do really good on the perimeter screens. And then here we go, lined up. Cameron can't even line up. Okay, and then right here we go, get a score touchdown, block, push them in the end zone. So that's just kind of the mentality that we have in our room. We're gonna one snap and clear. We're gonna have knowledge equals confidence equals playing fast. And then we're gonna go block on the perimeter and make plays on third down. And if we do that, we're going to be really successful. And then here's another one. Okay, you saw 14 blocking. So here he is. We throw him the perimeter screen. Now 0's blocking. Okay, and then 14 takes off, makes a play. Okay, so one thing we start practice with every single day, okay, is pat and go. And I know a lot of different ways pat and go is done. This is kind of the air raid way to do pat and go. Coach Yost has added a little different variation to what we do. But I think it helps us every single day with our fade balls, our go balls, and our slant routes. So what we do is we line up, okay, we always have 2 lines. Okay, right here. So you can kind of see, so there's a receiver line here, okay, a receiver line here. Okay, one's against off coverage, Okay, one's against press coverage. Okay, so what we do, we start out against slants. Okay, so what we teach really going really flat on our slants. Okay, it creates more separation. Okay, and is able to get us away from the defender. So right here, okay, we're really working on off coverage. Okay, working, knocking his hands off. Okay, snapping flat. Okay, against press coverage. Okay, we're working a release. Okay, we're leaning on him, reestablishing our depth. Okay, snapping flat, getting up the field, catch, tuck, turn. So right here, pat and go. Okay, as you can see, it's a tempo drill. Okay, but we're working reestablishing our depth and snapping flat. Boom, snap flat. See at the right here, number 13, snapping flat. Boom. Snapping flat, getting away from the defender. Snapping flat, getting away from the defender. Okay, but the most important thing against press is reestablishing your depth of your route. Okay, a lot of times you see slants, okay, against press coverage, okay, they make one move, okay, and then they just run in, okay, at an angle, okay, and then even if they kill him to the line, this guy's able to catch up or he gets too far inside of the linebackers, okay. So right here, we work a release, we lean, we get our depth, okay, we snap flat. Okay, so this is us, okay, in a game, okay, how it kind of goes along in a game, and it shows up on film. So right here at the bottom of the screen, okay, number 81. Boom, okay, right here. This is our drill. Work a release, okay, lean on him, snap flat. Snap flat. See all that separation you got? Okay, that's our drill. That's our drill. We do it every single day, okay, shows up on film. Okay, the next thing we do, okay, is we get press coverage here, okay, and then we get off coverage over here, and you can't really see it over here, but what we do is, okay, now at the fade ball, okay, it's a fade ball, and we teach over the shoulder every time. So we want to, no matter, the quarterback's got to put it to where it's over the shoulder, okay, but if it's underthrown, okay, we can't go back and high point it. We got to go slow down, catch it over our shoulder. So right here, okay, what we work a release right here, and then we got to stack the defender. Okay, stack the defender. You don't win until you stack the defender. Okay, and when I say stack, you get back, okay, to your original alignment. If you start top of the numbers, you stack them and get back on the top of the numbers. Okay, that way, okay, and Nelson Spruce at Colorado, I played with him, was one of the best I've been around with this. And he ran, 4.5, 4.6, but he always beat people deep because he would beat them at the line, okay, and then stack him, okay, and then they couldn't. Once you stack him, it's over. They have to PI you or you catch it. So right here, working the stack, okay, working the catch the over shoulder. If you can see right here at the bottom of your screen, okay, him slowing down, catching over your outside shoulder, look it all the way in. Okay, right here, good rep by Jackson, catching it over your outside shoulder. Okay, really good rep by Dean right here. Okay, if you watch up top, works a release. Okay, I would like him to get more skinny. Okay, stacks me, gets back on his line, catches it over his outside shoulder. Okay. So here it is, okay, in practice, okay, right here at the top of your screen. Okay, it looks exactly like he just did in pat and go. Okay, right here. I would like him to stack him a little bit more. Okay, but right there, got on top of him, stacked him. Okay, slowed down. Catch over your outside shoulder. Okay, because, okay, if you stack him and you slow down and catch over your outside shoulder, what we're saying is the defender, okay, if you go up and try to high point this thing, he can play through your hands. Right here, you stack, okay, and then you fade late. You catch it over the outside shoulder, okay, there's no way he can get his hand in there and make a play on it. Okay, here we are again. Okay, at the top of the screen in the game. Okay, ran a go ball. Okay, leaned over your outside shoulder. So right here, he necessarily didn't stack him. Okay, but he squeezed. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Gave the quarterback room. Okay. He didn't just run out here, okay, and get walled off. Okay. He squeezed. Okay. Squeezed over the outside shoulder, touchdown. And he can't make a play on it. Okay. Next thing we do is back shoulder. Okay. Got my man Hickson playing DB, trying to mess with him. But right here, okay, we always teach run past the ball. Run past the football. Okay, so the quarterback's got to throw it at he wants it high, okay, on his back shoulder. Okay, receivers, we're going to run past the football. So I don't want to see you catch it on this side of your body. I want to see you catch it on this side. I want to see you run past the football. So that's our coaching point on back shoulders. Run past the football, okay, and then turn, okay, and quick tuck. Turn and quick tuck. So if you watch him right here, okay, turn, quick tuck. Turn, quick tuck. 19, I would like him to not fade right here, okay? Don't fade, go run past the football. Run past the football, tug it away. Pass the football right here, boom, catch it on his outside, okay? We don't want to catch it on this side, okay? We want to catch it right there on that side of the football. Run past it. Okay, so here you are, okay? Bottom of your screen, press coverage, throws the back shoulder, run past the football, okay? Ball should probably be a little bit higher, okay? But right here, ran past it, first down, and a flag, okay? The next thing we do, okay, and I really like this drill, and it comes up a lot, okay, is this is the last part of our pat and go, and now it's high point, okay? So we got these receivers over here in this line, they go high point. Okay, these receivers go on the high point. These quarterbacks throwing there. These quarterbacks throwing there. So what we do is, okay, we got a guy with a little bag on his arm, okay, and we got to catch it at your highest point, okay. I would like him to go higher right here and then rip away from the defender. Rip if the defender's on your left, then you rip to the right away. Okay, right there. Catch it at your highest point, rip away, quick tuck. Highest point, rip away, quick tuck. Like it to catch it higher. Go attack the football, rip away, quick tuck. Okay, so here we are in the game. Okay, showing up on film. High point, just like our drill. Rip away from defender, touchdown. Big play. Okay, the next thing we do all the time, okay, is ball security. And we kind of have fun with it. So, number one, probably most important thing, okay, is catching the football at receiver. Okay, the next thing is when my dad always talks about you're carrying the hopes and dreams of a football team anytime you have the football. So we work ball security all the time. The hopes and dreams are that ball of everybody on that football team. There's only one football, and if you're holding it, you're holding the hopes and dreams of everybody. So what we do is we do slants, okay, and we also do spot routes, sit, and then tuck, and then we're over here and we get to hit them with bags, and it's all types of fun. So here we are, run slant, catch, high and tight, quick tuck. Just an easy ball security drill, okay? Coaches are able to have fun with it. Okay, here's a spot drill. So here he is running a spot route. Get to the spot, okay, and then whichever shoulder they throw it on, okay, we turn that way. We turn that way. So if they throw it to the left shoulder, okay, we turn left. They throw it to the right shoulder, we turn right. Okay, so here it is showing up in practice. This is from this spring. Okay, this is third down. throws it out there, throws on his left shoulder, catch, tuck, turn, first down. Okay, and this goes a long way with 14 right here. Okay, so he used to like juke around. Okay, right here he knows the sticks. 3rd down and 7. Okay, we throw hitches right there. Boom, get upfield, go make the first. Great job. And this is a perfect catch, tuck, turn. Here we are in the game, number 19, right there at number 3. Catch. Okay, turn away. Get upfield. Goes on his right shoulder. Turns around. Gets what he can. First down. Okay, this is another one we do. Okay, so we call this sideline drill. So we got somebody with a bag right here. Okay, and then we got all our coaches with dummies. Okay, dummies hitting these guys, and then we also have our kicker right here and some other coaches holding bags. They're not hitting them with the bags right here. They're just making sure they only have limited room because they got to stay in bounds. Okay, so this is what we call sideline drill. He's got to stay in bounds right here. Okay, and then he's got to get to Coach Yost right here and make a cut and stay in bounds the whole time. Okay, and not fumble the football. This is a fun drill to do, and it shows up a lot. And we don't really, knock on wood, we don't really fumble the football, and we do these all the time. Okay, so kind of getting into our everyday drills at receiver. Okay, and I know that when we do stance and start and all that type of stuff, like other receivers are like, all right, we know how to do this. Okay, but it's very important. Okay, every single play you're in a stance, and if you can run 4.3 speed, but if you got false step, you're going to run 4.5, 4.6. Okay, we got just like the knowledge gets you playing your fastest. We got to have you in the right stance. Okay, to play your fastest. So what I do is about 80% on your front leg. Okay, about 20% on your back. Okay, and I want that front foot. Okay, straight. Okay, I don't want it slanted. A lot of guys like to slant it. A lot of guys like to cross their arms. Okay, I don't necessarily care where their arms are at. I just don't want them crossed because where you got to open them up right away. Okay, so I want their foot straight. Okay, and I don't want their arms crossed. Okay, that's all. And about 80% on the front leg. Okay, I don't know. Let's see what that. I don't know why that's not popping up, but that's how we do stance and start. I had a clip of everybody doing stance and start. It didn't pop up, but okay. The next thing we do every single day is what I call a decel step. Okay, and it's the first part of the end of your route. Okay, and as a receiver, okay, you got to get in and out of your routes. And the top of your route is probably the most important, one of the most important things. Okay, if you're taking 7-8 steps to get out of your route, okay, don't matter how fast and quick you are, you're going to get covered. Okay, so what we do is, is we work decel step, and our decel step is getting us down, okay, and making it look like we're exploding. Okay, a lot of people like to raise their hips when they break. Okay, they know you're breaking, but when a decel step, it gets your pad level low. Okay, it's able to secure balance. Okay, and then also it gives the DB thinking that you're going deep. So we work this all the time. So right here, I put 5 cones. Okay, right here there's 4, but I usually put one right here. Okay, and they go decel step at every cone. Okay, decel step at every cone. So you see Bracy right here, boom, decel, boom, and everything's in one moment, one motion. I don't want them, boom, putting their foot down, okay, and then going down. I want everything down now, okay. And the way I talk about it is, you're over exaggerating to the, especially in the drill, okay, to where you're almost falling over, okay, but you're balanced as far as you can go for almost falling over, but you're balanced. And I thought we did a really good job with this. Okay, snapping down. Boom.
Hey, Coach, you got a question?
Yeah.
Hal from Minnesota. He coaches 9-man football up there.
Yep.
I love seeing the fundamentals being taught. Good to see it showing up on video. Can you talk through what a proper stance to start looks like for a receiver? I don't know if I was late. Yeah, this is a minute ago. So is there any way you can answer that for Coach?
Yeah. So for what I do, I mean, I want them in a stance to where they're comfortable. So I don't really do that, but at the same time, what I really care about is their foot being, slanted. I don't want their foot slanted because then you got to get it straightened to go forward. So really, I would like an 80%, 75% on your front leg. Okay, being locked and loaded, ready to go. I had video of it. For some reason, it got messed up. But about 75, 80% on your front leg. And then also, I don't really love when they cross their arms because they're not ready for combat. They got to uncross them to go. So I don't care if their hands are up or their hands are down. Okay, sometimes early in my career, I used to be a hands up guy, but what I realized is they end up just putting their hands down to start anyway. So it ends up being a false step in the hands. Whatever they're comfortable with it, I just don't like them crossing and want their foot straight rather than slanted like a lot of receivers do in that way. So does that answer the question?
Yeah, he's got another question now. He says he's learning the wide receiver position. Can you talk through good releases for wide receivers?
Yeah. I'm gonna get to those in a little bit.
Thank you, Coach.
Yep, of course. Appreciate it. Any questions you guys got, knock them out. Appreciate it. So here we are, okay, the decel step, okay, and getting down. And so I use this on a lot of comebacks, a lot of run backs, a lot of curl routes, dig routes, okay. So this is the beginning footwork of the Power 3, and I'm going to go through that in a couple slides. So here we are, snapping down, boom, and this is explosive. Okay, I want it explosive. I want them over-exaggerating it. I want them getting down. Okay, if you can see 10 right here. Okay, he's getting down. Boom. Okay, so then, what I do, and I learned this when I played, Coach Walters, who's at the Bengals now, and then also Nelson Spruce was really good at this. He used to take me out when I was a young guy and teach me all this. He was really good at not having false steps in his movements, but I guess they deleted that part. Okay, but the final step, okay. I don't know why the receiver.
That's all right, Coach. If it's not working, you just talk them through it. It's okay.
Yeah. For some reason, the film isn't popping up. I don't know. Here's some of the film. So, the final step portion of it. Okay, so what I do is, and I'll get them right here. So what I do is, I had this on film. I don't know why it didn't pop up, but I get them in a line. Okay, and there are about 4 or 5 guys right here. Okay, and then about 4 or 5 guys right here. Okay, and I just have them work the final step of their route. Okay, so I get them standing. Okay, and if I fast forward this, okay, see how this part of the step. Okay, so I don't want, if you watch Dean right here, he's going, and his step's going forward right there. So at the last step right here, okay, a lot of guys like to have this front step instead of going in like a sprinter stance back towards where they're going. Okay, they step backwards. Okay, they step backwards, and then they're not able to. That's just a false step in their route. So right here, really good job by Dean. This is our Power 3 footwork. So when I say Power 3, okay, I get shoots out here. Okay, and then here, right there, that's the decel step. So Power 3 is a decel with the inside foot of where you're going, or the side of where you're going. So the ball's inside. We're running run backs. Okay, so he decels right there. Okay, and then it's a quick 3. Okay, and he's turning his feet while he's getting out of his break. A lot of guys like to decel, and then they don't turn their feet. They're still straight on their quick 3 afterwards. Okay, and then they're not able to get out of it and have to. But right here, you see 11. Okay, he decels. Boom, 1, 2, 3. There's his decel. 1, 2, 3, quick 3, And then this is the final step right there where he's getting out of it. You see 18 right here. Okay, I like his pad level to be a little bit higher, but he's turning his feet. Okay, that last step is the final step, coming back down your stem. Here we are again. Okay, watch 13 in the middle. Decel. Right there, boom. See how it's explosive? His hips aren't raised. Decel. Quick 3, turning his feet. Okay, and then right there, you see that final step going forward. Okay, not stepping backwards. Okay, if you watch 7 right here, okay, a little bit, he needs to be having more explosive decel. Okay, but boom, right there, get out of it. You see how everyone's kind of right there. You pause it right there. That's his final step. He's going there. He's not stepping back. You can see 44 right here. Okay, decel 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then you see he's not really final step. That thing kind of goes back. Okay, so he's losing ground instead of gaining ground. Same thing with 82 right here. Decel 1, 2, 3, but now you see how he's stepping back instead of stepping forward, and he doesn't gain as much ground. So that's the power 3 footwork we do. Okay, here it is again. Okay, working the same thing. Number 11's really good at it. Okay, decel to the top, to the left. Decel 1, 2, 3. Okay. Final step coming out of it. So this is it showing up on film. Okay, so right here he's running a curl route. Okay, and running press, knocking his hands off. And right here, so watch this decel step right here. Both these guys running decel steps, okay, but really this guy outside. Decel right there, gets him running. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I would like his final step to not step backwards, but go forwards. Okay, but as you can see, okay, he doesn't know he's breaking. It looks like he's running. Boom. Out of it. Good catch. Showing up on film. Okay, here we are again. Okay, and what I always talk about on dropouts is when they're work their blind spot. Work their blind spot. Okay, because a lot of times you work their blind spot and you run a post. You work their blind spot, you run a run back. Okay, so right here, okay, working their blind spot. Decel, boom, 1, 2, 3, out of it. Good catch. Okay, here we are again. Right here, 13 at the top of his route. He gets his shoulder square. Okay, right there. Decel. See what the decel does? Got his hips open. 1, 2, 3, out of it. Decel. 1, 2, 3, out of it. Okay. And the reason I do decel 1, 2, 3, okay, and you could do a decel, what I call a speed 2, a decel 1, 2. But a lot of guys, okay, when they do decel 1, 2 past 10, 12 yards, okay, what I call speed 2, ends up being decel 1, 2, 3, 4. And they're getting out of it 4 steps. So the power 3, the reason I call it power 3 is I don't count the decel as a step. I count as that gathering, and then the quick 3 out of it. Okay, here we are again, top of your screen. Okay, decel right there. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, if you can see, this is the final step I'm talking about. He's going forward. Okay, he's not stepping backwards. Okay, great separation. The stuff we do all the time. Okay, and what I always talk to him about is that in playing receiver, I mean, you can't go out there and think, okay, I'm going to do the power 3, speed 2. Like, I mean, it's too much in your head. Okay, so what we do is we work our footwork all the time, and then when you go out and it's live rep against the team or in the game, okay, you're not thinking, you're just running, you're just going, and it just comes naturally. So at first, they won't get it all the time. Okay, out there, they'll be taking 4 or 5 steps. But as time gets going, as you continue to work the process, okay, they'll run out there and they'll run power 3. They'll decel 1, 2, 3 out of it, decel 1, 2 out of it, not even thinking. So the biggest thing for a receiver is don't have them too much in their minds. Okay, don't let them. Oh, I have to do this on my release. I have to do this at the end of my route, but I also have to know. Okay, I'm running this route. I got to line up here. Okay, because then they're not, just like we talked about, they're not going to be playing fast. If they're not playing fast, they're not going to be at their high potential. So it's another couple one of these, and then we'll get to something else. Okay, but right here, okay, really good job by 11 at the top of your screen. As you can see, that decel, boom, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and look at all this. If I pause it right there, look at the separation. Okay, they're same decel 1, 2, 3. Separation's there. Boom, and that decel, you can't tell he's breaking. You think he's going deep. Okay, so speed 2 footwork. Okay, what I just talked about was power 3. So that's a decel 1, 2, 3. Okay, elite guys, and then also guys that are able to inside 10 yards. Okay, I like the speed 2. But once you get to, deep 16, 18-yard comebacks, runbacks, curls, okay, it's hard when you're running full speed to get out in the speed 2 unless you're really, really elite. You just end up taking 4. So let me go back. So they took out that, but the for some reason those aren't on there, but for that, okay, it's just like the power 3, but then you decel, okay, and then it's a quick 2. So just like the power 3, but decel, quick 2, get out of it. Okay, the next thing we already talked about is stacking the defender, okay, that we already did in pat and go, but always work stack. I always tell them, okay, you don't win deep until you stack them. Okay, so if you don't stack them, you better expect a back shoulder. Okay, so you got about 10 yards, okay, to win. And then once you get 10 yards, okay, you're either stacking them and going, and this thing's throwing down the field, or you're looking back for a back shoulder. So you got to win in the first 10 yards, and you don't win until you stack. And stack isn't, oh, I'm just right, I got them beat. Okay, stack is you're on top of them. You're on top of them. So once you get on top, once you beat them, get on top. So right here, this is a really good job by 9. Okay, right here, stacking the defender. Okay, and this happens. Okay, you stack them. Sometimes they fall down. Okay, so really good job by 9. Stacking the defender. Boom, just like we do every single day. Falls down. Touchdown. Here we are again. Stack him. It's over. Right here, really good job. Speed release by 11. Okay, knocking his hands off. Okay, stack him. Okay, right here, he stacks him. It's over. He stacks him. It's over. Touchdown. Great job right here. Okay, as you can see right here, he knocks his hands off, and then right there he wins. Okay, he doesn't win right here. Okay, this is not a win. Right there's a win. That's a win. Get him stacked. Get him stacked. And then as you can see, not only does stack not let him catch up to you no matter what it is, but you see all this room he's getting for the quarterback, throw the football. And then right here, fade late, catch you over your outside. And see this separation? That's the separation we want. Okay, big play. Stay in bounds. Okay, here we are again. Right there, stack. See what this stack does? Boom. Stack, it's over. It's over. Okay, another thing we work every time, in pat and go and different things is slant versus press. And there's 2 ways to attack slant versus press, okay? There's what I call a diamond release, okay, where you're selling the fade and throwing them by, okay? And there's also, where you have to lean and snap, okay? Snap flat, okay? Just like we walked in pat and go. So here we are. Okay, this is a diamond release. Okay, what's important on the diamond release is you got to get the corner's hips open, and you got to think you're running deep. If he can just play your hip, okay, and he doesn't feel any threat of you going deep, the diamond release is not going to work. Okay, so what I tell them is you got to sell the fade, sell the go, get their hips open. So right here, really good job by Caleb. Boom, got his hips open. Okay, I would like for him to go flatter. Okay, because if you go too far up the field, they can flip their hips and go undercut it. Okay, but really good job getting his hips open. Boom, big play. Okay, here we are again. Okay, now, okay, when we're pressed, a lot of times, okay, we're thinking we're probably going to try a diamond release. But if he jumps outside, okay, you got to change your plan. You got to change your plan. So what I do often is I play DB, and I had it on here, okay. But I play DB, and I'll be inside leverage, and I'll be like, okay, they'll have a plan of diamond releasing me. But then I'll jump outside, okay, and they can't just decide, okay, I had a diamond release and he jumped outside, so I'm just going to go now. No. Now they got to go here, get inside, reestablish their depth, snap flat, okay, because a lot of times in their mind they speed up and then they just run a 1 yard slant. Okay, no, we don't run 1 yard slants. Okay, so right here, good job by Caleb. Okay, reestablish his depth. Okay, boom, snap flat. Good catch. Same thing here. Okay, in his mind, probably had diamond release. You can tell. Okay, he jumps outside. Now you can't just go. Okay, now you got to lean on him, snap flat. Lean on him, snap flat. Okay, this is a good job of snapping flat. Now, he didn't get all his depth, but as you can see, the snap flat part is what won. Okay, so right here, boom, okay, reestablish his depth. He could have gone right there. Okay, a lot of guys go right there, but it's in their mind. They won, they can go. But first of all, the quarterback's not ready to throw. Okay, and second of all, you're going to get too far inside the linebackers, and he's going to be able to catch up by the time the quarterback's able to throw. So here, okay, reestablishes his depth, snaps flat. Okay, catch right there. Okay, here we go at the bottom of your screen. Okay, I never really teach the step back, okay, release, okay, stepping back, okay, high pad level. Okay, that's not what I teach. But I do like how he got his hips open. Okay, got his hips open, thinks he's running deep, throws him by, comes underneath. Perfect down release slant at the end. Okay, if you create that much separation on a down release slant, big time. Okay, and they're scared of 80 speed. I don't know why they're scared. 80 is really fast. So sell your speed. Okay. Some other routes, okay, just different route techniques and different things that I go over with my guys. So this is me at Martin, okay, but this is us going on post route, okay. So just like we work the blind spot, okay, on comebacks, we're gonna work the blind spot here and then run a post, okay, because a lot of times we're running blind spot, we're either stacking them and going, okay, or getting out of it and running a comeback, okay. But you can also work the blind spot, okay, and run a post. He'll turn his hips, okay, and then run a post, okay. But the biggest thing on any post route is get up to his toes, okay. Get up to his toes, okay, on a deep post and go dig out of it and win. What I don't like about this, okay, is he looks right away. I want him running, okay, running, so then he can go up. This ball's going to be thrown down the field. No, we're not as fast when we're looking back. Out of your break, okay, and go get the football. Okay, so here we are. Okay, this is him running a post, and Chris can really run. Okay, what I do like about this, okay, is he gets up to his toes, okay, knocks his hands off, and then right here, okay, as you can see, he breaks for his post, okay, and you see how he's looking here. He's not looking back at the quarterback. Okay, this ball's going to be thrown down the field. Boom. Go run under it. Go score a touchdown. Okay, same thing here. Okay, right here. Got his hips open, got to his toes, crossed his face, dug out of it. Go score a touchdown. Okay, but right here, this speed getting up to his toes is what won it for him. He got his hips open, boom. And then he's got to dig out of this and run. He can really run too. Okay, same thing there. Okay, fade balls. Okay, so what we do with our fade balls, different people have different techniques, but we're a big over-the-shoulder, throw to the pylon team. So Coach Yost, he'll have his quarterbacks take it, rocker step, throw it to the back pylon. Okay. With that being said, okay, we got to take our time and if we went too fast on a fade, okay, then they're going to be able to catch up. You see it all the time. These guys just run, okay, and then they beat them early, and they have to go back and high point it, and the DB's able to catch up. Okay, so take your time, be patient. Okay, be patient. But what I talk about is don't be patient. Don't be patient here. Okay, be patient when you get up to him. Okay, because if you're patient here, all he's doing is waiting for you. Happy you're doing that. But if you go run up to his toes and run, okay, and then be patient at the line, then he's gonna be scared. He might back up a little bit, even though he's not supposed to. Okay, and then he doesn't know which direction you're going. Go attack him. Be the aggressor. Okay, so right here, really good job by him getting to his toes. Okay, working it. Okay, and then he's got to throw this thing to the pylon. Okay, but this is kind of the timing that we want with it. Okay, and we work this all the time. Okay, as you can see, okay, he's not working his moves right here. He's running to him. Okay, then working it. Okay, because he doesn't know he's running slant. He doesn't know if he's going to reestablish run a bang route. Okay, he doesn't know if he's going to run a fade route. Okay, so right here, it all looks the same. Boom. Timing's perfect. Quarterback rocker step, throw over the outside shoulder, go make a play. Okay, this is us in practice at the bottom of the screen, showing it up against the defense. Okay, in a team-like scenario. Okay, I think he could be more patient on his release. But what I love about this, okay, is his squeeze. Okay, a lot of guys just run at this pylon, okay, and then this guy able to cut him off. Right here, he squeezed, okay, catch over your outside shoulder. Okay, and that's pat and go. Okay, that's our fade technique. Okay, quarterback catch, rocker throw. Those are the back pylon, perfect throw. Great job by him, fading late, catching over his outside. Okay, same thing here. Great job catching over his outside. Right here, zero, it's too quick on his release, but what he does really well is he squeezes, and then he goes high hands, catches over outside shoulder. You'll see a catching drill later if we have time, okay, of us doing this catching drill all the time. Okay, same thing here in the open field. Okay, squeeze over your outside shoulder. Okay, squeeze over your outside shoulder. Okay, now, okay, same type of thing. We're in the red zone. Okay, one of our favorite routes in the red zone. Okay, we love running fades. We love slants. We also love running bang routes. Okay, our bang routes are 7 steps. Okay, and it's like a drop back bang route. Okay, our RPO type are 5 steps. Our drop back are 7. So here, okay, it looks just like a fade. Okay, he gets up to his toes. Okay, gets up to his toes. I wish he got up to his toes more. Okay, but now he goes inside, and we always working a little chicken wing. Okay, you can't extend the arm, but a little chicken wing. Okay, reestablish your depth. Little chicken wing, snap flat. Okay, boom, and you create the separation.
Hey, Coach, I'm gonna bring Coach McNally on so you can meet him, Coach.
Okay, awesome.
Hey, Coach McNally, I just added you to the stream. This is Jay McInTyre. He's the receiver coach at FIU. His dad is the head coach at FIU. Jay, where all is your dad coached?
So he's coached a little bit everywhere.
First of all, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
hear you.
yeah.
Did you get a haircut, Coach?
I did. I got them all cut.
It looks good. So you're completely shaven. You're you look good, Coach.
So all the places my dad coached. So he started as a graduate assistant at Georgia, and then after that, he went to Davidson, and then after that, he went to UT Martin, where I was born. So I was born in Martin, Tennessee, and then after that, he went to Temple. Then he went to Ole Miss. Then he went to the Cowboys. Then he went to the Jets. Then he went to Duke. Then he went to San Jose State as the head coach.
Oh my God.
Then he went to Colorado as the head coach. Then he went to Ole Miss as DC, Memphis as the DC, and then he ended up, and now he's at FIU as the head coach. So I moved around like 12.
Congratulations. Well, let's let the coach continue, Coach. I don't like to stick my nose in because it's your time. Thank you.
No,
very
we're
much.
good.
And
We're
oh my
good.
God, I'm so proud of your career for your dad. My God. So
Yeah.
you're starting out, so that's great.
Yeah, no, it's the cool thing about being a coach's kid is you move around all the time, different things, but you live and die by your dad's games, and you love you growing up. I was on the field. I dressed up as the Temple Owl. I got pictures of me in the Temple Owl suit. And then I ended up playing at Colorado for my dad, and having a great time doing that. It was my lifetime dream. And now we're all together at FIU, and I'm very blessed to be a part of it. And I'm still living and dying by his games, but I get to be a big part of what he's doing, and it's a dream come true. I mean, as a coach's kid, for sure.
Yeah, I know. I have two girls and a boy. None of them are. My one daughter's a coach, but so they had to live and die through my.
Yeah.
I know. Okay, that's great.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Coach, you want me to keep going, or you want Coach McNally to get on?
I think Coach is good. Is there anything else you wanted to say, Coach, or add in that we left off?
No, I mean, I'm sorry about some of the film got cut off, but I had some.
No, you did a great job, Coach.
Yeah,
great presentation. I enjoyed it. I want to get you back on the podcast, man, and your dad.
Yeah, no, I would love to. I'd love to be on, and we can get my dad on too. We can get on together or whatever. But really appreciate you having me on. Whenever you want me to do another one, I got some other stuff I can teach. But I appreciate it, and thank you.
Yeah, I'll hit you on. When did you find out Coach McNally was on Twitter? Is he aware that Coach McNally's on Twitter?
I need to tell him. I don't think.
Oh my God, Twitter! Shit, I probably put 600 videos on. My daughter says I'm crazy. You need to get paid for that. I says I'm not going to get paid because I put it all out there already.
I got you.
So Jay, thank you for coming on. I appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
So now it's me and Coach McNally. It's 10:53, and we're going till about 11:53. So this is Hal, Coach. Hal is up in Minnesota. I'm not very good at geography, but Wyatt Bode told me this is the part of Minnesota that's near Canada. Coach McNally, living legend. What a treat on a Saturday morning. My mentor for O-line play. Looking forward to this presentation. Come to Minnesota to help me. Twitter. Love the videos.
Okay. Who's he talking to? He's talking to you, me, or Coach McIntyre?
He's talking to you, Coach. Coach McNally, living legend. What a treat on Saturday morning.
Oh, I see the writing. Yes, ma'am.
My mentor for O-line play. Looking forward to this presentation. Well, the presentation, Hal, you're going to love it because it's Coach McNally being Coach McNally and Coach McNally answering questions. Come to Minnesota to help me.
I've put out so many videos that I'm not doing videos. I've got probably 600-700 of them. If you want to look at my videos and any questions you have, I guarantee you I have answered with 600 or more videos. Now, I have a little piece of paper that I can draw some things, but I would rather do the explaining if it's a technique question or whatever. So, I mean, I'll give you your $50 worth if it's a technique question, if you can transfer. But again, I have thousands and thousands and thousands of videos, but rather than trying to fit them in with this question and that question, and here's a question, I'll find that video. And just to particularly talk on one subject, I didn't want to do. So I like it when we jump around to different topics, subjects, techniques, pass, run. But what I'm not very good at in a short 1 hour is when somebody says, "Hey, coach, how do you run duo? Hey, coach, how do you run the wide zone?" No, I don't do that. I could if you came and visited me. I come to visit you. We spend 6-7 hours. We do it. So let's keep the questions simple, to the point, and I'll answer as many as I can.
Yes, sir. Coach Bald, your friend and my friend, said the dream team right here. This is epic. Look over my shoulder, Coach. I got it in a frame. That was $30 on Amazon, Coach. If you had one T-shirt to frame that you own, this is a $30 frame on Amazon. Which T-shirt would you, out of your collection, Coach, would you frame?
Well, right now, the University of Miami, the Hurricane. Now, listen, I would frame my school, University of Buffalo. That's where I went. I bleed for them. I put that on Twitter. Okay, but the other schools that have paid me the most attention are the Miami Hurricanes. The head coach, Mario Cristobal, and his line coach, Alex Mirabal, have just been so nice to me and copying a lot of my techniques and sending me shirts. And they kind of jumped out of nowhere. So I think that program is on the rise because they've got quality people there. I don't believe there's any more renegades there. I don't know if there were, but I know it's a cleaned up program, and I am supportive of them strictly because at my age, within the last 6 months, that's the team that's come to me and have been most supportive.
That is great, Coach. Our friend, Steve Saunier, the offensive line coach from West Florida, says Coach McNally has changed the game for the better and continues to change the game for the better and the safety of the game. Coach McNally, would you like to share with all the coaches watching or will watch, why was this particular clinic that supports autism and the family initiative in Florida, why was that so important to you, Coach?
Well, my middle daughter, Betsy, who's pushing 50, you can actually Google. I would like the whole crowd. How many are listening to us? 2 or 3?
No, sir. We got 25. We got 25 guys right now, but who knows how many?
When you get a chance, just Google Betsy McNally Loar, Lauar. She goes all over the country and teaches strength, conditioning, nutrition for gymnasts. And she started her own business, and she's developed it, have written 3 books. And I'm just bringing her up because her oldest boy has autism, and he is at the far end of the spectrum. And every time I visit, they live in Cincinnati. What her and her husband has to do to
there you go, Coach. You see her? Yes, that's pretty impressive.
Yes. Oh, she's an animal. She is strong as an ox. But, she's now working with some cheerleader groups have brought her in. But anyway, we're not trying to talk so much about her as her son, who is totally autistic. And you've got to keep your eye on him every minute. You cannot keep your eyes off him. He's at the far end of the spectrum. He is making progress, but if he was in your house, and he might open the kitchen cabinet and throw all the dishes out. It's not funny, but I mean, he's kind of cute. But so I know firsthand. I have a grandson who is autistic, and if any of these this money can go towards that charity, and they can do anything to help any people that are, or any young people mostly, right? They're autistic. Yeah, I would be here. Absolutely.
Yes, sir. So pretty much, let's just talk about Coach McNally in the last year. Last year, you made an appearance on the Cool Clinic.
Yes.
And I can't remember what you spoke about, Coach, but you spoke, and then we
About
hadn't
the
heard
use
from
of
you.
the hands.
So we hadn't heard from you in a while, but then a few months ago, I think it was at the end of February, start of March, you met me, Coach. Would you like to comment on what exactly has happened since you've met me in regards to Twitter and you being able to get information out there to coaches?
Well, I didn't know what Twitter was probably 15 years ago. I think I joined it, and I think my handle was Jim McNally 18 or James McNally 18. And I never was on it. I might have had one follower, and maybe I followed two people, and I never used it, never whatever. And then somehow you, Troy, got a hold of me and says, "Hey, Coach, would you like to be on a podcast?" And I did. And he said, "You ought to join Twitter. There's thousands of coaches out there that you could give information to." And I said, "I don't know anything about Twitter." So we went to my old Twitter account, and I think the new owner, Musk, changed my handle to something like Jim McNally 1745621. And Troy said, "We can't get you on Twitter with that." So he helped me with my profile and my new handle, at Coach McNally O-line or whatever it is. And we got started. And then I just randomly put a few videos out there because I probably have, I'm not going to say a million, but I probably have 10 to 20,000 mini videos that I can get my hands on because I've got a number of iPads with techniques, plays, just about every play in football. And so I started putting some of them on, and then I started saying this is updated and this is what I used to do, but what I do now, because I've been coaching for well over 50 years. Last year was my 10th year consulting with the Bengals, but I was full-time 37 years with all the teams I was at in the NFL. So then we went from one video to the next video to the next podcast to the next. Then I had other groups want me on a podcast, and then I have had coaches and their sons wanting to come to visit me. Then my daughter said, "Coach, you're crazy. You're putting all these videos out. You need to get paid for it." I said, it's no big deal. So her and one of her friends got me a website, which is a paid website. But nobody's really taken advantage of it because I give all my videos out and all my information out for free. And I said, "Listen, if I do a face-to-face thing, I only want FaceTime." Well, she says, "Nobody does FaceTime. You got to do Zoom." I said, "Fuck Zoom. I don't want Zoom. Zoom, I'm speaking to a whole audience. They're in, they're out. You're trying to show. I will speak face-to-face on FaceTime. Option 2, I'll come to you." Then I started thinking, well, this is bullshit. I'm not traveling all the way to Minneapolis or Phoenix or California. But I did preface, I'd go to Syracuse, I'd go to Colgate, I'd go to Penn State, I'd go to Pitt, local schools, blah, 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 because I live in Buffalo, or you come to me. That seems to have been my biggest, where the most people have been interested is coming with me, coming to me, either bringing their son or coming as a coach and sitting with me at my work spot, either doing techniques for a couple hours and then doing video at my desk. So bottom line is that's how we went from you getting me on a podcast, me starting on Twitter, my daughter saying you need a paid site. Nobody's really taken to the paid site, which I don't mind because I'm not in it for the money. And then you asked me to come on this podcast. for autism, and that's where we are today.
Yes, sir. So I just want to ask you, you talk about being new school, and then I'll get to Hal's question. Hal wants to know, is Canada out of the question, Coach? Would you go to Canada?
I would go to Canada. I don't know what the rules are going over the bridge because I live right next to Canada. I mean, we're right on Lake Erie. I'm probably 5 miles from Lake Erie, and then right over the bridge is Canada. I don't know I have a passport. I think you have to get a special app on your phone, but yes, I would go to Canada. Yes.
Okay, great. So Steve says, we have been ranked 1 and 2 in the country on the D2 level with the least amount of TFLs given up, and I contribute that to what I have learned through Coach McNally's teachings. Our offensive line at University of West Florida follows him and watches his videos. So, Coach, that's our friend Steve.
Oh, Steve he is probably when I mentioned the University of Miami, which is in Florida, these are the guys that kind of, instant message me, come to visit me. They might
send you shirts,
recruiting, send me shirts, blah, blah, blah. But Steve is probably the number one man on probably many and all podcasts that he can get his hands on. And he actually has very intelligent questions and is probably smarter than I am, and appears to be the type of guy, the type of coach from West Florida, if I have it right, that probably should be the line coach at Ohio State or Michigan or Florida State or Florida or you name it, Utah. But for some reason, he's probably got a wife that makes a lot of money, and he's probably got some sort of security at West Georgia, but he appears to be, because he takes part, as being the most updated and very highly intelligent offensive line coach.
Yes, sir. So since you were at the Cool Clinic last year, we got the Cool Clinic coming up in a couple more weeks. You've talked about that you're old school, but you're new school, Coach. So just talk a little bit about what does that mean that you are new school?
I played for Buddy Ryan, okay, in 1961, 2, 3, and 4. Now, you talk about old school. He was a defensive coach, and we played both ways. But we were taught to scramble block with our heads. We never knew how to block with our hands. And then as I grew as a coach, okay, going to spring practices, everybody was headbutting, firing out with a flat back, big steps, lead steps, pass blocking like this, never using your hands. So over my career, I had studied such names that many people would not remember. A guy named Jerry Wampfler, who was with the Eagles, coached at Notre Dame. I think he and his wife are in a home now in Florida, but he's the one that really coached me up on pass protection when I first got in the league. Then I followed Bad Rad with the use of the hands. Then I got involved with Tunch-Ilkin. And then most recently, the 3 guys that have impacted me the most are John Strollo, who's the smartest guy I know. He uses big words, but his players don't get confused because he doesn't use the big words with them. He only uses the big words with coaches. Scott Peters, who is the very, very best in the world. He's a jiu-jitsu champion. He can kill you with one finger, okay? Now, you don't play football with one finger, but he knows all the multiple hand strikes. And I coached him at the New York Giants. So that's how we became friends. And I brought him on the Cool Clinic one year, and we've been friends ever since. And my other great friend is Bill Callahan, who is the line coach with so Callahan and Peters are both with the Browns. So if you wanted to visit a pro team and they'd let you come, it's the Cleveland Browns. They're the most updated, have the 2 best line coaches on in the league on the same team. And Bill was the head coach of the Raiders and the head coach at Nebraska. And when he became the line coach of the Jets, he's a quarterback, but he knew line play because he was a line coach at Wisconsin and many other schools. So he was a great line coach, but he had been more into being a head coach for a while. So I went down to visit him when the Jets were practicing at Cortland State in New York. We started talking a little football, and then one thing led to another, and the Jets ended up hiring me as a consultant. And I kind of helped Coach Callahan get back into being a line coach, and then he just ran with anything I came up with and made it bigger and better. So he's actually a mentor of mine. Scott Peters is a mentor of mine. John Strollo is a mentor of mine. And so bottom line is I've kind of adapted what I've learned myself, what I've corrected myself, and with those people, got myself, I think, updated. Many of the old school coaches might not think so, but I think that I'm updated with, I think, the best latest techniques.
So what are they, Coach? I mean, what does it mean to be new school in offensive line play?
New school is you are stronger, believe it or not, that when your butt is down, like this is my butt, and my head is up, like that rather than flat back, okay? Flat back, you fire out, you fall down, you miss the guy. Little steps, no big steps. Why little steps? Because you can change direction. You take a big step, okay, and the guy moves, you can't so everything is firing your feet, The big thing is playing long, okay? And when I say playing long, I got to get over here where people can see me, is that whether it's pass or run, okay, that this arm like that, whether I hit with the heel of the hand and turn it like Scott Peters, one arm is longer than two. You can all try it, okay? And when you drag the other arm back, okay, whether you're doing a pass block, whether you're doing a reach block with one hand, or you're using two hands, whether you're pass blocking or run blocking, the length of your arms. See this? I let these kids beat me up. And look at those fucking biceps. 80 years old, pretty good, huh? So my point is playing long, what that does for you, it gives you the separation, whether it's one arm or two arms. You see this separation from my chest to my hands? Here's the guy I'm hitting. He's over here, right? But if I'm like this, mired in with shoulders and forearms and rips, I'm mired, he can grab me and throw me. But when I play long and I get my hands on him, I call these arrows, okay? And when I get into him on the run, I can either lift him, okay, double under him, whatever you want to call it, okay, or I can pull one arm off and torque him. But when I play long, I can see if I've got to come off on a linebacker. I can see if on zone blocking, I got to go and help my buddy for the next guy, whatever. But when I'm mired into the blocks, I can't do anything but get mired, and the defensive guy can grab me and pull me, etc. Obviously keeping the head out. So when you use the hands, okay, there's two things you can do with the hands, okay, whether it's, let's say, a run. So you're blocking a guy and you use your hands, okay, you can lift him, even if he's a bigger man, because you've changed he's coming at you, you can change his force by lifting him, or if he starts to move a little bit, let's say he moves, okay, so he's going this way, okay? So as he moves, okay, I can torque him, okay? Okay? If you keep two hands on a guy, I got him. It's beautiful. When it's too good to be true, it is. Because if you keep two hands on a guy, okay, particularly on the running game, okay, he can grab you and get away from you. But if you take one hand off and throw him, okay, then you can displace him. So you get him before he gets you. So I guess the combination of little steps, okay, playing long with one or both hands, keeping the head out, lifting, okay, lifting, okay. This is arc strength, okay, like an arc, okay, like a backward bridge, all right. If you took a backward bridge and reversed it, okay, your back angle, okay, that's where you're the strongest, okay. You're the strongest pretty much when your feet are rooted into the ground, not when you take big steps. It's when your feet are rooted and then you lunge into the guy. So your feet being underneath you or 1 foot under and 1 foot behind, and you strike, that's where you're the strongest, not when your feet are up in the air taking big steps. So rooting of the feet, playing long, little steps, lifting, torquing, all those words that I have probably put 500 to 600 videos on Twitter about. So that's a lot of shit I just said, but whatever.
Hal wants to know, Coach, can weak and young O linemen play long using independent hands? ? These
Absolutely.
are kids that don't like the weight room.
Absolutely, because whatever you teach, they can do. The only problem is that whether you play long with one hand or two hands, whatever, and say that a bigger man buckles them back, all they got to do is hop back, and then refit their hands. Yeah, it's whatever you teach from day one. And I know Hal, he comes to all our clinics and he's a great guy. So I'm not talking to Hal in particular. I'm talking to all coaches. Is a lot of times I'll put something out there, and if I were to talk to the coaches' players, they'd say, "Oh, sure, coach, I can do that. Let's practice it." But if I talk to the coach, "Oh, we can't teach that. They're not good enough. They can't do that. They're too small. They're too this. They're too that." So it's the coaches that are the big detriment. It's not the kids. Yes.
I mean, Bob Wiley spoke for 5 hours, and one of the main things I got from him was having a growth mindset. And that's something that you have displayed in your over 50 years in college and pro football. You don't have a fixed mindset. You have a growth mindset. Talk about that, Coach.
Well, the problem is I've made a lot of videos, and I tell a lot of coaches something that I may have made 5, 7, 10 years ago that people buy, they still buy. I may have changed. Now, what I did then and what I put on video probably worked. It probably still works, but I'm always updating. So I hate it when I would, that's why I remind people, hey, something I've done 10 years ago, I may be doing something different. So the thing that doesn't bother me is that people have told me they bought our 7, 8, 9, I don't know how many we made. Anthony Munoz and I made 5 or more videos, the old VHS videos, 20, 30 years ago. And some people say they live by them, which is great. I love it. But I may have tweaked or, made some changes. So people have just got to appreciate that what I've done previously. I'm always looking to update. I'm always learning about the body. I'm always learning about leverage, about force, about length, and all of those things. So, yes,
because the game changed.
I'll change on a dime.
Yeah, the game changed. Defenses changed. Defensive linemen changed. And I mean, the guy that played at your school, Khalil Mack, I mean, he was probably one of the guys that helped change the game. An undersized defensive end, rush end, outside backer that goes and gets the quarterback. You have to change when you have to block guys like him. Can you talk a little bit about that, about studying defenses and how defenses have changed and why that changed your philosophies?
Well, I think most coaches, probably on pass blocking, play reactive. What I'm saying is you take a pass set or you get ready to block and you kind of read the defensive guy. That's called reactive. I'm proactive. Okay. Make them read you. You get your hands on them before they get your hands on you. I've learned that And that's why, for example, on pass blocking, when possible, okay, my base pass rule would be to jump them. That means short set them. That means go forward into them.
Up kick.
Well, I like the up kicks, my favorite, but then we have forward jumps where we foot fire forward into the man. We use double clamps. We use double unders. We use one long arm and another lift. But I would say short setting, and particularly in high school, because the kids are younger and coaches may not have as much time. If you made your major pass blocking short setting, you probably would stone the defensive lineman every time. And your quarterback would have vision, particularly if you're a drop back team. Now, sometimes the tackle's got to set a little deeper or wider because their man is deeper and wider. And then there's issues with twists. But I would say in the interior line, my mantra, if I was a head line coach in high school, junior high school, elementary school, professional college, my centers and guards would be short centers, okay? And the tackles would short set when they can. So that is a change. The old days, guys would back up. There's coaches out there listening to me right now that still just back their guys up. And if a big, strong defensive guy just pushes them right in the quarterback can't see. So everything becomes a three-step drop or throw it quick, and they can't throw the ball downfield longer because their line won't hold up because they're backing right into the quarterback.
The wide zone. Can you talk a little bit about Alex Gibbs coming to you and you helping them, because the 1980s Bengals were the top rushing team in pro football, and how you changed with keeping the shoulder square with the
I will say this. Alex Gibbs and I are great friends. He's deceased, rest in peace. But in 1987, 88, 89, we were the team. Now, I can't say there weren't other teams running it, but we were the team, the Bengals, that were running the wide zone the best. We may have been the only team that really started running it, okay, from when the tailback was back there at 6.5 or 7 yards. And so Alex Gibbs came to me and he wanted to know all the techniques and this, that, and the other. Then he took it, obviously ran with it, made it better, and went to Super Bowls and tweaked it to a better play. But what made the wide zone go in the old days were that on the backside you could cut guys. I don't know if you can cut them in high school, but you can still cut them in the NFL, but you can't leg whip them. And when a backside tackle could cut a backside three or a backside end or cut a shade on the backside, there was a great big lane that opened up right up the middle. Okay. Well, since then, the three techniques have become a lot better. They've put limitations on cut blocking. So now there's not as many teams that either know how to cut block, do cut block, or whether it's legal or not to cut block. So now you don't have those lanes where the back breaks right up the middle, obviously quite as much. The other thing that stopped the wide zone, the good teams would be, they would have the uncovered wide zone people that are like a cult. Okay, they're like the wing T cult. They're like the wishbone cult. They won't change. They're stubborn as hell. What altered the wide zone? Even Big King Henry from Tennessee cannot make many yards on the wide zone, and he is the wide zone guy in the NFL. Is that they would take the uncovered linemen, okay, like say a guard, and they would just pierce them, which means they go boom as hard as they can to try to help the tackle and then climb up on the linebacker after 3 steps. Well, what people started doing is, let's say you were playing a regular 50, 34 conventional old odd defense. They would take that defensive end, the guy over the tackle, and they would play him straight ahead and kind of underneath the tackle. He'd kind of end up in a 4-eye, and the guard would go to kill that 4-eye, and the tackle would come off on the linebacker. The back would cut up, and the linebacker would fall back, but the guard was occupied being mired into the block with the tackle on the defensive tackle or end, what we call, and that fallback linebacker was free. So it would happen the same with the tackles and the tight ends when they're blocking a 7 technique with a linebacker behind him. You know, the tight end would vacate too soon. The tackle would have to block the 7 technique. The backer would fall back and make the tackle. So John Strollo's mid zone, I don't even think he called it a mid zone. It's still a wide zone landmark, but of the tight end, that the guy that was covered by a defender wasn't in a hurry to escape him to get to the backer. He was more rooted on the line of scrimmage, trying to decide what he wanted to do with them. And the uncovered guy would shuffle a little bit. You know, he'd kind of kick slide, and he'd see me. Maybe I got to go back and help the center on the nose. Maybe the linebacker did scrape off, and I can go, you know, hit that defensive end. Maybe the linebacker fell back, and I can't stay on the defensive. So bottom line, the mid-zone concept to me, okay, is nothing but what the college and the NFL teams run when the back's offset in the gun and they're reading the linebacker off the ball for an RPO. That running back is coming across the backfield, so they cannot be as aggressive firing out because the running back's behind him. So I don't know if it was Florida International or one of those Florida teams, and started doing that. They called it a flat zone. And anyway, you can stop the wide zone if you know what you're doing on defense. And the teams that are major in the wide zone, the only thing they got going for them, which is the best part of it, is the naked. That's the reason. In fact, some people only run the wide zone because it sets up the naked, the quarterback's bootleg, you know, where everybody runs and the quarterback, you know, bootlegs. But the defensive people can also tell that because the linemen turn their pads on an angle and they block a little differently than they might on the pure run. So I tried to give a dissertation on what's hurting the wide zone without any video. So I hope those out there understand me.
Yes, sir. Steve Saunier says players want answers. And when a coach has a growth mindset, his players get better because they see you as a coach growing and improving their game. You never arrive. Always keep learning and keep learning. Coach McNally continues to learn, share with us, and improve our game. Jim McNally, my favorite coach in America. That's from Hal, Coach. So as an O-line coach, you do not teach your offensive linemen to run off the ball. Everything
well, we're not passive. When we strike, we like to lunge. And what I mean by boom, I mean boom. But my feet might be underneath me. I might take little steps, and just before I'm going to hit a guy, I may dip, drop my hips like a gorilla in the zoo moves, and then boom, and then really fire and boom. But my point is, I guess to answer your question, I don't like taking big steps forward. Okay. I don't mind foot firing. I don't mind, you know, bracing one foot, like I guess they call it a drop step. We don't call it that anymore. And then the next step might be a small step. But when I go to strike the guy, I lower my center and I lunge into him, and my upper body's going forward, even though my feet are under or me behind me. People don't understand that. That's why we've stopped using the word the drop step, because the head coaches or the coordinators would say, what the hell are you doing? Drop step, you're going backwards. No, you're not. Okay, all you're doing is opening your hips when you drop a foot, and it allows your body to lunge forward or to move. When you lock a foot forward, your hips are locked, and then you have to take another big step. So those that understand the brace step or the old drop step, the upper trunk is going forward. It's no different than a running back when he drops a foot, or you look at any track man that comes off the ball, he's got a foot that's staggered. That foot is already back. If he were to line up in a parallel stance, a track man in the blocks, and you just said, you shot the gun, I'll guarantee you he'd drop 1 foot to push him forward. Okay? But they're already staggered in the blocks.
Yeah.
Okay?
Hal says, just like that Crosby picture, the ice skater, the hockey player, coach.
That ice skater picture, which I put out there 2 or 3 times, it has a picture of a Crosby, obviously, one of the greatest hockey player from the Penguins. Okay, he's leaning forward on the ice. He's got his hockey stick, which is, I believe, off the ground, not balancing him. He's got a forward lean, which means he's leaning forward. Okay, his feet are wide. It looks like he could fall on his face, but he knows how to have a forward lean, but still regain his balance as he's skating. So if you look at just visualize any hockey player skating down the ice full speed, their upper trunk is ahead of their feet, and they're taking short steps, and their steps are behind them, under or behind them. That's how you would strike, because they have a forward lean, because you're strongest when your feet are behind you. In fact, the strongest just one-on-one, fire out, try to knock a guy back. Let's say you had a guy right on you, okay, and you just got to try to drive him, okay, which is hard to do anyway, is if you hopped both feet back, that would get your feet away from your upper body and give you more length to lunge into the block.
So I think about this stuff all the time, and with our own players, we're in spring ball right now, and our backside guards, they have to pull and trap on counter, or in power they have to wrap. So that would be, is that the only time that an offensive lineman would actually run off the ball? But eventually when I go to make contact.
When you might run off the ball might be, or take a big step. I just put some videos out this morning. Let's say you're on a double team and the guard's got a 3 technique, okay? He may take a big step with his outside foot like an up kick, like we do on Pass Pro as the postman on the double team. But if the guy's too far away from him, he'll look off balance. So I'd rather fire my feet and then use like an up kick. So I guess what I'm saying is that if you're going to hit a guy from the side, your steps may be a little bigger, but mostly if you're blocking a man on you or on a shade and you're the base man in the blocking scheme, you should have little steps, feet underneath you, blah, blah, blah. On a trap, since I'm so into the hands, I think I would teach all run as fast as you can. You got to get there, right? Now
yeah.
You can't take pee-pee steps when you're going to you got to go. But just before you strike, I would dip. I'd lower my center of gravity and I'd use my hands. I'd use my hands to push them because I still have more separation. I would keep the shoulders, the rips, the forearms out of the block, even though everybody says, oh, fuck, same foot, same shoulder. Well, you don't have to do that. You can get your hands on them sooner if you use your hands. Another thing on pull plays, which is changing the subject, if anybody runs the weak counter, where you pull a guard, you might pull a tackle, you might pull a guard and a back to the weak side. When that end man comes upfield to the open end side and you're pulling, you better put your head across in front of him when he comes upfield, because if you just do a regular trap on him, he'll almost take the handoff from the quarterback. That is the weak side counter to the open end when the pulling guard has to block that end man that jets upfield.
And that's because
a helmet adjustment,
because it's so short. I mean, these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, probably Jadeveon Clowney. If he had another Jadeveon Clowney on the other side and there was no tight ends, they could probably hit hands.
It wouldn't matter that they've got length. It matters that they come upfield, and as they come upfield on a little bit of an angle, if you just use a little trap, after the running back gets the ball, he's immediately tackled. That's why a lot of people, when they run the weak side counter, might hand the ball in front of the quarterback. So it's really not counter footwork, where you're handing the ball behind. It might be bend back football, where the runner goes in front of the quarterback and then circles. But that was just off the cuff.
Yes, sir. So I like to keep pretty much everything the same. So if I was a backside guard on power, would you use, if I'm the left guard on power right, would you use?
Now, is your power an A gap entry or a B? Or
no, coach, off tackle.
Okay. Because what I'm saying is, on A gap power that we used to run well when I was at the Panthers, the running back would run right up the A gap. I mean, right up the center's ass. So the puller swabbed out the hole. Let's say the tight end couldn't block the defensive end, or the 5 technique pinched inside. The pulling guard would trap him, and we'd let the scrape backers go, and there'd be a big ass hole right up the middle. I would advise anybody that runs power, put the A gap power in, even as a change-up play, because what you do, you swab out or trap any penetration. The linebackers will scrape, and there'll be a big ass hole right up the middle. But anyway, if I was running the wider power, then I've got to be able to read it. What I mean by read it is I got to be able to either go up in the hole or go outside. Let's say everybody pinches, the ball can jump outside. So actually the A gap power is the easiest power to block, because you're cramming that son of a bitch right up the fucking middle. The hardest block is the center when he blocks back, but you're letting the scrape backers go, and you're cleaning out the hole with the pulling guard. But anyway, if I was running the power off tackle, I would have, you can skip pull, you can regular pull. The technique that I would probably use, is I would drop my near foot so I didn't run into the center, and I would karaoke laterally. What I mean by I'd run as fast as I can sideways. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to karaoke and cross my feet, but I would see how fast I can run sideways. I would not turn my pads on an angle, because when you go up in the hole, you better keep your helmet inside on the backer, because if the backer spills it, you're going to bounce the ball to the next person that'll be free. Most likely would be a safety, and I would definitely, any pullers on power ought to keep their head inside, and they can keep their head inside if they keep their shoulders totally square as they go up into the hole, and shoulders totally square. And then I can say, this is my body right here, I'm sorry. And this is the defensive guy trying to spill it. I can stop his inside penetration. I guess his inside penetration would be over here. But anyway, I would try to get my head inside of the spiller. Don't let him spill. And then they say, well, fuck it, we're going to make him spill. No, don't let him spill. That's why the very best fullbacks on power that have to block an end man, the fullback kicks out and guard pulls up in the hole. The very best fullbacks know how to keep their shoulders square and stop the spill. When you stop the spill, the scrape linebacker takes himself out and nobody blocks him, and there's a hole inside of the block on the spiller.
Hal wants to know, explain what a good down block looks like.
A good down block depends on if the first man to your inside is pulling. So if I'm a right tackle and I'm blocking down on a 3 technique and the right guard is pulling, that 3 technique, when he sees that guard pull, will jump over the top of the down block by the tackle. So if I was down blocking and my buddy to the inside was pulling, let's say I'm a guard blocking down on the shaded nose and I'm pulling the center. Okay, I'm the right tackle blocking down on a 3 and we're pulling the 3. Okay, I would crowd the ball with a guy blocking down, and I would use the old power step, stepping laterally, because I probably have a stagger. I wouldn't drop step, okay? And I would pound that post foot like the old post foot that I don't use anymore. I would take the inside hand and hit the defender in the gut, and my outside hand would clamp the near bicep of the defender, keeping my shoulders totally square. So I'd block down totally square. I wouldn't put my head across. I wouldn't turn my pads on an angle, because the chances of the defender going over the top are probably 90%. Now, they could have a pinch on where when you started to block down, you would just have to reach with your hands to try to block them. But I would stay square. I would use the old power step, hit him in the gut with my inside hand, and clamp him with my outside hand on his bicep. But I put that picture out at least 4 or 5 times on the video, so Hal should have seen that. Okay, now, if everybody's blocking down, okay, let's say you're blocking the tackle down, the tight end down, the guard down, like everybody's blocking down like the old counter tray. Now you don't have to be worried so much about tripping the front side blocker that's pulling. You could actually drop your post foot and move laterally, okay? Because there's a good chance when everybody blocks down that the defender will chase the guy that's blocking down. They'll try to close with that guy.
Yeah, Coach. So I know how he says gallop into the block. Is he right with that terminology?
No. Power step into the block. Galloping is going forward, like you're chipping on a double team. You're on a single block. You're going laterally. But you could call the action of the foot a gallop, but it's a lateral gallop.
Yes, sir. So it's 11:43, Coach. We got probably about 7 more minutes. Is there anything that we haven't touched on that you've been preaching on Twitter recently that people haven't been getting, or
no, I just tell people on Twitter, I say that whether you like it or not, if you have a question, scroll all the way down to where I started in February and look at every video. Might take you 7-8 hours, a full day, or maybe you just do an hour a day. If you just did an hour of McNally a day, it might take you a week. But any question you have, I will have probably answered with video. What pisses me off is the new followers or the new people, they don't know that. So I have to keep reposting. If you're new, I'm not going to answer a question that I've answered before with video. So scroll all the way down and find the answer you're looking for. And I get that often. And I think it's because I try to follow a lot of people because I like people to feel like I'm interested in them. Now, I can't possibly follow everybody I follow, but I want to at least give them the credit that they're following me, or they've looked at one of my videos and I see their picture and I press it. And if I don't follow them, I press follow. every once in a while, I'll get some X-rated nude site and I press follow because I didn't even read who they are. And then I have to go back and unfollow them or whatever the hell you try to do. But the thing about it is, the thing that kind of bothers me, and there is no answer, is there are very few coaches out there on my level, college or NFL, because the rules don't allow them to. They'll get fired, okay? There's a lot of coaches that put good stuff out there, okay? So if I had time to follow every coach, the high school coaches do put techniques and plays out there. But there's not another college, okay, or another NFL team, probably because they get fired, that puts out, and I'm not saying the college or the NFL are the better coaches. I'm just saying they probably have the better players than the high school kids, so the technique might be a little cleaner. But I seem to be the only guy that's putting that out because I'm retired and nobody's going to fire me. So that kind of bothers me that they can only come to me for what you might call updated stuff, okay? Because I know there are high school coaches that do follow me and that have taken up my techniques and what I call new school that I have learned from others or trial and error. But most contributors in the O-line are either talking recruiting, they're talking portal, they're talking their best players, and then all the players that put their stuff on Twitter. Hey, I'm 6'4", 265. Will you look at my YouTube? Will you look at my... No. Show me some techniques. Just give me a 2-minute technique. This is how I blocked a guy. I don't want to see an entire game of sideline end zone of your highlights, okay? I want to see football, okay? I'm on it for football. I'm not on it for recruiting. I'm not on it to evaluate your plays. And the coaches and the players have got a lot better now. Now they pretty much ask me individual questions, and then I will go out of my way to answer them. But when they say, hey, coach, will you evaluate my wide zone? Hey, coach, will you evaluate my YouTube? Will you evaluate my huddle? No, I'm not going to fucking evaluate your huddle. If you want me to do that, you fucking come visit me and pay me if you want. I'm out there to give out football, okay? And to answer simple questions. And I'm not trying to be a hard ass. I'm just trying to say, if I answered every kid that wanted me to evaluate his huddle, there was probably 300 that have asked me to do that.
Yes, Coach. So the next time people will hear from you will be the Cool Clinic. What are you planning to speak on at the Cool Clinic, Coach?
I'm pretty much planning on speaking on footwork. So whether it would be more on the run because, and it would be run and pass, but the last Cool Clinic, I was more into the hand action. So I think I'm going to be more on the foot action, whether it's double teams, whether it's one-on-one blocks, whether it's combination blocks, footwork. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So if anybody wants to, be a part of the Cool Clinic, you can go to the Cool Clinic Twitter ran by Grabowski at the Cool Clinic. You can sign up. Coach will be speaking at the Cool Clinic. They have the offensive line coach for the Chiefs, Andy Heck, the offensive line coach from the Georgia Bulldogs, Stacy Searles, who's, all these guys know Coach, and Coach is friends with them. Coach, can you tell us a little bit about when you started the Cool Clinic? And then
I started the Cool Clinic. We didn't call it the Cool Clinic. Probably in 1982, I was at the Bengals, and probably 5 or 6 coaches came into Cincinnati, which is a pretty good football city in Ohio, which plays good football. And they came in to spring recruit. So they would come over to the Bengals because we had just, been pretty good, gone to the Super Bowl, and we're running that wide zone, and the and a lot of different other kind of plays. But so we might have had 7, 8 guys sit in a conference room in Riverfront Stadium. And then the next year we might have had 20. And then the next year we took it to our big meeting room and we might have had 75, 100 people. And finally the owner told me, he says, hey, Jim, we can't have these many people walking around our building, whatever. Then I don't know exactly what year, was it 83, 84, when the first Cool Clinic was at the hotel. And the hotel was called Stouffer's, that changed into the Millennium, that changed into another name. And the way I did the Cool Clinic is I used to have 10 speakers, and they weren't all O-line coaches. I might have a quarterback coach, I might have a defensive secondary coach, and then I might have 8 O-line coaches. I only charged the people in the audience $10, okay? I never paid the speakers. Occasionally, if a guy came a long way and he wasn't recruiting, I might have paid his airfare, but maybe that was only once. So I did not pay the speakers. We videoed every speaker, and they could buy the video from a gentleman named John Wiedekind, who's the director of football operations at the University of Cincinnati. He would always video, and you could buy the videos. And I don't know what he charged, but I let him keep all the money because he took all the videos. And then what happened was in 1994, I went to the Carolina Panthers, and I wasn't sure whether I could take the clinic with me. You know, the hotel, and, you know, I'll be in Charlotte, blah, blah, blah. So I turned it over to Bob Wiley. And Bob Wiley took it down to Tampa because he was with the Tampa Bay Bucks. So this is about 1995. But then he turned it into a pro clinic where the only speakers were pro speakers. Okay. And I think that he charged a little more money. He never paid the speakers, but he would pay their plane fare, their hotel fare. So then Bob got into paying the speakers hotel, plane fare, but he did not pay them a salary. And then he started selling T-shirts, etc. Then the next year or two, however, he came back as the line coach at the University of Cincinnati. So we brought it back to Cincinnati where we started. And then slowly but surely, he raised the prices. He kept it strictly as pro coaches speaking. Okay, they still videoed. You could still buy the whatever. Then we started having lots of vendors, almost like you went to a Glazer clinic. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then as the years would progress, we started having college coaches speak on Friday evening. So the start of the clinic might be 7 o'clock Friday night, 7 to 10 with college coaches speaking. He did not pay for their airfare. I believe he paid their hotel. And then that's how it had progressed. And then when COVID came along, we did it virtually, and it'll never be the same as in person, because when it was in person, the coaches could all intermingle with each other and learn as much about football from each other when they're at the bar or at breakfast or between sessions, and they'd see an old buddy they haven't seen in 10 years that they used to work with. Now, and it's nobody's fault that Keith Grabowski's done a good job of coordinating it, but now it's nothing. When I say nothing, when I say nothing, I don't mean it's
not the same.
There's football information, but there's not the camaraderie of the coaches that got more out of being with their. But now we had 300 or more sit in the audience. Now those 300 or more are all alone in their home or in their office watching, and they don't have that camaraderie. They're not going to have a couple of beers with their buddy. They're not going to go out to dinner with the guy. They're not going to share thoughts as they're sitting next to each other in tables when they're doing the clinic. So the virtual thing is nobody's fault. It's just that what Bob has done, he's got so many coaches speaking now, particularly a lot of college coaches that are very good, that we couldn't afford to pay the hotel or other things for all the coaches he's got speaking. So what you've turned it into now is just a 3-day deal where you can listen to who you want to. You can get the video later if you don't want to listen to them. You can shut them off if you want to. You couldn't shut them off when you're sitting in that room with 3 or 4 others. Now you could get up and leave and go to the bathroom, but generally you sat in a chair, particularly if you were in the front row, you were there for that
Coach.
1.5 hour session. So it's just like when I was brought up. I was brought up in the greatest generation. I'm almost 80. Tom Brokaw wrote a book, The Greatest Generation. Okay. And I was born in the 40s. Do you realize how long ago that was? And as I was growing up, dogs were running in the street. Now your fucking dog is on a leash. You got to pick up their shit. Now, when you walk down the street, you were afraid a dog was going to bite you. So you might have carried a baseball bat as you're walking down the street. Okay. You hear this adage a while. You might walk by somebody's house. They've got a garden hose. You would go into their backyard, turn the spigot on and drink. You were thirsty and drink right out of the garden hose. Okay. In the wintertime, when there was ice on the ground, you'd get on the back of the bumper and hold it and ride all the way down the street as if you were on ice skates. Not that that's something you should do, and probably people could do it now. But when you went to school, you dressed up. You didn't have to wear a tie at my school, but you wore normal clothes, not fucking cut off shorts, not girls with the fucking thing down to here, and their ass hanging out with those mini short. I mean, we were in a better place.
Yeah.
And there was none of this new LGBTQ, fuck, whatever all that bullshit is.
Yeah, Coach, you got some comments. You got some comments here, Coach. Steve Saunier said, Coach McNally, thank you again for your time and your insight. You are still making a difference, and your legacy will continue through many coaches and players that truly understand your teachings. How? Thank you, Coach McNally. I appreciate you taking the time to do this. It was worth spending my Saturday morning with you. Coach Bald. Absolutely, Coach Saunier nailed it. He's the best. We are so lucky. Coach Howe said, yes, great generation, but forgot to pass value on to their kids. That's my generation, all right, that forgot to do that. All right, that's the kids, that Generation X. I ain't blaming Coach. I'm blaming my generation. Coach, this is Kevin Callahan. He's the wide receiver coach at Monmouth, which is in New Jersey.
I know Monmouth because I lived in Cedar Grove, which is right behind Montclair State when I worked for the Giants.
His dad is the head coach. Coach Callahan, where all is your dad coached?
It's really been at Monmouth, but he's been the head coach here for 31 years. He started football here, so he's been the only head coach in our program's history. Started it in 1993 and has built it up, into what we are today. Before that, he was a defense coordinator at Colgate for 8 years. Prior to that, he coached at Wagner. He coached at Albany. So he's been a Northeast guy.
Coach
He's
Callahan,
a fellow Irishman too.
Yes, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Coach McNally. Oh, hold on for one thing. Coach Callahan, were you aware that Coach McNally was on Twitter?
Yeah, I've seen some of the good content that you've been putting out there, Coach. It's really good.
Yeah. So, Coach McNally, thank you. You'll
Thank
FaceTime
you.
me later, Coach.
Yes, and let's hope we raised enough money out there to help with autism.
Amen. Thank you, Coach.
Bye-bye. So fucking hang me up.
Oh, man. So, Coach
Tough
Callahan.
this is a tough act to follow there.
Hey, man, as you can see behind me, I got a Cool Clinic t-shirt, which Coach McNally says I'm the only high school coach to ever be an official member of the Mushroom Society. He said it's only NFL guys. And that's my greatest achievement, has been getting him on Twitter. I was the guy that got Coach McNally on Twitter, and the world's never been the same, Coach. Yep. So sure. How, I don't know how he knows you. All right. I did some research on you. You coach 9-man football in Minnesota, which might be in Canada. I don't know. All right. I know where New Jersey is, but how he knows you somehow. The guy knows everybody. So, Coach Callahan, thank you for coming on. If your presentation, if you just want to press present down there, we'll make sure that everything's good. And then I'm gonna let you have the show. I was on here for 9 hours yesterday. I think I got 10 hours today. People don't want to look at my ugly face.
All right. I think I'm good there.
And then I just add it to the stream. Yeah, it's up right. I'll just add it right now, Coach.
Gotcha.
All
right, perfect. So, yeah, there it is.
Boom. So I'm going to jump off here. Coach Callahan, thank you for coming on. For the coaches that are watching or will watch, tell us a little bit about yourself and then jump right into the clinic, Coach. I'm going to jump off here, use the bathroom, but I'll be listening, okay, if you need anything.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Troy.
Thank you, brother.
I appreciate you guys having me on, especially Coach PJ Gibbs for asking me to do this. Coach Gibbs, I actually played for in high school at Manasquan High School here in New Jersey. He's also a Manasquan alum, so long blue line going strong. Appreciate it.
All right, I got a question. PJ text. I almost forgot this. He said, when you get Kevin Callahan on, ask him about the 2009 conference championship game against Raritan.
Yep, I knew he was going to bring that up.
There you go.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's one maybe for another day. But long story short, they had a really good receiver who ended up playing at a really high level school. Ended up going to the NFL, and we'll leave it at 2 catches for 12 yards when I was on him. That's what we'll leave it at, Troy. So it's one of Coach Gibbs' favorite stories to bring up. So it was a good day. It was a good day for the Big Blue Warriors. But no, it's good. No, I appreciate it. What I'm going to talk about a little bit today is just how we use tempo in our offense. We do a good job here at Monmouth of dictating the style and pace of the game. So wanted to talk a little bit about that today. A little bit about our school at Monmouth. We're an FCS program located right on the beach in New Jersey, West Long Branch. It's a great place to live. It's a great place to go to school. And we play football in the CAA conference. This past season, 2022, was our first year in that league. And we thought we had a lot of success offensively. You look at our total offense numbers, we were 9th overall in the country, first in our conference, scoring offense, averaging over 36 points per game, again, 9th in the country, first in the conference. And then our explosive play numbers, the percentage of our plays that went for over 20 yards, it was over 10% of our total plays offensively, which was good enough for 8th overall in the country. And then, percentage of pass plays that went for over 20 yards was 14.2% of our pass plays, which was 18th overall in the country. And I think a huge piece of this, whether it was total yards per game, points per game, or explosive plays per game, were our ability to use tempo a bunch of different ways. This is really our tempo progression here at Monmouth. Really kind of boiling into 5 main tempos that we live in. Our base tempo, our play fast tempo, which is really a formation and a play tag, our one-word families or one-word plays, our freeze tempo, and then our huddle tempo. But for us, it's important to be a multiple tempo offense. We're not going to be an offense that wants to play fast all the time. We want to use tempo to dictate the style of the game and the pace of the game. We want to be the aggressor. We want to, essentially dictate how the game is played from the time that the ball is kicked off until the time that the clock hits 0. We want to dictate the pace of the game and how it's being played. And that's why we use tempo a bunch of different ways. So to get into a little bit more here, just as a brief overview. So our base tempo, we're a no huddle operation. We're going to use quarterback cadence. We're going to RPO and leave the quarterback as the decision maker. Pretty much how spread offense is being played in today's day and age. That's our base tempo. Our goal is to get aligned with 25 seconds on the play clock and let the offense work. Whether that's the offensive line and center, getting their calls in and creating points, where that's the quarterback using cadence and understanding what the defense is doing. We want to get aligned as fast as possible to be able to gather information before the ball is snapped. Okay, so that's our base tempo. Our play fast formation and play tempo is really a no huddle tempo where we're going to set a formation strength and a play direction. All right, so getting to our base calls in a little bit quicker pace. Okay, so we'll get a little bit more into that here in a second, but this is not our one word stuff. All right, this is not our one word stuff where we're locked into a formation. Okay, we are going to set a formation and set a play direction. We're just going to do it more quickly than in our base tempo. Okay, and our goal is to snap the ball with over 25 seconds on the clock. Okay, our one word families are things that probably everybody is familiar with. That's where everything is included. The formation is included, the play is included, the snap count is included, and we're trying to snap the ball with over 28 seconds on the clock. Okay, the thing I think we do a good job of that might be a little unique is categorizing those one word plays into families and creating a good learning progression for our players. The last two would be our freeze and huddle. Our freeze tempo, again, self-explanatory. We're given the illusion of tempo, and we can do that out of multiple formations, right? And the goal is really, hey, get a specific look for a specific play. Maybe we want to run outside zone versus this particular front, or we want to call this play versus cover 4. Okay, so freeze them, make sure we're getting a specific look for a specific play, and then going from there. Okay. The other way would be able to just try and steal 5 yards. Hey, maybe it's 3rd and 4, and we're trying to get a freeze to get a cheapie to get those guys to jump off sides. Or, hey, we're just gathering information, right? What are they trying to do on this particular snap? Okay. And then our huddle tempo is really to hide our hand. All right. This is where we're going to get in a true huddle, hold the formation, okay, break in waves, and then be able to play in there. All right. And our goal, again, is to hide the formation, drain clock, all right, maybe in a 4-minute situation, or generate our tempo calls in a non-tempo situation. And we'll get into that as we get going as well. But those are really our 5 main tempos as you look at it. Is you've got your base, you've got your play fast, you've got your one-word families, you've got your freeze, and then your huddle. Okay. The biggest thing is, when are we playing fast? All right, because like I said, it's not all the time. The number one time we will play fast is after an explosive play. So we create, maybe a deep pass down the sideline or whatever it is, or hit a deep post ball, and we've got the defense on their heels. We've got them moving. All right, so hey, now let's get into a play fast world to keep them on their heels. Okay, after a made first down. And this, I think, shows up a lot with defensive substitution. Maybe we were able to generate a first down on a 3rd down, and the defense is still in a sub package, especially as those are becoming a lot more popular. Well, hey, let's play fast on them to keep that sub package in the game in a situation that they might not necessarily be comfortable in. Okay. The other one would be if the ball comes to your sideline, and not necessarily out of bounds. And I'll talk about that here in a sec. But when the ball comes to your sideline, or a near hash is probably a better way to put it, is the signal mechanics and processing become so much easier and faster for your players. Okay, where, hey, if that ball is tackled on the near hash, there's a high probability that the majority of the players are in the area of the ball. Okay, and they're a lot closer to your signaler on the sideline. So they're able to pick up the signal, process the signal, and get aligned a lot faster when that ball is closer to where those signals are coming from. On the opposite side of things is defensively, they're trying to operate when the ball is on a far sideline, right? That ball is on the far hash. So for them to look over across the field, get lined up, figure out what's going on, it's a half second, split second slower than when the signal and ball, everything is right there and the offense can just go. Okay. We will play fast on third down, right? So maybe we're trying to keep a defensive sub personnel out of the game. Okay. We know if it's greater than 3rd and 5, maybe it's 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6 plus, they're going to bring in dime substitution. All right. So, hey, if we run our second down play and we're in said third down situation, let's try and get to a play fast call to keep that defensive sub personnel out of the game. Or, maybe there's somebody who kind of blindly subs, right, in third down situation where they know automatically if it's 3rd and 7 plus, here comes their nickel package. All right, well, if we're in one of those situations, let's get lined up, play fast. Maybe they're scrambling. Maybe we get 12 guys on the field. So I think that's really big. Again, like I said, especially as third down packages are becoming a lot more popular, we're scrambling about how to protect and what the coverage looks like and what we really like against those tough looks. Well, keep them out of the game, right? Let's play fast on third down, keep the sub personnel out of the game, and let's take our best shot from there. And then, like I mentioned already, hey, on a made third down, all right, we convert a third down. Let's try and keep that sub personnel in the game, and let's go get downhill, run inside zone on them, whatever it is. The next piece would just be to get the offense in rhythm, right? Like I think at Monmouth, we've learned that we are at our best when we can really start to get to a lot of these play fast things. You can really get it started and then keep it moving is the best way to think about it. Maybe we had a series where we went 3 and out, or we're in a game and through 2 drives, we're really struggling to get going. Well, hey, let's start to mix in a lot of the play fast stuff and really just come downhill and get everybody grooving, get them in the flow of the game and get the ball rolling that way. I think is a big way, as you start to look, all right, hey, we're struggling. What adjustments can we make? Well, let's play fast and try to get ourselves in a good rhythm that way. And then to dictate a defensive look would be the last one, right? Like, hey, we know offensively, we have our play fast calls, our one words. Defensively, they have the same thing, right? There are defensive play fast calls, defensive one word looks. Well, if we know what they are, let's dictate it, right? If we know, hey, when we play fast, this team is going to be in cover 4. All right, well, let's play fast and then call a cover 4 beater based off that. So that's when we're doing it. When are we not doing it? Okay. We will never play fast when we're changing personnel. All right. Obviously, with the new rules, when the offense changes personnel, the officials will stand over the ball and allow the defense to change personnel as well. Okay. That's not what we want to do. All right. A similar situation when the ball carrier goes out of bounds on your sideline, right? The new rules, hey, when the ball carrier gets tackled out of bounds on your sideline, the officials will hold the snap of the ball. Okay, so that's a big adjustment for us. Is like a lot of times, somebody goes out of bounds on your sideline, maybe it's a big play, and you have to fight that urge to play fast right there, right? Because we know the officials are going to hold the football. And then in a 4-minute situation, right? We have the ball, we have the lead, we're trying to drain clock. That's not when we're looking to get to our play fast stuff. Okay. But again, this is really the tempo progression. Going to start to get into it a little bit here, but just wanted a reminder of it. All right. So our base tempo, and just so how everybody knows, how we're operating. All right. So, most times, hey, some type of, whatever boundary route, boundary RPO, some type of pre-snap decision on one side and some type of post-snap decision on the other side, paired with whatever downhill run scheme you're getting to. Okay. So in this situation, we're doing running in zone. Okay. We're running inside zone with some type of pre-snap decision for the quarterback up here and some type of post-snap decision for the quarterback down here. Okay. So that's the world we're living in, is where we're going to allow the quarterback to work cadence. We're going to allow the offensive line to make our calls, and we're going to try and attack the defense where they don't want the ball to go. Okay. Same idea, right? Now I need to set all the same stuff, right? Quarterback works cadence, offensive line works calls, some type of pre-snap decision, post-snap decision with a downhill run scheme as well. Okay. And set the stage of tempo. Okay. And again, trying to get lined up with 25 above 25 seconds on the clock to allow us to gather information about the defense. Okay. Not necessarily trying to always snap the ball above 25 seconds, trying to get lined up with above 25 seconds and then let the offense work from there. Okay. So the second piece of it would really be our play fast world, where we're going to tag a formation and a play. Okay. Why are we doing this? Okay. Number one, obviously, is to push tempo, but we're going to control formational strength with this. Okay. So this is not going to be a one-word play call that locks us into a certain formational strength. Okay. The play caller will control the formational strength and set it where he wants. Okay. In addition, we will set the play strength too. Okay. So this isn't, hey, we're going trips to the boundary, and we're running inside zone to the field. This is, hey, we can line up in whatever fast formation we want and call the run scheme wherever we want to go. We're getting to our base offense and our base decisions a lot quicker. Okay. We're going to try and match run schemes, right? So, hey, if it's a big inside zone week, then we're going to get to our play fast world by matching the run schemes, taking shots down the field and overall playing aggressive. Okay. The base run schemes that we really live in this tempo are inside zone and GT counter. All right. Those are our biggest two. Okay. We will pair that with some type of play action shot, some type of vertical, some type of post ball. Okay. Because as I'll get to, but our play action is really good in these play fast situations, because you are getting the defensive line out of a pass rush mentality. All right. Something quick, right? Where, hey, we can just sprint to smash and then a freeze as well. Okay. So just to go a little bit deeper into the mechanics of this. Okay. So these are going to be our base formations. Okay. But we will use a trigger word to get the offense in a play fast mentality, where, hey, we are trying to get lined up and snap the ball as fast as we can. Okay. So for example, if we're in a formation that we call trips right, all right, hey, maybe we're calling that trigger right, or whatever it is. And that word, that trigger word, signals to the offense that we are playing fast and trying to get this thing going. Okay. So play wise, again, like that trigger word is going to give you a formation. The play call is going to be a word. So for example, right, like if in our offense, if we wanted to get up in, trips right and run the surf Arizona, okay, surf being an RPO, okay, Arizona being a gap zone, right? If we wanted to get up and run, hey, trips right, surf Arizona, we would just call that turbo state, okay? Turbo state. Turbo saying, hey, we're getting lined up in trips right. It's that trigger word to trigger the play fast mentality. State, okay, building in surf and Arizona into the play call, okay? So it could be, turbo right, state right, okay, or turbo left, state left. However we want to set the formation strength and the play strength that week or with that call specifically, okay? So as we get into it, like this is our day one. All right, let's run and play fast inside zone, okay? So again, we can set the formation wherever we want. In this instance, we're setting this to the boundary. And all we're doing is we're running play fast, split flow, okay, with an access hitch to the single receiver. On the two receiver side, they've just got their normal run game rules, okay? Well, this is to dictate a certain defensive look. How are they playing FSL, right? Well, hey, if they were a team that brought the dog over to the boundary, well, maybe we've created a little bit more access at field hitch, right? This would come in to use that last example as turbo right, state right, okay? As opposed to trips right, surf Arizona in our base offense, okay? Direct. Okay, so split flow inside zone, easy enough. And I guess the other thing, guys, like I'm more into today talking about specific mechanics of how we're using play fast as opposed to the individual coaching points, right? We all can sit here and talk about a gap zone, but more want to how we're building out the families, right? So same idea, right? So hey, we're getting this signaled in from the sideline, a play fast trigger word for the formation, and then a play fast play call. Okay. Okay. And again, like, this is why you're doing it. Maybe this is a made first down after a big play. Maybe it was a third down, and now they're trying to get different substitution in the game, especially being first and goal on the 10. Well, we're just trying to trigger play fast to be right there, 12 guys on the field. Okay. This is a good 2-play example of just when this play becomes lethal, right? This was 2019. We were playing down at Kennesaw State in Georgia. And we want to run inside zone and play fast because, number one, that's our bread and butter play, right? Like, if you're playing Monmouth, you have to stop A-gap zone, okay? 2, this is a downhill play. It's a mentality play where you're getting these guys up front to come off the ball extremely hard against maybe a defensive lineman that's not exactly set yet. Maybe the front and the picture aren't perfect, and we're coming downhill right now at you trying to get 4 yards. Okay, that's all we're trying to do. Okay, so this is second and short. Again, another good situation to try and use play fast stuff, where I'm just trying to steal that new set of downs right away. Okay, so we're coming off the ball, and we're coming down mentality first. Okay. And we get it, right? Nice run job. Nice right here, right? And this is all it is, right? Like, this is mentality, right? This is mentality up front. Just trying to knock guys off, right? It becomes really good is when you get the quarterback to take advantage of the access hitch, where I'm not living in that world of, hey, I'm just handing this thing off constantly. There's still a pre-snap decision here. Even though we're in a play fast world, there's still a pre-snap decision for the quarterback of, hey, if I have access to this hitch, throw. So the very next play of that of the drive, right, where we came out and we did a good job on the inside zone, for 15 yards play. We're calling the same exact play, but the ball is going someplace different. Okay. The ball is going someplace different. We're taking our apps. We get everything available to them. Same idea. Okay. We're going FSL with it. Okay. Split these access hitch. Off a pre-snap, we step through and we score. Okay. But as you look at these, right, like in this example, okay, we're FSL formation. Okay. We're going FSL with the formation. If you back it up, hey, now we're in base offense. We're in normal formational strength to the field. Okay, so by being able to control where the formation strength goes, we're able to get the ball in different spots and really dictate how the defense gets lined up, right? What is their FSL check? What are we trying to get them into, okay? And then allowing the ball to hit in different spots. The next one, all right, that we major in this world, this play fast formation and play world, will be our GT counter, okay? Like, again, when are we getting to this play versus a gap zone? Well, hey, maybe it's a game plan week where we're playing a team who likes more tight front, 5 down, 3 down, however you want to look at it. And A gap zone is not the best call. All right. So, hey, let's get to our play fast GT counter. All right. Where the tight end is going to, come down with the offensive tackle, not being team. And we'll work counter in play fast. Okay. For the receivers, all right, they're still living in their base run game rules. The single receiver, now instead of running a snap or a hitch, okay, or a snap, however you want to look at it, he's running a smoke. Because what we're saying is we're running GT counter. The quarterback is on a post-snap C-gap read, okay, where if this guy scrapes for whatever reason, I can pull and I can keep the smoke alive for a late dish out, okay? Again, we don't get there a ton. That might be a little bit of built. So coming out, okay, we're just running a GT counter versus a team that was playing more for the late dish out, quarterback, backside C gap read, Okay, reading it out. Do a great job here, obviously, creasing it and scoring. Okay, but you're able to get lined up fast and get to your base run pictures. Okay? Maybe your base game plan calls or whatever it is. So not lining up and always running a gap zone week to week, getting to your base run schemes, whether it's inside zone, whether it's play fast power, whether it's play fast GT counter. Okay, building that in to this family to allow you to get there. Okay, what happened here? Back to the start. Okay, same idea, right? It's like, this was Towson from 22. They were more of a 5-down team. You don't love inside zone for that. All right, so hey, in our play fast run world, let's get to our GT stuff. Okay, because we like that more against the picture. Well, the thing that gets you beat and probably gets us beat once a year is when they're bringing play fast corner fire from the defense. Okay, where you're getting that hard scrape by the defensive end. So that gives the quarterback a pull read, and the corner crash is right there to make the play. Okay, this is how essentially try and beat it. Is okay, this backside C gap hard scrape is giving him a pull read. Okay, well, as it's drawn on the board, all right, he pulls, and there's my late dish out based on the corner falling in. Okay, again, is that entirely realistic? Maybe not. What you have to do is really just teach this cue, okay, that if I get this hard scrape and I'm pulling it, I'm pulling this thing downhill, almost like power read, okay, where I'm trying to knife that thing right up the hash to keep it tight and stay away from that corner folding in. Not true zone read where I'm pulling this thing and I'm coming out wide with it, okay? So we get corner crash here, QB pulls, we should be dead to rights. Okay, but he does a great job of knifing this thing, keeping it tight to the hash. So now 8 can't entirely fall in and make that play. Okay. So able to get there, quarterback not keeping it tight. Again, you would say to the receiver is, hey, just stay here in pitch out phase. Don't move up the field and wave your hands out. Just smoke and stay there. So in case this guy folds in, hey, we can get a late dish out throw to the single receiver right there. Okay. So we're getting to our play fast split flow. We're getting to our play fast GT. We're building in answers with both of them. Okay. Now, as we do that, okay, the next answer is to go play fast, play action shot. Okay. Why are we getting to this? Okay. Number one is I'm getting the defensive line in a mentality that's not set up for pass rush success. Okay. Maybe they're late getting set. Okay. Or, maybe they're tired, right? Maybe they're not coming off the ball and thinking play action, drop back, get after the quarterback. They're getting set up and saying, hey, what is the number one play that they do when they're running their play fast stuff? Is it split flow inside zone. Okay. So we're going to be able to create clean pockets for the quarterback because you're getting the defensive line out of a pass rush mode. Okay. So what is the concept? One, we're just going outside release, speed release, vertical. Okay. A lot of times, again, this corner, his feet aren't entirely set, or maybe they're a press team. He's getting the call and he's walking down to the line of scrimmage and he's going to get completely taken by surprise that I'm speed releasing, running as fast as I can vertical. Okay. And I'm trying to get by him that way. Other routes we're running is we're running a deep cross, okay, 20 yards on the sideline, and then we're going to run a dig from the field, trying to bring it into the picture. Quarterback really just going vertical, 1 to cross, 2 to find my back, 3. Okay, if I were to lose my back, then that's when I would come to the dig, but he's not entirely in the progression. All we're trying to do is really steal a cheapy vertical, okay, with one of our fastest guys. Okay, so we're going play action, split flow protection. Okay, the call would come in as whatever trigger word you're working here, okay, to get these guys in a play fast mentality, and then some type of play fast word that tells these guys what the concept is. Okay, same idea, right? Is we're just getting the play action protection out of play fast, and this is what you want. Okay, catch the defense by surprise. So we've got a really clean pocket for the quarterback to make that throw. Okay, this is, an example. You see the defense is probably a little bit too set up right here. So maybe we weren't as fast getting lined up, but that's all we're trying to do is steal a tempo shot to the receiver right now. Okay. Same idea, right? So now we'll get to another one of our base play action calls, okay, where we're going post, we're going deep corner cut, okay, really honestly just scissors, guys, and then we're going single receivers running a dig. Okay, so same kind of mechanism is this concept. This scissors concept is one of our base play action concepts, okay, in normal offense in our base tempo. So pairing that with some type of play fast trigger so we can get to it with tempo. Okay, and that's all. Reading at the same time, so it's same the route to it that we normally do. Right. Same idea, right? Is like, Sam Houston. This was from the spring of 21 in the national playoffs. Sam Houston, they had some dudes up front. Okay, so you couldn't set the picture and then expect to block them, to be honest. We had to live in a play fast world to give our guys a shot, right? So, hey, they're not entirely set. They're not entirely sure how they're getting lined up. That's our best chance to block these guys and give the quarterback time to create an explosive pass play, okay? Right? If playing fast in a play action world allows you to do create pockets for the quarterback. Okay, as opposed to lining up static, taking your time, and going from there. Okay, and we do a great job on the outside of winning on this post ball. We're just going post, corner, scissors concept, and then we're going dig from the same idea. Okay, now we're not putting it again FSL. I know the ball's more in the middle, but we're treating this as true formation strength. Okay, and we're going post, scissor cut on it. Okay, so it gives us flexibility in how we're running. Things that we'll get to out of this one will just be sprint to smash. Okay, sprint to smash, take something easy. So you've got your downhill runs with your inside zone and your GT counter. You've got your play action shots with your vertical by the boundary receiver, deep cross from the slot. You've got your scissors, post, scissor cut. And now you've got something quick. We can just okay. All right, same idea. Okay, so this again, we're getting in a different formation. We're not in 3-by-1, we're in 2-by-2. Okay, so maybe they're a 3-fox team to 2-by-2, and you're trying to get the ball opposite rotation. But building the controlling the formation allows you to game plan these play fast a little bit more to get something quick or to get something downhill get you in the proper run scheme, take the proper again. And then we'll have our three off it is lined up with tempo, maybe get them into a call they don't want to be in. Okay, running front specific front. So we're getting to our freeze. Okay, we're going to signal in that we're running this specific play against a specific look. A certain outside zone. Okay, get that specific look. Running back does a great job. He makes the safety miss, and we're all right. Score. Love it. Okay. But yeah, right. Maybe we're getting lined up fast and we're just trying to steal 5 yards. Okay. So it could be first down after a big play. And maybe, we know they're prone to jumping off sides. Well, hey, let's just get lined up fast, freeze them, and see if we just can't steal 5 yards of offense right away. Okay. The other example, would be to get lined up fast versus a specific look. Okay. New Rhode Island, there were a couple of different ways they would line up the FSL. If they brought that boundary Sam or nickel Sam to the boundary, we wanted to run jet sweep out the other side. All right. If they left him to the field, then we were going to run something that attacks the boundary. Okay. So getting lined up fast, seeing how the defense is going to react, and then running a play based on whatever you want to get to plan. Okay, that's really the mechanism of how our formation strength, how we control formation strength and play direction to get lined up fast. Okay, the next progression in the tempo world are our one-word families. Okay, our one-word families are going to be a locked formation and alignment. So, for example, the family is going to equal the formation. The word is going to equal the play. Okay. So, as an example, if we are in our soprano family, okay, our soprano family is trips open FSL. Every play or word in the soprano family will be a different play. We are getting locked into a formation based on what the family is. Okay, so sopranos were trips open FSL. Tony, okay, is trips open FSL with inside zone RPO. Okay, but we're just calling Tony to get to that picture. Okay, Paulie is again in the soprano family. So we're going trips open FSL, but it's a different play. Okay, so Paulie, the guys know, hey, that's in the soprano family. So we're getting trips open FSL. What is Paulie? Paulie is our drop back off of it. Okay, so that's how a lot of it is built. And pretty much in all of our one-word families, there's going to be a progression. There's going to be a downhill run with built-in RPO throws. There's going to be a quick throw to get the quarterback in rhythm or steal yards. There's going to be a shot play, some type of play action, some type of stutter and go. There will be a freeze, and we're able to get to it out of all of our personnels. Okay, so these are more so spots on the field, okay, than specific players. All right, so this is really our play fast breakdown. Okay, we operate with 4 main one-word families, right? So, hey, if this one is soprano, and this one is weather, this one is baseball teams, this one is NBA teams, whatever it is, okay? In each of those families, there will be an RPO, a quick, a go, a shot, and a freeze. Okay, so if you're family 1, sopranos, okay, well, hey, Tony's the RPO, okay? Paulie is the go. And then we're going to work all of the different ones throughout there. So there's a learning progression, right? There's an attachment to how we're getting lined up and we're locking into a formation. And there's also a learning progression with it, okay? We try to, as well, get these words across families to match up as quickly as possible, right? Or as smoothly as possible. So, hey, I know if Tony is our downhill run RPO, then in that second family, hey, this RPO run has some connection to what Tony is, has some connection to the RPO in family 3, has some connection to family 4 RPO. So there's a learning progression this way, but there's also a connection this way. So it's easy for the guys to learn and to pick up because you're building a progression and you're building an attachment to what we're doing. Okay. So this is our first one, right? Is our trips open FSL package. Okay. Trips open FSL package where we're going to put 3 receivers to the boundary, 1 receiver to the field. So no matter what we call, we know we're getting trips open FSL in this family. Okay. There's no direction. Okay. The one word tells us where exactly we're going. Okay. And the first one, all we're doing is we're going smoke to the boundary, access hitch to the field, inside zone. Okay. Quarterback, again, pre-snap decisions. If I have numbers to the boundary, take the smoke. If I have access on the snap, take it. Okay. Post-snap decisions, is it just zone read? Okay. A-gap zone, reading the backside C-gap. Okay. That's all we're doing. Okay. So in this picture, again, he's saying, hey, I don't like these numbers to the field or to the boundary. I don't like these numbers to the boundary, maybe because there's low defenders. So I'm just going to read this thing out. Okay. Again, when are we calling this? Second and short. Okay. Efficient first down play fast on second and short, and you set it down. Okay. Backside C gap, plays outside, it off, and run inside zone. Okay. Similar idea. Okay. So trips open FSL family. Okay. It's locked to the boundary. It's always trips open FSL. Defensively, okay, they're having trouble communicating the FSL check off their defensive call. There are no numbers over there to the smoke. Bang, turn and throw it. Okay. Turn and throw it. We do a good job. Now, this is important in terms of, how we're operating, right? Like mechanics. Okay. This is something that we've gotten to recently is don't have your guys find the ball, have your guys find the line judge and set their feet based on that. Maybe the ball gets kicked, right? Or it gets fumbled, or it has to get adjusted. Maybe the umpire isn't correct in his initial placement of the football. The linesman is always correct. Okay. So instead of finding the ball, our eyes should be here and we're going to get lined up based off of him. Okay. So you can see our receivers is they're all looking at where the ball is. Eyes should be here so we can get a line a lot quicker at our feet. Okay. But this is the same deal, right? North Alabama. Okay. Trouble adjusting to the trips open FSL, play fast world, running guys over. Quarterback. Do I have numbers to the smoke? Okay. Argument, throw this, we end up handing it off. Same thing, right? What's my C gap read? Okay. C gap read squeezes. I should pull this thing. Okay. Probably last, this one off, but okay. And the trips open, okay, and then running some type of downhill run with smoke RPOs. It's also important to be able to do this stuff out of multiple personnels. Okay. For example, here we're in 10 personnel, but we are able to run this out of 11 personnel and 12 personnel as well. Okay, so we play in different personnel. Obviously, you have practice, but that's when it's very okay. All right, the next one is the shot off of it. Okay, so now instead of going smoke, hey, we're going stutter and go. Okay, so hey, we've got smoke. Okay, we're going to work a slow stutter here, hard 4 count on this on the outside, and we're going to create a fast stutter here on the inside. What we're really trying to do is not necessarily fake guys out, but create levels. Okay, we're trying to create vertical levels between these two routes to put that overlap corner in a bind, and we're also trying to create horizontal levels. Okay, where number 3, his landmark is inside the numbers, number 2's landmark is outside the numbers. Again, what's the answer for how a lot of people line up to this? It's either some type of 3 Fox, maybe it's just true 3 Fox, or hey, will fire 36 Fox. What's great about it is you're going to get some type of overlap corner. So those levels are really going to stress him. You're also getting your seam shot. Think 4 verticals seam versus cover 3 rotation. That's what every coach loves. Okay. To the field, instead of working our quick access hitch, now we're going to work double move. Okay. Quarterback is just going fat inside vertical, outside vertical to chill smoke. If the coverage entirely rotates to the boundary, then I can take my field one-on-one as a shot. Okay, so you can see the guys on the outside do a great job of timing for levels. Okay, like that's exactly what we want. Okay, number 3 is on a 2 count. He's out first. Number 2 is on a 4 count. He's out second. We're putting the overlap corner in a bind. Okay, where he's going to be, chasing that. Okay. If I want to come to this as the second in my progression, we've got a shot. If everything takes to the boundary, I'm taking my field one-on-one. All right, same idea. Okay. Marking our stat here. Again, really good job with our timing and spacing. 2 count, I'm first out. 4 count, I'm second out. So again, you're getting cover 3. You're putting the overlap corner in a big bind with those 2 verticals. And I think it's important to try and get the guys to understand we're not necessarily trying to fake guys out on this stutter and go. We're trying to create levels, and that's how we're going to create stress. Okay, so we're hitting it. Right? All they're doing is going through weak. Okay, we're to an inside seam as if we're running 4 verticals. Okay. This is another good visual of it. This is from you can see, hey, first out, second out, overlap corner. He squeezes on the seam. I'm coming outside to that stuff. but I think for this stuff. Okay, so we've got our smoke, we've got our shot, and then we've got our go. Okay, our go. I'm gonna put this one on first. Actually, this is just an example of, hey, everything rotates to the boundary. So now we're taking our one-on-one shake ball. Okay, up. Okay, a shot. Okay, and most of the time I'm in this situation, something good's gonna happen. We're either gonna catch it or we're gonna get PI. Okay, worst case situation, it's an okay. And now, so we got our smoke, got our go. Okay, our go out of this family is just post, dig, wheel. Okay, vertical to the field. Again, same thing. If the coverage rotates, I can take my field just property here. You guys see the field rotate to the boundary. Hey, take my field one-on-one. Take this shot right here late. Okay, but that's all we're going is we're going post, dig, wheel. Okay, try to steal something, whether it's a cheap post or maybe we get them on the wheel. Obviously, the dig really being the occupy, back just chilling to the boundary. You don't get family. The second is our trips FSL. So instead of being trips open FSL, now we're just trips FSL. Same progression though. The first one is going to be what? It's going to be smoke, okay? Access hitch, inside zone. Okay, same exact thing as that previous family. So we're building that progression. Okay, same exact decision for the quarterback. Hey, pre-snap, if I have numbers to the smoke, take it. Okay, I don't here because they've got 2/2. We've got pre-snap access to the field. Awesome, take it. We got one-on-one with our receiver versus a field corner. If I don't love either of those, okay, bang, just hand it off and let's run a gap zone. So this one, right? Like, hey, we're in 3rd and 5 here, 3rd and 4, and we're playing fast. Mostly because we probably know we're going for it on 4th down. We're in 4-down territory. We can play fast. We can hit this thing because we got 2 to get it. Okay. Maybe we're keeping the 2. Okay. We're lined up. Yeah. So that play, right? We're going trips FSL in our family. Okay. Hey, they don't have numbers out there to the smoke. Okay. So throw it out there. Right? Bang. Let's go. So this is like, hey, how are a lot of teams going to stop play fast? Well, they're going to have their one word where they're bringing the dog or the Sam off the edge. Okay. Strong rotation. We're throwing smoke opposite, kicking it out there to the boundary, getting the ball behind rotation. So a lot good because the answers defense play tempo calls as well. To match this, getting play fast. There's no numbers over there to the smoke. Throw it out there. Okay, trying to steal 5 yards. I would do a great job of catching a knife in there. We're able to create 15 yards by throwing a smoke. Okay, and this again, like similar to the first play we show where we're lining up and play fast and we're running split flow inside zone. This play becomes really good when you start to take that field access hitch. Okay. So quarterback, right? He might be saying, hey, I don't love this for whatever reason. He's saying, I got access to this hitch. I'm taking it. Okay. Again, we've got will fire here. So it's the same thing, guys, right? It's like, all right, hey, if they're a will fire team, okay, well, let's get the ball opposite rotation. Okay, quarterback does a good job here just seeing the field and getting the ball. Now you got a chance, right? You got your receiver against a field corner. Make them tackle you. Tackles the shit out. We're just going to run, tight end screen RPO, right? Whatever you guys call that. Tight end to the flat, where we're reading the C gap and we're kicking the ball out. This is another good one for the mechanisms of getting lined up, right? We want the receivers to be looking at the lineman. Make sure my center is looking at the lineman, okay? The other offensive lineman will adjust off the center, but we shouldn't be getting lined up based on where the ball is, based on where the umpire is. You can see the kid in the slot right here. He thinks he's on the ball, right? Because he's looking inside, okay? Where if the entire time his eyes were on the linesman, he would have already been lined up correctly. Okay. So all we're doing is the same thing. Field access hitch. Okay. C-gap read for the quarterback. If I get shallow chase, we're throwing it out there to the tight end, and we're working our perimeter blocking rules on the outside. Okay. Defensive end chases. Okay. Bang. Kick it out to the tight end arrow. Okay. You really want to try and drill this and get the quarterback to put this ball right on the inside or upfield number so that this tight end can turn his shoulders and get upfield on it. Okay. Really helps those people backpedal out of this thing, which idea either. Okay. But a lot of times, if I put this ball right here on that outside shoulder, it's hard for those guys to catch a knife and get upfield. Put that ball on the inside shoulder, so he has to turn his shoulders to catch it, and he's going to build the momentum upfield. Okay. On the outside, perimeter blocking, we're getting the corner, and then we're going to pin the overhang inside to create that funnel for the ball carrier right there. Okay. Watch the corner, take him where he wants to go to the sideline, pin the overhang player, catch, and knife. Okay. Get into this out situation, right? We're one. This is our same family. C-gap player squeezes, dish it out. Okay, good ball placement. We're going pin, okay, on the inside to create that funnel for the ball carrier. All right, so now we've run our tight end arrow a bunch. Well, what comes off it? Now comes our stutter and go. Same exact progression as that other family, right, guys? Where I have my smoke downhill RPO, and I had my stutter and go off of it. Same thing here. We had our smoke RPO, and now we've got our stutter off of it. Same exact play, same exact coaching points. Tight end's coming out to the flat, inside guy, first out. 2 count, seam, outside guy. Second, 4 count, second out. Trying to put this guy in a bind. Okay, so again, watch the spacing and timing of these receivers. Okay, 2 vertical, right up the seam. We drill it to them for a touchdown. But you guys can see, again, right, like they're going will fire 3 fox. Okay, so we're getting the ball to the seam just like you would try to do in 4 verticals. Okay, if we don't love it and the corner overlaps, okay, kind of like he's taught to do, well, here comes my second out, okay, throwing it behind them. Like it's from a couple years ago, but this outside receiver is too fast. Right? We get our seam shot, okay, but the outside receiver is way too fast right there. And we're getting 12 guys on the field. You know, we're getting all that type of stuff. Okay. The next family would really be like our 2x2 family. Okay, so this will show up a lot. You know, 2x2 spread. You know, we get to a lot of our 2-minute calls coming out of this, but the progression is the same. Okay, downhill run. Here we're running our GT with smokes on either side. GT with smokes on either side. Again, pre-snap decision, pre-snap decision. If I don't like either of those smokes, hand it off. If the end squeezes, boundary smoke will stay alive for the late dish out, just like that initial GT counter, okay, right, when we came back to the second. We hand it off here. Okay. What's lined up? Hey, I've got numbers to the boundary. Take it. All right, numbers to the boundary. Take it. Right. Like, what is this? Right, guys? Hey, we're in 4-down territory. It's 3rd and 7. So we're getting to our tempo calls because we know we have to get it. Okay. Maybe they're, you know, they had subbed in. You know, you can look at it a little bit. Right. Is like they're trying to get to some type of substitution defense where they're trying to run this guy on, but we're playing fast. He's coming off. This guy's coming off the field. They're not exactly sure how to get lined up. So if you're playing a sub 3rd down, tempo calls are good, particularly when you're in true 2-down territory. Okay. All right. So you guys know by now, hey, what comes off, you know, our smoke RPO. All right. Well, here comes your stag now, right? Here comes your stutter. Okay. So we got smoke. Okay. We got stutter out to the corner. And then we're just going to pair that, you know, with almost like your Y cross stuff, whether it's hash, you know, and post curl. Okay, but same thing, right? Like, hey, I'm building it all together of these aren't just random words. You know, you have to build family. It's going to make the learning a lot easier for your players when you do that. Right? We've run the smoke GT a bunch. Okay. So now we're going smoke. Okay. We're going smoke, stutter. Okay. And we're bringing the hash and the poach curl from the field. Okay. And we got them. Right? All of these are our play fast calls. Right. And again, be able to get to it at multiple personnels. Here we're running this right now at 10 personnel. The one we just watched previously was out of 11 personnel. Okay. So that the systems of getting lined up that way. Only thing I wanted to touch on quick was just like the huddle procedure stuff and how we're doing that is like when are we using our huddle, some type of unbalanced runs, some type of wildcat, maybe FSL, or if we're getting to our one word families off maybe some type of stoppage, right? So as you look at this, like this is the one that we watched previously of our trips FSL, but we're getting to this off of a huddle. Okay, maybe, we wanted to call it, maybe the ball got kicked around, right? And they were slow getting it set. And now the defense is totally set up. Okay, well, hey, let's get in a huddle, try and hide the hand, and then push tempo from there. Okay, so getting in a huddle. And again, our procedures, we're going to send the receivers and the center first on the first go. Second go, everybody else is breaking the huddle, sprinting to get aligned. Okay, it's just sugar huddle. That's all it is. Okay. Right, play fast cadence, and then we're rolling. Okay, same exact idea, right? It's, hey, we're breaking the huddle, and we're getting to that first family. Okay, there's our first family where we're going smoke, inside zone, snap, RPO. Okay, same stuff we've been doing, just being able to utilize it out of getting to a huddle. The last thing I wanted to touch on is just how we drill it, because I think it's pretty good. Is in unit going 3 lines on air. Okay, and we'll watch that here in a sec. In unit period, going one group time to score, making it competitive. Doing a daily team tempo period versus the defense where, hey, the 1s are going for 5 plays, the 2s are going for 5 plays, the 3s are going for 5 plays, and everybody's just working their one-word calls offensively and defensively. In move the ball periods that are non-scripted and you're moving the ball, so we won't practice our play fast stuff in a scripted period where the ball is coming back to the same line of scrimmage, right? Like, hey, if we're like in a pass under pressure period and the ball's always resetting to the 35-yard line, we're not working our tempo calls there. We're working our tempo calls when we're playing football, moving the ball, true down and distance, first and second down, all those things. And then the last thing I would mention is just it's always good to film the time between the plays so you can coach that up. Like, hey, what are the receivers looking at? What are the centers looking at? How are we getting the ball to the official? All those things I think are important. But this is like our day one, how we're drilling play fast. So we're going 3 groups up, okay, on a line. Okay, so hey, let's say your 1s are on the goal line, your 2s are on the 15, your 3s are on the 30. Okay, signalers are here in the middle. They will signal for every group. Okay, so we're signaling something, they're getting lined up. Okay, we're all running the same play, going the same direction. Okay, we run it, 5-yard burst, whatever you guys want to do. The next play, again, snap our eyes to the sideline, and now we're riversiding it, and we're all going that way. Whether it's the same play or a different play, we're getting a new signal every time. Okay? So it's a really good way to just bang out a ton of reps and get everybody reps at what we're doing. Okay? And then the last thing would be, one group time to move the ball to score. Say, hey, we're going 5 plays to score here. Your true team takeoff stuff or team tempo stuff, whatever you guys call it, but timing each group as they go, making it competitive, I think are good ways to get it done there. So those are a couple of ways that we drill it. But, just to reiterate, I think when and why you use tempo is important, and that's been a big part of our success, but also making sure that there's carryover between it, building out those families, building out that learning progression, and being able to get to your base calls where you can handle and control the formation strength and the play direction. I think are big points there. Were there, Coach? I know I'm kind of on time here. Were there any questions about anything?
Anybody got any questions? I'm gonna text Coach Socha, make sure he got the right link because I sent the wrong link to the guys. So Coach, yeah, if anybody's got any questions, put it in there. If not, Coach, thank you for coming on. and we'll just wait till Coach Socha comes on. But I appreciate you, Coach. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me again. Great cause, hopefully we can raise a bunch of money for it. And, thank you guys for asking me to come on. It was great.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right. Have a good rest of the weekend.
Hey, thank you. All right, y'all. I'm gonna sign off. But I'll be back on when Coach Socha gets on here. Okay, so hang on. Appreciate y'all. It's Coach Taylor. I had messed up and I had to resend the link to the speakers today, so I apologize. Coach Socha will be on here in a minute, but thank y'all. Hey, Coach, how you doing?
I am good, man. Am I good to go here?
You're good to go, brother.
Yeah,
I'm sorry about that, man. Coach Golesh caught me. I messed up. I sent the same link, Coach, for Friday and Saturday. So
yeah, it's all good, man. We're good to go now. So, how many guys we're looking at here? You think?
Right now, probably about 20. But more guys will watch later. But
of course.
Coach, if you want to present down there at the bottom of your screen, it says present, and we'll just make sure that's good to go. The live stream, it doesn't stop. I just kept it going all day.
Oops. All right, so I want to share my. I've got a
PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Okay, if you go share entire screen or.
Gotcha.
And then just go to your PowerPoint, and then I add it to the stream. You won't be able to see yourself unless you have two screens, but you can flip back and forth.
No, it's all right. I've never used this platform, so we're good, man. I shared my entire screen, and I'll just pop up this PowerPoint, and then just tell me when we're ready to go.
Yeah, we're ready, Coach. If you just press the share, then it comes down here, then I'll add it to the stream.
Got it.
Okay, so just pull. I can see your screen now. You get your PowerPoint. All right, so now I can see your PowerPoint. All right, I'm gonna remove it right now and just introduce you, Coach. And then when I add it, I'm gonna take my face off here. People looked at my face for 9 hours yesterday, and that
was enough.
That was enough, man.
Yeah,
that was enough. So, Coach, thank you for coming on. Coach Socha. For the people that don't know, Coach, could you introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about where you're from before we get going on the clinic?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Doug Socha. I'm the head football coach at Keiser University in West Palm Beach. We are an NAIA school. We started football in 2017, played our first year in 2018. This last season, we played for a national title. We've got great people, great players in our organization. And really, that's really been the foundation of how we've built this thing, is just with really good people. And obviously got to have good players to win. but everything like that. So prior to that, I was at the Buffalo Bills. Before that, I was a longtime high school coach here in Florida at American Heritage School and then at Oxbridge Academy. I've coached junior college football. I've coached Division I football. But now I'm at Keiser University in West Palm Beach. So any high school coaches out there that want to come visit us or whoever, we're always open. We have camps and everything. I'll show you a couple of those things, but I always love talking ball, and we've got a great staff, and look forward here to presenting some things to you guys, and hopefully there's something you can take.
Coach, do you know Mike Spencer?
I feel like I do.
St. Thomas Aquinas.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
right on. Yeah, I knew him because I coached with him at Virginia Union. We had some guys from Boyd Anderson and Dillard and St. Thomas. There's some really good programs. So, Coach, I'm going to present your screen if you pull up your PowerPoint, and I'm going to jump off here. I'll be listening, Coach, if you need anything.
Okay. And then the only other thing is I think I've got some video at the end that you'll probably have to help me share.
Yeah, I think as long as the video is on your screen, it'll show, Coach.
Okay.
Because I can see what's on your screen right now. Okay, there it is.
So you can see this graphic right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It says win with the one in the middle, Coach.
Yep. Okay. So we're good to go?
Yes, sir. You're good to go. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
You got it. All right, guys. So like I said, my name is Doug Socha. I'm the head football coach at Keiser University in West Palm Beach, Florida. We're NAIA. We've had a pretty good run here. Played for a national title last year. Didn't win it. You know, our team is really driven and focused and working hard. And our goal is to win a national title and, you know, continue to develop young people and get those guys, you know, graduated from here and get them on the next step. And, you know, part of our success last year was we had, you know, some COVID guys that had been able to stay another year. And those guys actually left our university with 2 degrees. So pretty excited about that. But again, for the high school guys, I'm going to show my screen here in a little bit. My email address, my cell phone number. My staff is always accessible. We've got camps. We're always open to talk to coaches, and then recruiting. You know, obviously, as a high school coach, this recruiting portal, the transfer portal, has been a challenge, and you know, makes it harder on the high school guys. But you know, we are still committed to recruiting high school guys. We do take transfers, but I think we signed 38 high school players last year compared to 7 transfer kids. So we're really committed to developing high school guys. And, you know, so our doors are always open, and, you know, look forward to, you know, developing a relationship with you guys. This is a little bit about our camps that we've got going on. We do have a 7-on-7, but it happens to be sold out already. We're lucky with that, but we've got a prospect camp on June 2nd, an O-line, D-line, running back, linebacker, quarterback, wide receiver. Those are 3 separate camps going on that June 3rd. And then the 15th, 16th, 17th for those guys in Florida that have been to a team camp. I think we've got the best team camp in the state. And it's a chance to bring your team out, practice for 3 days, compete, really high-level teams. There's scrimmages. You get all the film and everything there. And the other thing about our camps, we price these things right because we want to, you know, get a good amount of numbers and get a good amount of guys recruited to our camp. And that way we can get them on our database and start that recruiting process. So I think our prospect camp is somewhere around $20. And then our O-line, D-line, those other camps are around $40. So if you guys are interested, Coach Lord is our camp coordinator. You guys could always hit me up as well. But our camps are pretty good. There's my email address. You got to spell it all the way out right there, dsocia@kaiseruniversity.edu. There's my cell phone if you want to take a screenshot of that. I can show it at the end. But we'll get into some ball right now. And, you know, I'm excited to be here and talk to you guys a little bit about, you know, some of the things we do offensively. So we're going to talk about run pass options. We're going to talk about RPOs and building your RPO game. You know, this is something that, you know, I'm certain that we've all, you know, had a piece in our offense, you know, for years, dating back a long, long time ago, you know, 20 plus years. But all of a sudden this catchphrase, you know, is caught fire, and RPOs and run pass options, you know, they're all over football. So for us, you know, just talking philosophically, and everybody probably really starts with this. It's all about your playmakers and getting your guys in the right spot in the formations and getting the football to the right players on your offense. And we often talk about that with our coaches, and, you know, who should get the football first, who's second, who's third, how are we designing these plays, who does what well, and different things like that. And then, you know, within our offensive system, we've got to be able to move guys around to create those matchups. And I think we've built a pretty, simple, friendly easy system for our kids to learn and be able to move around and obviously within our concept. So for us, in the run game, it always starts with the run play. And then with any one of our run plays, we can have an RPO. There's a gift element to that as well. And then with all of our run plays, majority, we want to have a play action. We got to have a play action with it. And then play action screens or something. So this is kind of how we build our offensive system. If we take, power, we're obviously going to be able to run RPOs off of power. And then we have a power play action. Then we have a power play action screen. So it's kind of like the order and the flow of how we build it. And then just trying to move our playmakers around and get those guys to football. But the one thing I would say about RPOs, and I'm certain you guys have heard other guys talk about, how they utilize RPOs or how they utilize, their drop back pass and maybe tempo might even be something that guys talk about. RPOs are just a piece of our offense, but they're an important piece. They create explosive plays. They help us win games. But we're not exclusively an RPO offense, but we could call an RPO with every single one of our run plays that we call. And when we choose to do that, we've got a certain way of getting those things called, but it is just a piece of what we're doing offensively. So this is just a little bit of a diagram where, I'll give you an example. We had a All-American tight end who really, we lined him up all over the field. And I think formationally, you got to really think about, how can I move my best players around and get them in different spots? And, for example, if my best player is a Y, I got to be able to line them up in the boundary 1 spot, that X spot. I got to be able to line them up in boundary 2. I can move him back to a sniffer spot. He can line up in the backfield. There he is to the field number 2 and field number 1. I've got to be able to move this guy around. So I think you got to create formations that are really friendly, for your players to understand, how do I move around? So for example, if we're going back to this one right here, we just have a simple tag. If we're in, like a Leah formation, we would just say Leah tied. And now that tells us the tight end is wide and he becomes the number 1 spot. So just little things like that. But I think it's really important to be able to move your playmakers around and get those guys, the matchups that you want. And, obviously in the passing game, but certainly in the RPO game as well. So now let's talk about building your RPOs. Hopefully you guys can take something from this. So I think the first thing you got to look at is, what is your base run game? How are you trying to run the football? What do you believe in? What is in your DNA of football and your thoughts and your philosophy behind it all? So, for us, it's a combination of gap and zone schemes. I would say, inside zone, outside zone. We install outside zone first, but we'll call inside zone probably just as much as outside zone. But both of those plays have been big for us. And then obviously power and counter our gap schemes. And then we've got our RPOs off that. So I think you just got to figure out, what is my base run game? What am I going to hang my hat on? What are enough run plays for us to have? And I used to be a huge, big play volume guy. And now I think I've really just simplified and streamlined it down and just feel like the better we can get it, something through reps and time, the better off we're going to be. And I think that was an example of how we've gotten pretty good over the last couple of years. We've really simplified what we do. And then I think when you're talking about RPOs, it's what can your quarterback do? What's his skill set? How well does he throw the ball? What's his release time like? How mobile is he? And I think these are all factors that need to go into, when you're building your RPOs. How do I, what can my quarterback execute? And I think that's a big factor when you're looking at those things. And I think another thing here is, what defensive structures do you see? And I think over time, if you're at American Heritage High School, where I was for a little while, I knew that every year we were going to play Glades Day, Benjamin, Cardinal Newman. And if the coaches didn't change, I knew what defensive structures we were going to see. And then if we add an opponent, we'd always try to chase down film. And so I think as you're building your big picture of your offense, what defensive structures do you see? So right now in college football, what we're seeing, a balanced of 3 down and 4 down. It's really a mixture of that, where, 10 years ago was probably 80% of your weeks, you're going to see a 4 down. and then all of a sudden this 3 down, this tight front, this bear front came along. So I think, what defensive structures do you see? And then how do you want to attack those, with your run game? And then where does your RPOs fit within that? But I think that's something you're going to want to consider. I think using gifts are a big part of it. I think it's really a big starting point to it. And, I still, couple that with our RPO game where, if I've got a post-snap RPO read to my left, I'll have a pre-snap gift to my right. If I can throw the pre-snap gift, I want that. It should be really high percentage. I should have space and a chance to get the ball to a playmaker in space. So I think using gifts is a piece of building your RPOs, and, whether you're throwing hitches, bubbles, smokes, and we've got some different gadgets that we do. And I think it can be really good. And then I think you also got to consider, how much of these RPOs do I want to run that have the ability to throw the ball downfield? You've got your level 1, level 2, and level 3 RPOs. I think we've all started probably with that level 1 zone read bubble RPO. And, now it's like, all right, we're second level. I think you got to make a decision of, how are you going to build these? I think you can do both. I know that we do both. And we've created explosive plays, with third level reads and throwing arrows to the right guy, and getting him out in space and letting him break tackles or make people miss. You can create some explosive plays with it. So building your RPOs, I think these are some big considerations that you should, continue to talk about as a staff. Your run game, what can your quarterback actually execute? Getting the football out fast, operation time. With that, is he a nice compact thrower? And what's his range with throwing the football? What defensive structures you're going to see using gifts, and then obviously downfield or behind the line of scrimmage. And I think the last thing here is, as you look at situational football, RPO game is going to be part of that. It's going to be part of your third down game planning. Whatever that might be. And then obviously in the red zone and any other situations, but it can be a big piece of your situational football considerations. And, RPOs have bailed us out of some situations and have created some explosive plays for us. So just talking about RPOs today, we'll talk about a boundary +1, which is really a third level read. We'll talk about the arrow, which can be a first level or a second level read. We'll talk about pops, which I think can be super explosive and can be really good and really, hard for a defense to cover. And then stick draw, which I think is one of the most basic RPOs that you can put in. And really, it's one of my favorites, go-to plays, when things aren't really maybe hitting or going anywhere, stick draw, if it's in the game plan, it usually is, it's going to get called, because I really feel like our guys know how to execute it. Our guys, and it can be high percentage for us. And, if there's numbers to run the football, we better go block it and be able to run the football. And if there's space to throw the stick, then, we better be able to get that completion, because it should be a pretty short throw. So those are the things we're going to talk about today. I've got some drills here on an MP4 that we can look at. And I think drilling your RPOs is as important as anything, and getting those reps with your quarterback and your running back with their mesh and your quarterback's footwork and where's his read, his key read, his conflict defender, and then these routes and the space of where you're going to throw these routes to. And just, you've got an opportunity to work some really good drills here and get a lot of people work, when you're doing RPO drills. And often you can incorporate a second ball into a lot of these drills, especially if you're getting the quarterback run game mesh piece of it as well. So obviously it's all about numbers, numbers in the run game, numbers and space to go throw the football out to space and make someone wrong. I think these are really an advantage for the offense, and then we want to create explosive plays, and certainly each and every week, if you look at the games you win, you probably had a certain threshold that you passed when it came to explosive plays. We'd like to be over 12 plus explosive plays a game. And, I think some of these RPOs you'll see on film that we've had, gave us that opportunity. But that's really what it's about, is those numbers, in the run game, and then creating explosive plays and making the defense pay, when you have that opportunity to get the football out. So, and then tempo is also a consideration with this, and I would say, a few years back when I was in high school football and I had a smaller offensive line, and we were building a program, but we had pretty good perimeter players and a quarterback. We were a huge tempo, and we tried to call plays as fast as we could. And, probably what the coach at South Florida, Coach Golesh, was talking about tempo today. That they live in that world. And that was a world that I lived in. And now I just take pieces from that. So tempo is just a part of what we do. And often with our tempo calls, they also are married with an RPO. So it can be really good for you guys as well. So as I look at this right here, just a basic 2x2, that Y is a sniffer type guy. We're going to talk just boundary +1 RPO right here, running power or inside zone right there. And I think I'm just going to give you a couple keys that I really want you to think about, because I'm certain that you guys are like, wow, this guy's going to draw up, power. I know how to draw power. I know he's going to, RPO, that boundary safety. But I'm going to give you a couple keys here, I think, that can be really good for your offense and can really, make the defense think as they're game planning for you guys. So you got pre-snap there to the right. That would be our pre-snap gift. Whether I'm throwing a bubble out there to H, or I'm throwing a smoke out there to X, or maybe I'm throwing double hitches, that pre-snap read right there. And really, I want our quarterback protected with this RPO from C gap to C gap. So there's our pre-snap read. There's our post-snap read right there. If that boundary run's going to try to show up, you went back to the original picture right there. I've got 6 guys in the box. I've got 6 guys that can block. Numbers are in my advantage. The boundary safety and the Sam are really the 2 guys that we focus on that can be that +1 defender. One is red pre-snap, one is red post-snap. So now the one thing right there with ball handling, I think this is really what's really helped us, in our development as an offense. And what it is just, how do we ball handle? How do we present the football at the defense? So again, we can do it from the pistol. I'm running power there to the left. I'm not certain if I can draw on this or not, but if we're running power to the left, I've got that tailback. He's gonna release and depart there to the left. I'm still running power to the left to the Y side. I've got same side ball handling, and then I've got the ball carrier on the other side. So there's 3 different ways to ball handle, and it's all the same RPO. So I think that presenting the defense with different ball handling and different paths, and I think it's really big, because those defensive coordinators and linebacker coaches are studying your backfield alignments, and obviously then you put on top of that your RPO game, you can really keep them off balance. So I think presenting the football multiple ways is big when it comes to your RPO game here. So again, you go back, we've got the pistol, we've got same side, and then we've got what we call a cross RPO, where our quarterback would actually open up to his right, but he would still try to have his eyes there to the left on that boundary safety there. So that boundary safety comes down. Now I'm looking post-snap. Can't get him blocked unless we didn't have an RPO called. We'd call force, and our Z would push to him. And now we're looking at, really those 4 routes right there. The bang route, which is a 5-step skinny post or glance. Stop route, which is at 9 yards. An out route, which is at 11 yards. And then a double move, maybe a sluggo there. So again, your conflict player, we talked about those. This is going to be a 2nd level pre-snap read there to your right. And then a 3rd level boundary safety post-snap read there to your left. I think ball handling is a big piece of it. And then those are some of your route combinations or route options that you can put into a menu and work it. And again, I think drilling this is as big as anything here. So, there's your Z running that bang route right there. And then obviously you can run a stop route if the leverage isn't good. You can run the out route if the leverage isn't good. And then you can run that double move and work a double move off that corner. One other piece I would tell you that's as important as anything you do in the RPO game is from day one, drill it in your head that RPOs it's not pass protection. And your quarterback has to understand we are on an internal clock that is moving in double time, and you better get the football out. You better, when in doubt, give it. But if you're going to hold it and try to rip your hips around and throw it, you've got to get the football out, because run game is not pass protection. So the one key I would tell you right there. So there's a little bit about our boundary 1 RPO. We'll take a look at some film in a little bit. I think arrows are really good. So you can see a lot right there on the screen. So let me just see how this is going to work out here. So as we're looking right there, these arrows are our first level reads here. So I'm going to try to actually draw something here. So, what we're reading right here. So we'll focus over here on ABC blocking. So when we talk about the A area being the numbers to the sideline, the B area being the hash to the numbers, and then the C area is in here. That's what we're talking about, ABC blocking. So this guy's going to go block A area. This guy's going to go block B area. And then we're going to make someone wrong in the C area. This Sam would probably be the B area blocker right there that we'd want to block. And so right now we've got just a split flow arrow. Again, you're running this thing off of maybe counter or off of zone. But, right here, this is a split flow. This guy could be same side. But really, when we're talking about that arrow route, you guys see it every Sunday in the NFL, every Saturday in college football, and every Friday night in high school football. There's no doubt about it. But I think there's a lot of mileage you can get out of this scheme. We've run this as basically first level reads. You could go big on big here and read this Mike if you felt like, hey, maybe my quarterback's not that mobile, because this is probably the only RPO I will run from a first level read and not really move our quarterback. If we're typically running like a zone read and we're reading this first level, my quarterback is getting out of the pocket because he is not protected here. But these arrows can be explosive, can be really good. Now, if you're going to throw it, an arrow into the boundary here, and you've got one blocker, we talk about MDM. It's typically the force defender here. So as you push here, if this guy were to backpedal and this guy were to fit as the +1, we push crack, and now you've got one-on-one with this guy right here. So again, these are super high percentage plays here for you. This arrow RPO, you got to pick out what run scheme you want to run it in and run it off of. And I would start probably with zone schemes, but certainly there's some gap schemes that you can run arrows with. But I think they're not very expensive. I think they can be really explosive for you. They can help you win games and can be really good for your offense right there. So again, see how we can move on here. Okay, so there it is as a split flow arrow right there, going there. So we're running inside zone there to the left. We're reading that end. Obviously the one thing I would tell you about, quarterbacks, if they know that they can throw this, even if this guy is up the field and it's one of these give reads, we've often seen where our quarterback is throwing it. So we try to really educate them that, hey, let's try to keep this read as true as we can. If he squeezes, pull it and throw it, should have AB blocked. If he's up the field and it's a give read, let's give it, because we're going to get some explosive plays in the run game, and we'll always get back to that arrow. So, but I think that's one thing with arrow game, is that it can be so high percentage of a completion that your quarterbacks at times, there's a bit of greediness to it that you've got to just try to overcome and just coach them through it and let them know exactly what the expectation is. And with that, but you can get some really explosive plays out of this. So we're going first level right there, just throwing the arrow. So now let's talk pops. So now, we really just run our pops off of inside zone, but we have run them off of power in the past, but really just off of inside zone. So, typically, if we're running, split flow, or if we're running basically just an ISO play, where those three are going to work there, we're going to work here, we're going to go big on big. This guy's just ISOing here, and we call that split flow zone, or split zone if he came from over here. We're really just making that guy the conflict player. Obviously pops, I would say the biggest thing is, middle of the field open. Before that, obviously, who the conflict player, it's really who your Y in this particular pitcher has to block, and that's the Mike linebacker in this pitcher here. So, as I look at that, I would say, there's your conflict player. And obviously middle of the field open is the next big piece of that. And you've got a chance to create some explosive plays, because that Mike really is in such a conflict of fitting, and then just with their defensive structure, they're going to have a problem here with middle of the field open. It's going to be wide open here. And then we've even run our pops where we run at this free safety, arc for that free safety. And now we're still getting over the same conflict player here. So it can be really good. And there it is drawn up right there. So again, pops can be really good. You'll see it on film. We've created some pretty good explosive plays with those. So I think some of the keys with that, obviously, who's your conflict player? It's typically whoever your Y or whoever your pop guy has responsibility of blocking. Typically a second level read, middle of the field open, is really the keys that we're looking for in game planning when it comes to pops. So the last one right here, stick draw, is really, one of my favorite all-time plays. It's really a go-to play. I really feel good about it, and when I look at this thing right here, it is all about, can I throw the stick? And our quarterback, will rocker step, throw the stick, rocker step, throw the stick. Now the Mike wants to take it away. Now we've got numbers to run the football here and, have a chance to run, a zone scheme from right there. Typically have the tailback on the backside right there. If for some reason, they stayed with 6 men in the box and they rolled down and played man, our quarterback would still have to know we can go rocker step, but this little slot fade right here has a chance to be a nice little man beater. If you're getting a 6-man box that's telling you to throw the football, now they're wrapping up on the stick route because it's man across the board. This is your best man beater right there. And I think if you look at the NFL, I think those teams call it shock. We actually call this a shock RPO in our offense here. So again, stick draw can be really good. Obviously you're really trying to throw the stick route. We like it out of 3-by-1. And then obviously if this guy runs and you've got 5 guys in the box and you got 5 guys that can block, then you're going to run the football, and you like those numbers here, but really good play for you as well. So again, let me erase that. So those are our basic RPOs, and we can get to some film here. And then as I continue to look at, I don't think there's any more slides here. So that was our spring schedule. So that was our last slide here. So what I want to do now is I want to try to get back to the mouse here. Let's see if we go in show. So I want to get back to here, and then Coach, you're still with me here? All right, so Coach Taylor, you with me?
Yes, sir. I'm here. I'm helping Marquise.
Got you. I just want to make sure we're good here. So
yeah, you're good.
I'm going to run through some film, and then I'm just going to keep maneuvering. And then at the end, are these guys asking questions, or there's just no way to do that through this?
Yeah, they can ask questions, Coach. It comes up on the side on the comments, but no one's asking any questions yet.
Okay, no problem. So
yes,
just want to make sure. So I'm just going to keep talking.
Just keep going, Coach. You're good.
And we're good.
Thank you.
So as we take a look at this one right here, guys, we talked about tempo and formation into the boundary is something that drives defenses nuts. So we're trying to call this play as fast as we can. We're going 3-by-1 into the boundary. It is going to be a inside zone bubble there to the boundary guy. We've got good numbers. Ends up being a pretty solid play there for a first down gain. So again, using tempo, you saw the defense trying to get lined up. That's an unblocked player that makes the tackle. We're able to execute a bubble route there for an explosive play right there. And here's another one right here. Let's just go back a little bit. So again, this is just a tempo play, calling as fast as we can, probably a 1-word play, 3-by-1 of the boundary, inside zone there to the right. Quarterback sees numbers. We can block A, we can block B. We're going to run away from a third guy, just get the ball out. Another high percentage one right there. The unblocked guy has to make the tackle, and we're at least, we're creating some plays here. And, certainly if there's more space, obviously into the boundary, you don't have great space, but if there was more space, you'd have a chance to maybe break a tackle there. So again, as we look at this one right here, obviously it's clearly too high. We're in that original sniffer set that you guys had seen. We're running power. We are going to read this boundary safety, and we're going to run a skinny post. So at times when this corner, if he was a true lock press corner, that route would adjust to a different route. It could be a back shoulder fade. It could be a stop route. But we locked these because we knew this was more of a cover 2 team. And then when they played quarters, they would bail here. So again, I think this is going to be a pretty explosive play. So you got 6 in the box. Here comes the 7th guy. You got the corner bailing. There's our ball handling right there. Same side ball handling, and have a chance to throw to some green space right there. So again, really like this RPO. Not the greatest snap right there. We're running power. +1's down in the box. Chance there for an explosive play. And this was a big play for us. This was our 3rd round playoff game. And the one thing that this video does not give it justice for, but maybe you can see the red jackets on the sideline. It is 5 degrees right now at this point in the game. And our football team went up there and they were tough and they didn't blink. And, we really got after these guys. And one of these RPOs was a big one for us. So we'll take a look at it. There'll be a couple more views here. So here it is. We're reading number 21. He's going to fit into the box. Nice route off of timing. Good, accurate throw. Pretty good there. Pretty good play here. Here's another good view. There's the same side ball handling. Look at all that green grass. I mean, that is absolutely beautiful. When you look at this and you draw this thing up and you look at, how you've designed these plays and then your players go out and understand how to execute it. There's a lot of green grass right there. It turns into explosive play there for us. So really good play for us. See what this one is right here. It's going to be very similar to that one. Actually, no, this is on here for a reason. This is several years back, and I wanted to show you guys this. This is where you've got to educate your quarterbacks that RPO football is not pass protection. And if you wait too long, because there's space to throw the ball should be out. You're going to get your butt hit from the backside because that gap seal funnel. So that's why that's on there. Obviously, it's not a highlight for us, but we certainly can teach off of that. So using some motion here. Here it is. We got a cat blitz. So our quarterback and everybody's got to be pretty educated in terms of we're thinking we're throwing this off of the +1 safety, probably going to be a handoff. They bring the cat blitz. That becomes the +1. And these guys were really smart on our team, and our players are really good to understand this and able to execute that right there for a touchdown in a nice little window there. So again, throwing that boundary +1 RPO can be really good. I think presenting the football at the defense is also one of the keys that you're looking for. So there's a good one right there. This is the same thing. So again, this is really good. And I think I remember this play in particular. Our quarterback and our receivers, they came to the sideline. They said, hey, we can run this. I think the gift up top is a pretty good option too. But the leverage to the boundary 1 was so heavy inside. You can look, we're on the top of the numbers. He's a yard inside. So our guys just said, hey, let me give him a double move or run a sluggo and create an explosive play. And that's really what it became. And it's really just the same concept here. Our quarterback is reading the +1. He's down in the box, double move, beat our 1-on-1. This was a game-changing, explosive RPO there for our offense. So really big play for our team right there. So now we'll get into some arrow RPOs. Again, I think these are super high percentage. This is going to be a same side, inside zone, arrow RPO. Block A and B, make a guy miss, fight to get yourself into the end zone there. But these can be super high percentage here. So here's another arrow RPO up top into the boundary. You can see the boundary number 1 going to block the most dangerous man. They're in a man-free coverage here. So his corner comes with him. He push cracks, giving our tight end a chance to go 1-on-1, break a tackle, and turns into an explosive play, man. And I think really these things can turn into explosive plays if you get the football to the right guy because open field tackling is really hard. Here's a split flow. Our slot wideout's really smart guy. He's feathering that guy into the box, says, hey, we outflanked him. Let's go find some other work. There's another pretty good play for us. Didn't turn into explosive, but it turned into a really good positive play for us. There's split flow, high percentage, easy throws, get it to the right guy, and you're going to have a chance. Here's one where we've clearly got 6 guys that can block in the box, and they've got 7 in the box. We're checking this right to arrow. Again, our slot receiver is going to be really smart. He knows it's man free, and he's going to push off his man, crack to the box, and now give this guy a chance, go break a tackle, and turn this thing into a positive play for us. We would take that any down. So this was just an overloaded box right there. And this is obviously a big target. This is a good player for us. He was an All-American, but certainly I think there's other guys you can get the football to that might be even a little bit more explosive that can make some plays here. Here it is off of outside zone. Again, one little thing you'll see up top, we switched up some of our perimeter blocking there just to have angles. And again, just getting the football to a guy in space off of this arrow RPO. You might get 1-2 of these a game, and that you should definitely be in the positive with them. So here's a pop. Now we'll get to some pops here. This is the backside of that RPO or of the arrow right there. So now we're running, middle of the field open, boundary safeties down, field safeties playing some tool to the field to play 3/2. You can see the Y run right over the top of the mic. This was a couple years ago. This was a pop for. So we're reading 53. So you can see 6 guys in the box, 18's making his way down to the box, but we're really reading this guy as the conflict defender. It's middle of the field open with the tool that they were playing with, and we're able to 53 steps up. There's nice little space, and that turned into a good play there for us. So here's another one. It's really almost, you could consider this zero coverage here. I'm not certain what the coverage is, but it's really middle of the field open or no safeties, and they're loading the box, and they're 3/2. They're trying to pinch that nickel Sam there, and we just run right down the pipe, and this turned into explosive play. This really helped us win this football game right here. But pops can be explosive when they're called, at that right moment, and they certainly need to be set up by your run game here. So we'll take a look at it from behind. So we're really reading 52. This guy's got to feel like he's got to fit into the run fit here. And our tight end's just going to bluff him and run right by him. And, there's just no one in the screen there to stop him. So really explosive play there for us. Here's another one. It's not going to be as clean. You can see it's middle of the field open. We're going to end up reading 47, which is going to be that linebacker that's stepping up into the box. So there you go. There's your 6-man box, middle of the field open. We're going to run split flow. Ends up, finding a way to get the football. And again, this is what can happen. You can get the football to a guy in space, and you can turn these things into explosive plays. So the entry point was not perfect here, but certainly, he was able to find a way through there. He was a bigger target, and our quarterback was able to find him. There might be a couple more. This might be a stick draw. So it's a pretty light box there, but that stick area is pretty inviting to throw the stick, and you have a chance to get the football there. So stick draw, super high percentage. Okay, so now this one right here is going to be a gap scheme. So now this is really a bonus RPO. And I think what this is going to show you, you can see our quarterback talking to the tailback. the value of being able to ball handle multiple ways. Because right now he's telling our tailback, to work a ball handling technique to go to the left and then come back to the right because we're running power to the right. But what we did here, and this is another example of creating those matchups. If you can just simply go Z into the slot or whoever you're going to put in the slot, and they're not going to go corners over, you can create a mismatch opportunity here. At this point, this was our best wide receiver on one of their worst cover guys. And it was just basically the structure of their defense. You can see we're running power. Quarterback just gives a little token fake. And we've got this one-on-one. So this is basically just a slot fade man beater. I think that was a matchup situation there that the defense just found himself in an issue. But see the ball handling, I think that's a key thing that you guys should consider looking at in installing your RPOs and having that versatility with the way you ball handle and the way you can get the football out. So this might be one last RPO. It's probably going to be similar here. It's really the same play where we're running, power. We're just motioning to it and we're running this slot fade. Really just found another matchup. It's not really man coverage, but it was enough to create space, with the perimeter tool that we were running with there. So there's some video right there. Let me see if I can find.
You got about 5 minutes, Coach. I'm having some issues with Marquise. I'm just having some issues with Marquise's computer. I want to make sure it's working. But you got about 5 minutes.
Yeah. I'll just bang through some of these drills and then I'll shut it down here in 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So the one thing I would say here, as I look at some of these drills here, so you can get a lot of people working. So as I freeze it right there, you've got a coach that's stepping up. You've got the running back coach and the quarterback coach working in the backfield. The wideout coach is to the right, giving these guys routes. Sometimes we run these in rapid fire where we're running 4 different routes, for 4 consecutive of reps of this drill here. And then we ball handle differently each time as well. Here we're running quarterbacks through, we're working through what we're calling spin. But again, we're working boundary +1 RPO. There's a stop route. So just a lot of guys getting a lot of work. If it's going to be a piece of your offense, you're definitely going to want to drill this. And this is something in the spring and the summer that you guys can get a ton of work at and get a ton of guys some reps here. So again, this might be their same size. So now we're going rapid fire. See, notice the different ball handling there. So we were pistol and then we were sidecar, and here's pistol opposite. There's a cross RPO. So we're getting a lot of work here. There's the running back coach. He's telling the tailback and the quarterback what ball handling to use. Quarterbacks are snapping. The wideout coach has a pattern of what routes we're going to run out there. And it's probably, glance, stop, double move, and then maybe an out route. But I think drilling your RPOs is as important as anything that you guys do. So here it is. It's just the same drill. Let's see if we can get to another one here. So here's a gift. Here's a zone read, and here's a double ball drill. So just, again, a lot of work. Our quarterback coach is doing a great job here of utilizing his quarterbacks. Throw a smoke, work a zone read with the handoff so you're getting that mesh, and now you're getting the guy running parallel to the line of scrimmage. So a lot of work here. There it is again. There's a gift. Here's a zone read give. There's a second ball, throwing the bubble. Tons of work getting done right there. And this is probably during a special team period or maybe during Indy. But guys are getting a lot of good work and a lot of good reps going here. So here it is again. All right, guys, so those are the drills. There's our RPO presentation. Again, I'm Doug Socha from Keiser University. We're an NAIA school, West Palm Beach, Florida. Great place to go to school. If you have high school guys that we need to look at, or if it's maybe you have a player that happens to be in the portal, we're still looking for probably 2 or 3 guys for this upcoming season. But always reach out, for recruiting, talking football, whatever it might be. It's been a pleasure here. There's a great cause here that these guys have put together, this 2-day clinic for that organization, and I'm honored to be a part of it. And if you guys have any questions, you guys can shoot them at me now. You guys can shoot me an email. You should have my cell phone number, but we always want to be available to coaches, and really that's what it's about for us.
Yes,
so I'm
sir.
good.
Steve Saunier said, love the presentation. Hal Reeser, he's up in Minnesota. Love the RPOs. And he said, sounds good coaching next to the beach.
Yeah, man, no doubt.
So thank you, Coach. Appreciate you coming on.
You got it, man. Appreciate you guys. You guys got a great thing going here, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Coach. You too.
All right.
I'll talk to you soon, Coach.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Coach Watson, if you would turn your camera on. Hey, y'all, sit back and relax. I'm gonna get Coach Watson, make sure he's good to go. Coach, can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up. Okay. Let me see if I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Coach.
You can hear me.
Yeah, if you could just wipe the screen off like we did on that other computer. It's a little cloudy, that thing. Maybe if you could, it might be this the light. Could you tilt it up a little bit more? There you go. That's good, Coach. You're good. So, Coach, appreciate you coming on. And man, if you coach D-line for Coach Schiano at Rutgers, I know you got to be tough because I've known a couple of them. Yeah. So, Coach, thank you for coming on. For the guys that are watching or will watch, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself? Can you present your screen, Coach, to make sure we got that before we get going?
Yes.
And it'll come up down here for me to add it to the stream. All right, so I see Rutgers football. Can you go to your next? Can you go to your next screen? There you go, Coach. You got it. All right, so I'm gonna take that off and I'm gonna add it back here in a second. But Coach, for the guys that are watching who don't know, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself? And then once you start going, I'm gonna jump off here because guys are getting tired of seeing me.
Yes. First of all, thank you, Coach. You, Gibbs. This is an awesome cause and a great event. Many coaches from different schools across the country taking their Saturdays for a great cause and a great event. So one, thank you guys. That is truly something special, and that is something that makes me happy. And I have no problem getting up this Saturday afternoon doing recruiting for this cause. But as far as for me, Marquise Watson, from New Jersey, born and raised, graduated from Paramus Catholic, played my college ball at Bryant University in Rhode Island. I had a pretty good career, and then I went to a Division III school, Amherst College, where I gained and learned so much about how to coach. E.J. Mills did a great job of little things like teaching me how to slice bagels properly, to understanding how to break down tape. I went from Amherst College to Rutgers as a GA. Worked for Chris Ash. After that, I went back to my alma mater, Bryant, where I was the D-line coach and run game coordinator under Chris Merritt. After that, I went down to Ole Miss with Coach Kiffin and Coach Dirk and Coach Partridge and Coach Levy, all those guys. And during the 2020 season, I got the chance to become the D-line coach. Coach Kiffin moved on from the guy that was coaching and made me the D-line coach. It was an awesome year, great season. We wound up beating Indiana in the Outback Bowl. The next year, he made me the senior analyst, and I worked with the DNs, primarily the outside linebackers. And then at the end of the 21 season, after we played in the Sugar Bowl, Coach Schiano called me, and I went and I joined Rutgers, and I couldn't be happier about my decision.
Yeah, well, I know you're serious about defense. If you coach for Coach Schiano and being able to work for Coach Kiffin, and how much was Coach Kiffin's dad around?
Oh, Marty Kiffin. See a little, see a lot. He was around every single day.
Wow.
And the thing that I learned from him probably the most, because when you got a man that literally invented a defense that probably all of us do, so detailed and just so smart. and so much wisdom that he imparted on me, from things as simple as the D-line games to Tampa 2 to why they drafted John Lynch, things like that. But he was around a lot.
Wow, Coach. Yeah. If I could get Monty Kiffin on here, I got Jim McNally, Coach. And, man, hit him up. Has he ever done a podcast? Would he talk about his coaching journey?
I don't know if Coach Kiffin ever did a podcast in the 50 years he's been coaching. And I don't even know if he know how to work a computer, but I will tell you he know how to coach some Tampa too.
Man, that is great, Coach. So I'm going to add your presentation here. I'm going to jump off, Coach. If you need me, just holler. I'll be sitting here, okay, Coach?
Got you.
All right, so it's up there now, Rutgers, Coach.
All right, thank you, guys. That's all a part of this and hearing this. What we're going to talk about today is the power of pass rushing as a unit. Getting 4, 5, 3, 2 guys, however many you are rushing, to get them to rush as a unit. I think that's important, right? Because anybody can get that one elite pass rusher. Anybody can get the one dominant 3 technique. But when you rush as a unit, that's when you really achieve some great things. All right, here's the defensive staff. These are my guys. These are the guys that make me go. Joe Harasimiak, our defensive coordinator, was originally at Maine, became the head coach, was one of the youngest FCS head coaches, went on from Maine to Minnesota, did some great things, took Minnesota to the Outback Bowl, 11 wins. The linebacker coach is somebody that I really trust. He's been one of the best D-line coaches in the country for a long time. He then went down to JMU and coordinated. Corey Heatherman. Mark Orfe was at Alabama, Utah State, Texas, and he's our cornerbacks coach. And our safeties coach, Coach Drew Lascari, was a high school coach at Don Bosco, then went down to Cardinal Mooney in Florida, and now he's with us at Rutgers. And that makes up the staff. Obviously, the head coach, my boss, I think he's one of the best head coaches in the country, Greg Schiano, detailed, organized, coach to coaches, coach to players. He has done a great job of moving with the times as far as recruiting, as far as the players. There is nobody in the country, to me, that handles the players better than Greg Schiano. All right, the D-line coaches, the guys that I work with every single day that make my job easier. Keon Whitaker is the guy to the right of me with the dreads, and then the guy to the left of me is Jared Kite. Those 2 guys make me go, and they make my job. They make my job easier. All right, here's my guys. Whenever I get a chance to promote my guys, I really get excited. Being a young coach, I've had a great chance to coach some NFL players. The one that's an NFL player now is 88. He's with the Seattle Seahawks, and he's just reported he's getting ready for them. All right, I think the first thing to becoming a great D-line unit, it's all about your culture. All right, so as soon as I get into the room, as soon as I get the job, as soon as I get there, I give them a name right away. Like what is going to be our identity? All right, the guys chose the Shiesty Boys, and we believe that is our identity. Not just being pricks, but understand that the guys across from us is people that's trying to take out our name and step all over. All right, it gives you pride. It gives you ownership. ITE is tatted on me. We talk about it. Impactful, tough, energy, and effort. That's what ITE means. That's what ITE stands for. And we want to be men that are impactful. We want to impact each other in many different ways. We want to make sure that everything we're doing is to better the guy to the left and right of us. All right, tough. What is toughness? We measure toughness at Rutgers by chop, right? How long can you have the mental and physical toughness to persevere and do it over and over and over and over again? We don't talk about, all right, hey, you broke your ankle and you're still going out there and play. To me, that's just stupidity. Yeah, you ruptured your ACL and you go out and go play. That's very tough to do. But as far as tough to action, we define it as chop. It is on wristbands. It is on T-shirts. It is all of our program. Coach Schiano started it in 2006, and it has went with him throughout his career. And for example, a definition of CHOP is basically doing everything you can to accomplish the mission. Whatever it takes, you accomplish the mission. Then energy and effort. We grade it. We talk about it. Every single day, you get an energy and effort grade. How energetic was you when you came in the building? Did you every drill? Did you attack every drill with great effort and great energy? So that's ITE. All right, quality rushes. All right, we define how you affect the quarterback by how many quality rushes can you get. We do one-on-ones. We talk in wins and losses terms, but whenever it's great, we say, is it a quality rush or not? How we define quality rushes: pressures, hits, sacks, strip sacks, and matching the hand. What is a pressure? You got to the quarterback and it was off. He had to change his arm angle, or he had to throw an off rhythm throw. That's what we define at Rutgers as a pressure. A hit is your normal. He has the ball. It's not a sack. You do not sack him, but you hit him. Hits have a very good effect on what you want to do with the quarterback. Like, we call schemes knowing, like, okay, hey, they got enough to protect it. Somebody got to win. Ball might get out, but we're going to get a hit on the quarterback. All right, and then when we hit the quarterback, the college rules is a little bit different from the pro rules, right? The college rules, we can get away with a little bit more. Obviously, we can't drive them through the turf, but a simple hit is something we like to do. Obviously, sacks is your normal sack. He has the ball. You hit a good move. We had a good stunt, or we had great coverage, and we get him before he gets that ball out. Strip sack, the number one changer for great defense is net turnover margin. That's the number one. That net turnover margin helps transform, helps take a team from a 4-win team to an 8-win team by your net turnover margin and matching the hand. We want to, as much as we can, put our hand up in the throwing window, whether it's by hitting him and then matching it, whether it's by we're at the line of scrimmage and we jump, whether it's by we beat our guy with a move and we put our hand in front of him and chase mirroring. The rules of pass rushing as a unit: always have a PTP and know your landmark on a quarterback. What is a PTP? A PTP is a push the pocket guy. So we are a 4-down team. We, on every 4-down rush and coverage we have 2 contain rushes, we have a 2-way go, and we have a PTP. The PTP guy is the most important guy. He's in charge of pushing the pocket back, but he's also the guy that covers the end, the tackle, or the nose, and the other end. So we call that the PTP. And then know your landmark. Whether it's a 4-man, 5-man, or a 6-man, we teach our guys right away landmarks. It's inside eye, upfield shoulder, low shoulder. So if I'm a quarterback, the shoulder that's closest to the line of scrimmage is the low shoulder. The eye that's closest to the line of scrimmage is the low eye. The shoulder that's the furthest away from the line of scrimmage is the high shoulder, and then the high eye. Our contained rushers are working to the upfield shoulder. Our PTP and 2-way goes is working to that low shoulder. If it's a 5-man, it becomes contained rush, upfield shoulder. The 2-way goes got the upfield eye, and then the PTP guy got the low shoulder. So we give them landmarks on their body. It helps with vision on the cue, and it helps with good pass rush lanes. Rules of engagement. Our guys, our D linemen know right away. If an O lineman is hard, we have to be soft. If an O lineman is soft, we have to be hard. What that means is a jump set, a cut block. Anytime the offensive lineman is at us right now, we treat that as hard. Anytime the offensive lineman is in retreat mode, we treat that as soft. Hand delivery. Our hand delivery, they know right away. We tell them you can get 4 types of hands. You could get puncher hands. That's when the offensive lineman is coming from his thigh boards right to your chest. That is a puncher. You could get clamper hands. That's when the offensive lineman is trying to bear hug you. You usually see those with young guys who don't know how to punch yet. You get alternating hands. That's what you see at the pro level, where they throw a hand and pull it back, or give you independent hands on their punch. And then the last one, you could get riser hands. That's when his hands are coming low to high, and he's trying to grasp you under. Right away, we practice staring directly at those hands and working moves off their hands. Our hips in pass rush is one thing. We just say foot replace. Getting your foot to physically and visually replace the offensive lineman foot. So if my inside leg is my left leg, I'm replacing the offensive lineman left leg, and it gets my hips pointed towards the quarterback. All right, like I said, testimony. Right, like last year, PFF have all these cool things. Havoc rate, pressures, But to us, something that was really cool was we were second in the nation in hits on the quarterback. That's really cool. Why? Because we changed some games by quarterbacks being hit. And we don't teach playing dirty. We don't teach dirty hits. We have clean hits inside the whistle, but we want to just change that throwing angle just a little bit. All right, here we go. Let's look at some clips. All right, just some really cool clips. Look at that 71. Just a contained rusher. He's just contained rusher. He's a little stab, chop. Right now, that's his foot replace. He's now stab, chop, foot replace. Now it's time to work. So right now, if I'm just talking about this rushing as a unit, this is a contained rush. He's a contained rush. He's the PTP. Two-way go. Contain rush. Gotta win. Get him down on the ground. Great rush. Then gotta celebrate with your teammates. Here's a good look at it also. Now from left to right. Contain rush. PTP. Two-way go. Contain rush. Right? So now we're rushing as a unit. 71 on the left of your screen does a great job. He's getting to his long arm. 92 is pushing the pocket back. He's pushing the pocket back. 88 gets 77 to move his feet. Get him down on the ground. It's a great job. All right, different presentation. Now we're in a bare front. So we're going to change who becomes what. So now this is the contain rush, the 3 technique here. This is the contain rush. This nose guard becomes the PTP. And then the guy that's wrapping around becomes a two-way go. He just happens to run through his face mask, quarterback down on the ground. It's a great job. Why does this matter, coaching it like this? I think it matters because when guys understand, okay, it could be a 5-man, it could be a 4-man, whatever it is, this is my landmark, and I got the two-way go. I'm the contain rush, and I'm the PTP. That's when you get really good at rushing as a unit. All right, here's a 5-man pressure. All right. Upfield shoulder. Upfield eye. We got a little twist inside. So he now becomes the PTP. He becomes a two-way go. 5-man pressure. Match the hand mentality. Incomplete pass. Great job. How do we know who's the PTP? Because most of the time on the PTPs, he's going to be away from the running back. How do we know this? Because usually for us, and it's not 100% of the time, the man side is the side to the back. The zone side is the side away from the back. All right, now we got 2 3s. We're saying contain rush, PTP, because he's thinking he's to the slide side. Two-way go. Contain rush. So he's upfield shoulder, low shoulder, upfield eye, two-way go. Watch him work. All right, 77, the tackle from Nebraska, he's laid off the ball. So we're going to go just a speed rush. We're going to beat him with speed. 90 is becoming my PTP guy. He's working the pocket back, getting vision on the quarterback. 12 is going to a ghost. He dips underneath the running back, spins, and then 71 just tool beats him. He's hard. The guard is hard. So now we got to be soft. Go in, arm over. Finish on the quarterback. Like that hit right there, they feel those. That little dump off pass is now an issue because he's worried about this hit. All right, looking at 71. He's hard. We got to be soft. We got to be soft. Hold on now. I'm sorry, fellas. All right, there we go. And the really cool thing about this play, all right, obviously we're hard soft. We're getting pressure on him. Watch the turnover. That hit, right? Most people don't understand, right? This right here, that right there causes all of these people over here to have a great time, to celebrate. That's nice. But we know, as D-line coaches in our room, this is what made the turnover. Right here is what made the turnover. Made an errant throw into cover 2, threw it to our cloud corner. Like I said, I showed you a hit on the quarterback, how that affected us. I showed you a pressure, how that affected us. I showed you a sack. Now I'm going to show you how we match the hand. What we teach when guys match the hand. If you're getting blocked, you stop. You're getting blocked, you stop. Why? Because once you get blocked, you got to understand what's going on. Get in front of the quarterback, match the hand. We teach our guys to jump. I know some guys don't because O-linemen, once you do jump, they're told to drive you to the turf. But we jump to try to get as long as we can. Why this matters? All right, 3rd and 5. All right, we're down. We're down right now, 3rd and 5. Why is this important? Because right now we are in a bad way. We don't match this hand. We don't understand that it's 3rd and 5 and the ball is going to come out. The running back from Indiana is going to catch this and split us. And he's definitely getting the first down. How much? I don't know, but he's getting the first down. I'm blocked. I'm stopped. I cannot do nothing else. Match the hand. This is cool because this is the same guy. Every Thursday, we drill this. Every single Thursday, we drill this. You're blocked. You're stopped. You're now mirroring the quarterback. When the ball is thrown, you match the hand. Great job by 99. This one, he beats him, right? But he's not close enough to get a hit. He's not close enough to get a sack. We define the long arm as like you're pulling a pin out the grenade. Once he pulls that pin out the grenade, we got to get our hands up. Hands up, match the hand. Big play. Big play. Same guy. All right, this one he gets a little hype, but same guy. Engage with the guy. Once the long arm comes up, you got to lift. All right, things we believe in, right? I don't believe in a ton of things you do with D linemen to train them. I think the main things that you got to do is you got to teach them how to run with a lean. As D linemen, the hardest thing to teach young D linemen is running as they're turning their body and to use their hands. So we start that right away. You're constantly working hand and hip development, right? Like every chance you get, anytime you drill your guys, anytime I drill my guys, I'm working some type of hands and some type of hip development. I want to constantly develop their hips and I want to constantly develop their hands. The finish, The finish is so undercoached. Why? Because you have so much stuff. You got to beat the man to actually get the finish. So we coach the finish very hard. Always have a finish to every drill. And then watch each other rushes, right? Like I tell the guys, especially when we're in the season, hey, study your brother one-on-ones, right? So you know in the game, right? Like, okay, he's probably going to, right? Like we need to play. He's going to hit this move. Because when you all understand how each other rush, it works better when you're rushing against an offensive line, right? Like offensive linemen, they have to work well together. Why can't defensive linemen do the same thing? All right, running with the lane, how we drill this. We start practice right away. Right away, we start practice and we work on running. We are a program that is the developmental program. So right away, the first thing they get to do when we start practice, if you look at the jerseys in the white, the guys to our left is the defensive line. And on the whistle, we are getting the sprint. So we're just practicing running from the start. Start of practice, we run. The running helps us. We get a little get off aspects of it. Then after we run and stretch, the next thing we do is called TTO. It is a takeoff. It's the first play of practice. It's the start of practice. As you can see, the guys get off. They shoot their hands. They hit their chest. And then right now, we're reinforcing that match the hand. You're not going to get there in time. You got to match the hand. We turn, we run through the end zone, we block the quarterback. That's how we start practice every single day. Then after that, we go right to individual and we do what I call SSR. Stance, start, reaction. Right? And when I watch these, we have a stick ball, but this is the position that I like everybody to be in. Why? You get triple extension. You look like a sprinter out the blocks. You have low pad level, and you're driving. You're literally using your hand to rip the turf back to get into the hip pocket as you get out. And we start every single day in the same order. Things you can do in the offseason, right? It's just a 3-yard cone. You line them up side by side, and you have them run. Right now, they are running with the lean. You're working them running with the lean. Just a simple drill. You can turn it into competitive things, but just you get them running with the lean. As you progress, we finish with a white reach just to simulate you've ran the top of the fish hook and you're finishing through the quarterback. Me personally, I don't like to say the you are running the hoop. I say you're running a fish hook. I think the fish hook, the actual fish hook is the angle you're running towards the quarterback. Then you can get them in a line, put that cone 1.5 yards behind them, and then have a little race, right? Just have a little race. Just get them sprinting and running with the lean. It's a really good rep right there. If you look at Troy, watch the top when he bends. That top right there, that's a T-shape running with a lean. T-shape. All right, then we will put the cone down, and now we'll extend it a little more, a little bit wider. And when you do this drill, you want to see their eyes. You want to see their eyes. We add the tennis ball just so they can have something to scoop. He needs to stay a little tighter to that tennis ball. But as you see his outside, he's violently throwing his outside shoulder down as he runs. Violently throwing his outside shoulder down as he runs. This is really good. Look at him throwing his outside shoulder down. Turn his head. Outside shoulder down. He's almost facing the opposite way as he runs. That's really good right there. Then we do drills of just getting them running and turning. Running and turning. Sprint full speed, snap your head around. Right? These are simple, basic drills that we are constantly just doing just to develop hips and get off and turning. Hips, get off and turning. Now we just add a simple ghost to it. Sprint, when you get to the top, ghost. That helps turn that toe. That helps accelerate it and helps getting your head around. When we do this, this is a 3-yard drill. It's a 3-yard by 2-yard drill. So the top cone is at 3. The ones on the right are at 2. All right. And you're just running around the cone, just creating a figure eight. Why I like it to be close? Because it doesn't give them time to reset back up. Take your eyes to Troy, the guy right there in that box. Look how he's getting his hand down fast. Hand down fast. Hand down fast. Burst through. The guy in the all black, watch him. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. The closer you make those cones, the harder it is, the less steps you can take. You got to burst, turn, snap your head right now. Burst, turn, snap your head right now. And this is where we truly get the hip development in. So what he's doing is he's literally, I just call it power stepping. He's power stepping at the can, then reducing the surface area. Power stepping at the can, the power step simulates that third step when you're at the top of your rush and you want to sit down the old lineman. Power stepping, reducing the surface area. Power stepping, reducing the surface area. He does a really good job of on his power step making him think that he's going inside. Hips and hands. Keep going. Why is it important you develop hips and hands? Because I think as a D lineman, if you cannot have violent hands and violent hips, then you have a problem. So in practice, how we structure it, you already went through stretch, already went through TTO. We have our individual. We'll do some sort of period, some competitive period, whether it's inside run, team run, play action pass, first, second down calls. Then to simulate you on the sideline, Coach Chiano will have a teach period. In that teach period, it's low maintenance drills where you actually teach. This drill was the beginning of our power progression, right? You're going to take your steps as you look at 92. He's walking through his steps, and then he's going same foot, same hand placement. Once he puts his hands on him, he's now into his power progression. How I define power progression, when we pass rush, we take him and split his body into a third. You have the inside third, you have the middle third, you have the outside third. No matter what your rush is doing, you must attack a third of a man. All he's doing is powering him. Once he gets him to the top, you see Troy, I tell them to jump and sit down. That simulates the offensive lineman. Once he sits down, you can bull snag, you can bull snatch, you can tight arm over. We define bull snag as vertical up and down. We define bull snatch as put his shoulder in your hip pocket. We arm over is just your simple inside hand over his arm, pulling him down, pulling his hand down. Another drill we'll do is grabbing the opposite side of the pop-ups. They will lock out with their feet and hands. That activates their hands and feet. They will put their chin on their outside shoulder, looking down and around on their man. And then they will violently throw the bag and tight arm over. That, to me, simulates a transition rush, the number one thing you need in football. Being able to fill the run, going from run to pass. The really good ones can clear their hip without having to pop up, go and hit them. All right, you can work a rip off this. You can work a snag. You can work a snatch. You can go through the whole progression with this. All right, then I like to take the big orange hoops, and we literally cut them, and we put them together. Because to me, this angle that you're running is more realistic than running this angle, like running around the hoop on that angle. I just think it's a tighter course, and that tighter course helps you get sacks. All right, once again, it's during the teach period in practice. He's getting he's getting puncher hands, but one hand is low and one hand is high. So he's just getting mine here is just getting punching hands, and he's just swiping, just side scissoring as he's foot replacing. All right, Coop is foot replacing. He's just his inside hand. We call the inside hand of the offensive lineman the knife hand, the outside hand, the gun hand. Why? Because we feel like the hand that's closest to you can kill you faster, so we call it the gun hand. The inside hand is further. We call it the knife hand. All right, once again in that teach period, now we're stationary, and all they're doing is just staring at the hands, working the hands. Staring at the hand, working the hands. After you get 3 of them, you get right to your foot replace. Zaire right here, foot replaces, and that's exactly what we're trying to look for. It's not a crossover, but if you watch pass rush, it's the modern, it's what more people are doing with their hips. It's still a place for flipping your hips and getting your hips perpendicular. 100% is still a place for that. It still shows up on tape. But the foot replaced, almost the crossover, is showing up just as much. All right. Now we tell the offensive guy, the guy with the crayons, he's a low puncher. He's taking his left hand and punching it right at his thigh board. Right at his thigh board. Now we're working out counters. This is called counter will. This is similar. He's at the top. The offensive lineman has covered your body up. You're going back the other way. Always finish with a right reach. All right, back to our power progression. This is how we teach long arms. Right, this is at the top of your long arm. Your outside foot is already up. You're stepping and striking through it. Stepping and striking through it. Stepping and striking through it. All right, Coop got to get closer as he go to his club rip. The sound bites for me in long arming is you want to pull the bow. What that means is when you hit him, it's almost like you want to start a lawnmower, right? That really helps you get elongated and really bull him back. And really bull him back. We are a 4-step long arm team. What that means is our first step will be speed, our second step will be speed, our third step will be speed. We plant off the outside foot and push from low to high when we long arm. That's pretty good by DJ, right? He want to pin that ear on his shoulder, and really step and strike. You want him to be a little lower on the strike. He want to take your surface area here and then lift through him as you long arm. Not bad by 92. Not bad by Mayan. Good hands. You want to take that false stop out his game. He does a great job of foot replacing right there. That's a great job of the foot replace, right? But you want him to take that false step out, stay tight to the bag. All right, this is now we're going into our step. So just simulate he was, let's say Aaron Lewis was right here. He got off the rock, and now he's at the top. He wants to step on his outside foot and reduce his surface area. The same drill showing, reduce the surface area and take his pad level from low to high. I let them take the first step just to get the feeling, and then watch the snapback. Watch DJ's head. Bow. Like that right there, that lift from low to high helps him drive the offensive lineman back. You see him then pull a bow. The pull a bow really helps him elongate. Power. Right now, all his power, he's shifted all his power from this leg to that leg. Watch him transfer. Transfer weight, lift. It's a great job. And that's just something simple you could do. Low maintenance teach drills. Our hips. Without our hips, there are 1,000 drills you could do, but you always want to constantly recreate violently flipping your hips. Here's Monterey again. Lateral. Right here is really good. Flip. Like right there to be able to run to the next cone while flipping your hips is really good. Goes, burst. Like mine gets stuck a little bit right here as he transitions to the next cone. With great fringe. You want to tell the guys to touch the ground. They got to touch the ground as they flip. All right, little run pass combo here. Working downhill. The trash can is the foot replace. Throw. Watch his foot replace. Right there, that just simulates the offensive lineman. He's now replaced the offensive lineman. Right reach. Cut ball activates the drill. DJ got to do a better job of getting his feet back. Right? Get his feet out the cut. Lateral. Really good feet right there. Really good feet. Foot replace. Right reach. All right, I call this fourth quarter pass rush. Guys just getting off the rock and hitting moves. Granted, it will be much different in the game, but this is a conditioning piece. This is a really good job of you can use it for conditioning. You can use it. You're yelling out the move, and as you're yelling out the move, they must execute it. The offense must work with the defense. All right, and I believe in down the line coaching, so I will stand either right here or over here, and I just yell at the move. And down the line coaching works good for me because I can look right down the line. If everybody doesn't look the same, I know that something's wrong. Everybody must look the same. All right, really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. Rushing as a pass rush. This is why I really believe it. Right? Why you gotta rush as a unit. You gotta rush as a unit. All right, let's go to the tight. All right, you already know. So for us, contain rush, two-way go. He's the two-way go because he's to the running back. Right? So we're guessing that this is going to be the man side. He's the PTP. He's the contain rush. All right, they try to chip us. We do a great job of keeping it well. 88 is pushing the pocket back as hard as he could. Nowhere for the quarterback to go. 71 to 2-8 go. He goes all the way around. Group sack. There's no better feeling when you get sacks like this. And to me, this is as cool as it gets. All right, if you just look at this wide shot, this is a picture that is kind of different. All right, we got winning on the ground, winning. All right, let's watch from this view. All right, so right now, the guy that's in a wide 9, my guy Wes, is a contain rush. Okay. We got a PTP. So he's the PTP. He's a contain rush. He's a two-way go. He's a contain rush. All right, so upfield shoulder, low shoulder, eye. This is important because when you have 2 3s, a lot of teams will, we call it molly. They're molly or spider center straight back. When that happens, we just say the guy to the back, you become the two-way go, which you already are, and then you become the PTP. If they cross protect, if they do this to that, that's the hardest thing for us. That's the hardest thing if they cross protect for us because it messes us up. So now he has to become the two-way go on the fly, and he becomes the PTP. But this is really cool to me. Every single defensive lineman is winning their one-on-ones with a different move. All right, the DN that's in a contain rush, he's running an outside chop. He's just chopping. 90, my PTP guy is literally bullying the guard on the ground, like running through his face mask. He's bullying him on the ground. 71 hits the outside side scissors. 12 is going speed to power. And that's really cool when all 4 of your guys can get to the quarterback. Just some things that I want to recap that I talked about. Greg Schiano. Greg Schiano is a man that I truly believe is not just a great coach. He's a great person, a man of great integrity, a man of great faith. Been all over Ohio State, Penn State, Miami, Chicago Bears, head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and he challenged me every single day to be a better coach and a better man. And I could not be happier about working for him, about the pride in New Jersey. Last year, the record was not the record we wanted to have, but I truly believe we're building something that will last a long time, and we're building something that is truly going to change the narrative of Rutgers in the Big Ten. My defensive coordinator, Joe Harasimiak, was at Minnesota, was at Maine. Now he's at Rutgers, and it's not a guy that I believe in more as far as from coordinating. Me, myself, I cannot be happier to be the defensive line coach at Rutgers. And we play good ball on defense. We play good ball as a team. And I want to thank you guys for your opportunity to just listen to me and everything I did. And I appreciate you.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate you coming on. Keep in touch, all right?
Absolutely. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, brothers. Have a good weekend.
You too.
All right, so it's 2:35 right now. Coach is going to be logging on probably around 2:50. So y'all hang on, and we'll have our 3 o'clock speaker coming up. Hey, Coach.
Hey, you got me?
I got you, Coach. You got
Hey,
me?
sorry about that. I was checking the
No.
wrong date on the email there.
No, that was my fault. I had sent the same link for both days to the speakers.
Oh, it's all good.
Yeah. So I appreciate you coming on. And Coach, you want to check to make sure you can present on your screen?
Yeah, so when it pops up, do you see my screen, or what screen do I need it to be?
Not yet, Coach. If you just share your whole screen, it'll come down here on the bottom, and I just add it to the stream.
All right. Let's see if that works.
Yeah. Then I add it to the stream, and then it's got Washington State University there, offensive line, culture, and inside zone.
Yep.
I take that off. Now it's just me and you. And I'm just going to get you, Coach, just to introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself and where you're from. And then when you go to the PowerPoint, Coach, I'll jump off here. And if you need me, just yell, okay?
All right, I will.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about yourself, Coach.
Yeah, no doubt. Troy, I appreciate you guys having me on and hosting this. Obviously this is something that means a lot to me, this clinic. One, you never know where the game of football is going to take you and the relationships that it's going to create, and just the platform that this game has allowed me to have has been phenomenal. The host of this clinic, PJ Gibbs, is my brother-in-law. And so obviously this cause in raising money for, the family initiative down in Southwest Florida is huge, just because, I know it impacts our family. And so just through this game, getting to know PJ through our family, this journey's kind of taken me all over. Just briefly about myself is, I was at from the state of Missouri, really is where I started off from Kansas City. I played at Southern Illinois University for Jerry Kill, who's now down at New Mexico State. I got into coaching because my dad was a coach. And so I started off as a graduate assistant over at Southeast Missouri State back in 2006. Kind of worked my way up. I've been on, all different sides. I've been on the defensive side at SEMO, coaching the D-line. I've also been a defensive analyst at the University of Missouri, where I worked with the corners and the linebackers. And then also I had an opportunity to be a DFO, been a director of recruiting, just a different hats I've been able to wear, and it's really allowed me to advance and learn a lot about this game. From there, went to the University of Missouri after SEMO, was part of two really good teams there, won the SEC East in 2013 and 14. Our defensive coordinator, Dave Steckel, took the Missouri State job, went down there with Steck. From there, I was the tight end special teams coordinator, and then moved into the OC O-line job. And then I went back to SEMO after it ended there, and had a chance to work for Tom Matukowicz. And he really has shaped and refined me as a coach and helped me develop and a lot what you guys are going to see and hear today, which led me to this opportunity where I'm at now at Washington State. You never know who you're going to meet. So 10 years ago, I was the tight ends coach at Southeast Missouri State, and across the hallway from me sat a guy named Jake Dickert coaching our safeties. And Coach Dickert is now our head football coach here at Washington State. But a decade ago, we sparked up a relationship and a friendship, always stayed in touch. And then when he became the head coach here at Wazoo, he presented me with an opportunity to come out here, and I've just loved it. I align with him in so many facets. And one of the unique things with my job, I'm his special assistant, and I, obviously help Coach McGuire with the offensive line. He helps me, he allows me to be part of the culture and the team building experience, which is something I'm really passionate about and I really enjoy. And hopefully you guys are going to be able to see that today.
Yeah, Coach, thank you. So I'm going to present your screen, Coach. We can see you.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take my face off here because I think I've been going 6 hours a day. We went 9 yesterday. Everybody's seen my face enough, Coach.
Oh, man, you got to love talking ball.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I'll start it off once again. The big center of my talk is about offensive line play, but the importance of this is the culture piece with the inside zone. So one, this first part of this clinic is going to be more about culture. And, as a head coach, Coach Dickert has set our culture. He's presented our standards. He presented our program beliefs. And then from there, I think it's very important as an assistant coach, it's your job then to take those beliefs and those standards and go implement them into your room. And then when you get that, it just continues to get passed down, and we're all carriers of culture, right? And I think our unit needs to reflect the culture that the head coach sets. And that's something that I just want to show you guys today of how we take the vision of what our culture is here at Washington State, implement it, and then how our offensive line shows that on tape. And then we'll talk a little about inside zone. So as we go, if anyone has any questions, feel free to holler at me, and we'll get started here. So big thing here, just touched on this earlier, is just my background a little bit and kind of where I've been. You could just see I've been able to coach both sides of the ball. Also have done numerous, titles and duties as far as the hats as director of scouting, recruiting, DFO. So understand the game, grew up around the game. Obviously love giving back to the game, and this is what this day is all about. So, as we talk about culture and as we get into the talk and the presentation here, I think this is something that everyone says it's kind of a buzzword, but it's really got to be about who you are. And so how we look at culture and how we shape it here at Washington State is that every person in our program creates the culture by what you think, you say, and do. And I think it's important that a lot of times the culture and the ideas of what we are coming from our players, coming from our head coach, the vision that he sets. But our daily actions and then what we do is the part that's the most important. I think as an assistant coach, being able to take our culture, put it into our room, and drive our actions and thoughts and behaviors, and let our position unit showcase our culture is something that's very unique and special. I think it's what makes us different here at Washington State. And I think it's a big thing that everyone has to buy into. And it's hard. It's not a magic success recipe here. It's built on hard work. It's built on people. And it's built on people trying to be their best. And that's what we'll say. So one thing in our program, we have a standard. And the standard is our best in everything we do on and off the field, period. And the best thing about this standard is that it applies to everyone in this building. And it's our job every day to come in and meet this standard. We talk about it, and we have shirts that say standard over feelings. And so we know what best is, and how we define best here at Washington State is an acronym. And we're big into using acronyms. And so, the B is belief. It starts there because that's going to drive the confidence. And then it's going to go into your energy. And, we're a big believer in energy. Energy is real. I know a lot of people say out there, hey, what's the difference between fake and real energy? When it's authentic energy, that's when it's real. And I think that's something that's key here. And our energy is really going to drive our strain, our focus, that's going to allow us to strain. And this is not easy. What we do is hard, getting up at 6 a.m. Every morning, putting in the works, being away from our family, our kids going out to practice and being your best. Like, the game doesn't care how you feel. Right. The game's going to continue to move. The program's going to continue to move. And so it's our job to get up and be our best every day for everyone around us, for our family, for our teammates, and more importantly, for ourselves. And the big thing here is the last one is the T is togetherness. And, there's nothing better than coming to work every day, knowing that I love being around this coaching staff. I love being around these players, and that we're all bought into the same vision, the same standard of being our best daily. And so, a couple examples of that is, this is something that, we talked about is like, hey, what sets the tone? So we come out, we do a little pre-practice, then we get into a little fast start period, and then we have our PAT field goal, and then we have our team break. And what I really want to show you here is that we talk about, decisive moments every day and how those decisive moments are going to lead to other decisions. And when you can start off with the right energy, the right mindset, the right focus, and really forget about everything happened before, you have a chance to be really successful and have a really good practice. So one thing that we do is here, we call it party on the logo. Get here, get your mind right. Whatever is going on in the world, go ahead and just clear it and free it from your mind or in your life at that moment, and focus on what you need to be right now for the next 2 hours to be your best. And the thing I love about it is you can see the O-line's near. You can see 72, 74. You know, these two young guys are freshmen. You know, they're thinking about a math test they might have later. And the coaches are involved in it. And then the most important thing is we get a break from one of our leaders, and they're just setting the tone, setting the mindset, saying what we need to do to be our best. We had a little Coug Jacks here. And then the thing I want everyone to notice is that when we sprint out of this huddle, we're breaking it with intent, energy, and purpose, and we're sprinting to our spots, right? And it's no secret. Like you see here, these guys went and attacked the next period. And the next period was our individual period. And then we went on and we had one of our better practices this spring. And where this all started from was we were trying to figure out, we were kind of slow starters in fall camp. We didn't have some really good practices to start fall camp. And when you go back and the opportunity that the film staff has for us to film everything, you look at this team break. This is from practice number 6 in fall camp. And you see there is no energy. You can see there's no guys that are creating that energy to go out there with the right intent and focus that's needed to go strain through a 2-hour practice. No one's giving it. And so right here, as they break out, they're all walking. All right. What kind of mindset do you think that's creating as they're heading to their next drill? So that's one thing we talk about to our O-line all the time, is that when you come out there, we say, when you step on that field, we need you to be your best. So how do you get yourself to be your best? You try to create that team collision and just create that mindset where when they get to the team break, they know it's time to lock in. It's time to go deliver your best for the next 2 hours. And when you stack those days, it's amazing how great you can be. So here at Washington State, we've got 7 program beliefs that our head coach talks about all the time. And, you know, the first one here is development is everything. You know, we are a Pac-12 school. We're a Power 5 school. But at the same time, just where we're located, the geographical footprint of recruiting and the type of program that we are, we're going to be a development-based program. And so the thing that we talk about all the time is being aggressive and patience, but aggressive in the process and patience with the results. And so we've got to go find those guys that are 240 as high school kids and go develop them. And they're going to turn into 300-pounders. You know, that's mainly from the O-line perspective. Or we've got to see that one thing that no one else sees on tape that we know will fit our program, you know, a culture-based kid or some type of athletic trait as far as linear speed, and then go take that and develop it. The number 2 thing is toughness is a choice. Tough people win. And so we talk about all the time, a tough process plus tough people equals a tough team to beat. And we got to showcase that. We've got to play that way. I thought last year we went out and we did a really good job in 11 of our 12 ball games of being a tough team to beat. You know, no one just went out there and was able to beat us. You know, it was really a lot of things that we inflicted on ourselves. And people will tell you we're a tough out. And I think it starts with the mindset of our belief of our program that toughness is a choice. And this third one's big, and we'll talk about it here a little bit later, but practice execution equals game reality. And I think one thing that all of us coaches that we have challenges is that we've got to make sure our coaching shows up on tape. You know, clinics are awesome. I love watching clinics. I love getting nuggets from everyone, but you got to also understand what fits you and authentic to your program is what's going to work. And so, you know, I learned this the hard way as a young coach. I went out, learned a bunch of different stuff, and I was trying to implement it within my unit. And I realized that those drills were not really translating to the field because they were not in sync with what our scheme was asking our players to do. And so, you know, we talk about all the time, try to find the drill work, and we'll show you some clips of how we drill it to team to then it carries over to Saturday on the field. And we always talk about all the time, little things lead to big things. It's not a big thing until it matters. But the thing is when it becomes a big thing, it was a lot of little things that lead up to it. And so we just tell our guys, like, how you do one thing is how you do everything. And how you go about those practice reps, you just got to have a really good mindset of understanding what you do on Tuesday is going to show up on Saturday. And then, you know, we can beat anyone if we don't beat ourselves. And I think that's the game of football. You look at alignments and assignments and just going out there and playing football the right way, the hard way, the tough way. We're going to be a tough team to beat as long as we don't beat ourselves. And the little things like pre-snap penalties, things that we can control are things that we got to be in our discipline. And we talk about eat the gray. There is no gray. It's black and white. Our job as coaches is to create clarity for our players so they can go out there and play free. We tell our kids all the time, cut it loose. How do you cut it loose? Is when you have clarity of what you need to know. And so it starts during the practice portion of it, so it turns over into the game. And then we talk about all the time, a connected team is a dangerous team. And so connections are edge. And so we're very conscious of things and different things that we can do in our program. And that's going to be a little bit harder to show you because a lot of that stuff's behind the scenes a little bit. But connection is our edge. And so when we can get that locker room believing in each other, it's amazing what they can do. And then competitive endurance there. You know, we talk about be obsessed or be average. You know, one thing that we've also said is be obsessed or be obsolete. And so what are we doing to consistently create a mindset regardless of our circumstance, and then how we want our finish to look like? And then we always say here, focus is a competitive advantage. And wherever your mind's at, your energy is going to go. And that's part about being your best. And then we always talk about, too, the most important play in football is the next play. And we talk about responding versus reacting. You know, response is based on your core values. It's thought out. It's hitting the pause button, understanding what is needed in that moment to be my best. Whereas if you react, it's emotionally driven. It's a mindset that's probably going to lead to some type of guilt afterwards because it's not going to be impulse. It's not going to be well thought out. And then the last one is why or why. And so the exclamation point question mark is a great thing. This is why we do it instead of saying, why do we do this? And so we got to make it come alive. And so these are our program beliefs. And I think this is how our offensive O-line showcases those beliefs. And so, you know, we talk about all the time, Coach McGuire's our O-line coach, does a great job. And he says development is our number one job. And he said there ain't no magic pills except for hard work. And so a great example of this is development is everything. This is Abe Lucas, who Coach McGuire recruited out of Archbishop Murphy over on the Seattle side. And this is Abe on the far left of the screen when he was on his unofficial visit, you know, and then you can see what Abe looked like his senior year of college, and he ended up being a second-round draft pick. And so as you can see through the process of having aggressive patience, the results came. And so it's not going to be an overnight sensation. There is no overnight sensations. It's what you're doing day in and day out of being 1-0 that's going to put you in your best position. And this is what our development looks like. And so on tape, just so it comes alive and you guys can see it a little bit, this is Abe, number 78 at right tackle. This is his second ever practice, one-on-ones. And you can see here, just on a standard pass set, he gets beat with an up and under, lands on his face. So at that moment, you know, Abe can say, hey, what do I want to do? Instead of saying, oh, man, can I do this? No, Abe's like, next play. And all he did from there is he went to work of trying to be his best day in and day out and stack good days on top of each other. And I think it's how Abe gets up right here was a great indicative of his mindset of where he's going to be. He didn't lay here and soak. He just got up and went right back to work. And then how does it translate? Senior year, we're in the Apple Cup versus our rival, Washington, and he's going against a really good defensive end here and a key moment in the game. And he's able to take the same exact pass set. All right. And he's able to lock the guy out. All right. And it allows us to go down and really score to put the game away. And then you see how does it translate, you know, to the next level. And so here's Abe this last season going against Nick Bosa, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. And he's on the right side, same pass set. All right. Same deal. All right. He went to work and he just worked day in and just became better at his craft. And he was his best day in and day out. And it led to him having success. And so it's exciting to see Abe, you know, go and start as that 240-pound kid turn into a 300-pounder, second-round draft pick, and one of the best NFL rookie tackles in the NFL last year. And that's all because of development and his aggressive patience of not worrying about the instant result, but stacking those days one-on-one. Then we talk about tough process. And so a lot of times this is not seen. This is, you know, everyone sees what happens on game day. But how tough is your process? And when you combine that with tough people, it's going to be a tough team to beat. And so, you know, squat racks, are we going to have the discipline to be running at 6 a.m. in the morning when there's snow on the ground and have our foot behind the line and locked in? It's that process of toughness and the mindset we're creating will lead to what everyone sees on Saturdays. And then how does that look like from the O-line's eyes? Is number one is like the toughness to run the ball when you're backed up. So this is in our bowl game versus Fresno. Ball's on the 1.5-yard line here. And we just call inside zone out of a 2-type formation here. And we're just getting our vertical push. And we'll talk about how we're going to block this later. But this is where we can showcase toughness to our team. of getting this ball out now past the 5-yard line, and creating field position for our offense to go execute. You know, it's toughness on 3rd and 2 in a Pac-12 road game to convert early in the game. You know, being able to stay on a double, being physical, run our feet, and finish to keep a drive alive. Now we're in scoring positions. We go down and score. And so these are little ways, and you can see it back here, 51 and 60, or 52 and 61 here, just creating that backside movement, and 61 finishing his block to give the running back just that little bit of crease to be able to get up in there and get those hard yards that we need to sustain. And those are little things that don't show up, you know, in the box score, but they mean everything when it comes to the result column. You know, it's toughness to go for it in 4th and goal. This is us versus Arizona State this last fall. You know, we're going for our 6th win. We're trying to get bowl eligible here. And this is our first drive of the game. You know, both teams are fighting for bowl eligibility. And, you know, we go for it on 4th and 2. Do we have the toughness to run the ball in these tough moments and execute? And it's a mindset, and it starts with our process. And this is what we talk about all the time. We're a tough team to beat, as long as we don't beat ourselves. And those are the ways that we can showcase that through our offensive line. And then the next one for us is part of our teaching progression, but, you know, practice execution equals game reality. And so this is last year from the Stanford game. You know, this is in a fast start period of practice. This is us going against our defense. This is one of our good on goods. We're working situational football. This was actually a 3rd down period. And we were kind of working on the clap play here. And it's where you're going to clap and try to get him off sides. We had a little motion on it, a little something extra. We get our defense. But right here, our center could have in practice said, oh, we know what's going to be dead. We're not snapping it. We're going to let him motion out, get set, call a play. But no, he had the awareness that he knows right now when this guy crosses the neutral zone here, go ahead and snap it. We have an opportunity to execute the play. And then the same thing, quarterback gets the ball off, throws it up to number 6, who goes up, high points it, makes a play. Okay, and you're thinking, all right, hey, move on. It's just another play in a Wednesday's practice. Well, it shows up. Here's 2nd quarter of us against Stanford on game day, different situation, 4th down. We don't get him on the first one. We bring him back in, and so we go clap again with our tempo, and the center sees it. We snap it. Quarterback throws it to number 6, the same kid he did in practice, and we score. And so right here, our guys are all excited, but what they know is that they were able to take a moment in a situation of being their best in practice and applying it and then going and executing it on game day. And those are the fun moments to see as a coach. And these are things that we highlight to our kids in our program all the time about they don't realize that what they do in practice is going to be game reality. And so it goes into our teaching progression, and we'll talk about this when we talk about the inside zone play. But, you know, how we teach our kids here, it's very important that they sense it by giving them a chance to read it, write it, or hear it. They see it by video or doing it through a walkthrough. And then they go out and rep it in indie, group, and team. And we like it in this order. So before we could ever go out there and ask a kid to run inside zone on the practice field or in a game, we want to make sure that he has sensed it first. You know, he's been able to read the play, write it, see it, visualize it. Of some sort, video, walk through it, feel it, and then go out there and rep it, you know, through our indie period, through our group, and then you do it in team, and then you just keep repeating that process over and over. And I think this has kind of been key to our development as well. So it's really important for our guys and as coaches that how we prepare our meeting, being intentional with how we're teaching our scheme is also being executed out there when we're on the game field. And then this one, I think, is the hardest one to kind of show everyone in a presentation unless you're here, but connections are edge. This was just a picture. We call it all the time, hunt the good. And we just try to find different ways to just find our guys doing connective type stuff and getting together. And I think this just shows you the power of a locker room and the great, just another great image of our sport, of what football represents. Because you see here, guys, that they're hanging out in our locker room, and you got guys of different ethnicities. You have walk-on scholarship, you have offense, you have defense. And so you have different people from all different parts, and they're just in the locker room talking. You don't see anyone really on their phone. They're engaged with each other. And this type of connection is what our edge is going to be when we play out there on Saturdays. And then competitive endurance. And I love this picture here. This is part of the hunt the good. So, we had workouts at 6 a.m. and, this is some of our younger O-linemen. And we were going through a coach's walkthrough practice, and we had given the center here, the kid in the middle, the script the night before. And he got some of the young guys out there together before we started our 6 a.m. workouts. They were in the building. This was actually taken at 5:05, and they were walking through the plays that they were going to run later in the day with us. And so this is part of that competitive endurance when no one's looking. Be obsessed or be average. And like we say, also be obsessed or be obsolete. And so what are you doing to create that endurance? And I think a good example from that is something that never shows up, on a stat sheet for an O-lineman, but this is one of my favorite plays from last season that showcases it. And it's going to start right here with our center, number 77. This is in the Wisconsin game, and you can see the situation. We're down 4. It's a third down. It's in the third quarter, and we're going to throw an interception here. And you got a couple choices at this moment, but this goes back into the whole training and our culture of what we're trying to be and who we're trying to be here. And the players are driving it through their actions. And you can see it right here. Number 5, the intended receiver comes off the sideline here after the pick, gets the fumble. But then as you look at it right here, there's 3 Wisconsin players by the ball. And then our center comes in and recovers it. All right. And he dives, he goes all out for his teammates because it's rooted in a place of love and being his best in that moment for what we need to do to execute. And then the great thing about it is 3 minutes later, it leads to a touchdown here that wins us the game because we end up winning 17-14. And you just never know when those moments are in the game, and how they're going to spark and carry you through and win a football game. And then another one we talk about is where your focus goes, your energy flows. Love this picture here. Just shows the eyes of working on the hand placement, one-on-one pass rush, one of our tackles. But I think this is unique. It's the same game, and there's going to be some sound here. But we went into this game. Everyone knows that at Wisconsin, the third quarter is their deal when they play jump around. And so we prepared our kids for those moments during the week. We said, hey, guys, understand what that situation is going to require from us and the energy that's going to be given in that building to our opponent. And that we've got to make sure that we're matching and raising our level of energy to go with it. And you see it here, the place is going nuts. I mean, first off, unbelievable environment. Great. But you see our guys right here. Yeah, you can say, oh, they're jumping around. They're not focused. But through our training, we were getting them ready to go play the next play because we had prepared them during the week. You can see it. They had their moment. Song's still going on. And you can see them. They buckled the chin strap. They went out there, and they were ready to go the next play. And you can kind of see it. Look at our sideline compared to our opponent's sideline. We're giving life. We're matching the energy in the building, and we're raising our level for what the situation required. And the situation was this. It was the start of the fourth quarter. We're up 3. Wisconsin's going to start it with a field goal right here on the 25-yard line. And just watch the push that we get, the knockback. All right. We get in the kicker's line of sight. He misses it because we were ready to go for that play because of what was given to us energy-wise in that transition from the third and fourth quarter. And look at our sideline just come alive. All right. And then it turns into we get the ball back at that moment. All right. And then we kind of go back and forth a little bit, but then we get into a 4-minute drill. And then how are we going to execute it as an offensive line? How are we going to execute? And so right here, we're just running our simple GT counter play. But once again, we're getting great movement here at the point of attack between 52 and 61. We get a good pull and kick out by our 2 pullers, and we get a tough first down run that then leads us to being able to execute situational football and being focused in the moment to execute the hang play. And so these type of moments right here, you don't practice them much, but they require great focus, and it comes from a focused energy. And that focused energy started between the third and fourth quarter because we prepared our kids for it, and it led us to a great road win there versus the number 19 team in the country. And it was one of the first road wins in Washington State football history in the last 20 years versus a ranked opponent. And then the whole why. And so why exclamation point. So everything we do, why are we doing it? And so we're going up 2 scores here for our 6th win. This is in the Arizona State game. Our guys understanding the moment of what 2 scores mean as far as how hard it is to come back from in college football. And once again, just watch these two old linemen, the right tackle and right guard. We're just running an outside zone play with the old fly sweep and just being able to finish. And I just love this here at the end. We just cave it on this right side and watching these guys just run their feet and finish their block. There's bodies all over the floor here, but they just knew in that moment of why we were doing it and what was needed to go be our best. And the same thing here, the Apple Cup. It's 3rd and 1 on the 4-yard line, and we're going to run the damn ball. Not only are we just going to get a first down, we're going to go get a touchdown. And we'll talk about it later, but this is really good by the right guard here, number 76, on the flipper Crowder technique here, being vertical, keeping his shoulder square, pounding into the double team here, and allowing this running back to get skinny, and then the running back being able to grind it out and score there. This was going in the 4th quarter that made it a 2-point game for us. And so making everything come alive and your players understanding why you're doing things, I think is really important in the execution. And this is how I believe culture is shown through the offensive line, that we could take our program beliefs that our head coach, instills in the program, and then we go carry it in and we own it. And so that's just kind of a quick snapshot there. Is there any questions on that first part at all that anyone might have? All right, what we'll do is we'll get into a little bit of the inside zone portion of it. So inside zone for us is a downhill run play. The big thing here is the O-line wants to get vertical movement to allow for the ball to hit from the front side A gap to the backside D gap there. And so it's an attitude play for us. And so this is part of our whole teaching philosophy and progression, is that we want our guys to be able to read it. Some people are going to learn different. So we just try to create, just different learning mechanisms for them to understand and grasp the play. So inside for us, we try to keep it really simple. We're a base air raid team. That's one thing that's been very successful here at Washington State. Last year, offensive coordinator was Eric Morris, who's now the head coach at North Texas. Did a great job of laying a foundation. And then we just hired Ben Arbuckle as our new offensive coordinator coming over from Western Kentucky. And there's a lot of similarities in the carryover, but some of the base principles. But one thing that I really appreciate from Coach McGuire and just learning the offensive line through him and how we're executing it here at Washington State is that try to make things as simple as possible for our players to go out there and execute. And so on inside zone, he just really comes up with two things. You're either a base player or a post player. And so no matter what, if you're front side or back side, there's some form of a base block if you're uncovered, where if you're covered, you're going to have some type of post, mainly on the back side or at that front side combination spot. So a couple of our coaching points here on inside zone. As far as our footwork goes, we take a play side lead step. Some people call it a zone step. The zone is zone, right? We're going to go with the direction of the play. We want in the vertical and horizontal placement of this is going to be based on the defender's alignment. We want to make sure that our eyes and our toes are pointed in the direction that we need to go hit our landmark, which is going to be the near V or the near number of the defender. And that's regardless if you're a post player or a base player there. We're looking for, a flipper technique on the combo portion of it, which we'll talk about. And then really we're fitting our hands in the armpit there. And then we want to crawl up the block. And so we want to be able to squeeze those elbows together. We want to keep the defender tight. And then we want to crawl up that block. And as we crawl up that block, that'll naturally bring our hips through, which will allow us to generate the movement, especially on the vertical displacement that we're looking to get on the defender. And then backside, we do allow our guys to take their backside hand and put it on their near shoulder. And we'll show a couple of examples of those here shortly. So on the front side, we try to keep our combos as minimal as possible, just because of, what our run pass ratio is. But we try to give the kids enough within their toolbox that they can be able to go out there and execute. And really for us, this play is going to hit in that front side A to the backside D, that we really want to make sure that we pound the down from that first down lineman of the center play side all the way back. Those are the guys that we really want to make sure that we're trying to get some type of 2-on-1 and push them back to the second level, because, the D linemen, those are guys that make TFLs. Linebackers make tackles. And so if they're making tackles, you're getting a positive play. TFL, you're putting yourself in a negative play. So our front man, 2-man combos here on the front side, we've got a G block, which is going to be between our center and guard. They're going to be working anything from a shade, 2-eye, 3-2 technique to the play side point backer that our center IDs. A T block is really going to be used very rare. It's going to be more in an odd front defense when we're working a type of a 4-eye to a backer, or if we get a 4-2 look where the front side backer is really plussed over outside the frame of the tackle, the guard is uncovered with a shade, probably going to get some type of front side game or movement. We can go ahead and tee that and work the tackle and the guard up on the defensive end to the front side linebacker. A triple is just between our tight end and tackle. We're going to get this a lot in our 4-3 look as we get going there. Other 2-man combos we have what we call a cob here, which is between our center and our backside guard, working to a front side linebacker. It could also work to a backside linebacker, depending on the point and the count. We have a tag block as well, where we're working between our front side guard and our backside tackle. It's going to work from anywhere from a 2-eye, 3 to a 4-eye, all the way to the backside backer. Then we have a king. Anytime we have a cob, we have a king. And so when the center and the guard are working with each other, we're going to automatically have our tackle and tight end work with each other on the backside. We do have some 3- and 4-man combos. I think depending on what you get weekly and what the scheme requires, we try to keep this to a minimum just so our kids can go out. We play with a lot of tempo, and so we can use this in tempo, or we can just go out and just have our base rules where we've repped it over and over and over, and just being able to go out there and execute. But we have a gang call, which is really our front side, anywhere between our 3 to our 4 guys. So if we have a tight end front side and he's a gang, he's a part of it, meaning there's an extra guy coming off the edge that's past the point. And then obviously here too, we could be working it with our tackle and guard and center. Anytime we're getting any type of edge pressure that's coming, that would be a +1 type scenario, bringing everyone over one. And we can even include the backside guard in it if needed. Really the one that we spend a lot of time on is the bring it. And the bring it is more within a 3-man combo inside. With us running inside zone, we want to make sure that we're really strong from that front side A gap to that backside D gap. So back here or on the front side here, we could work a bring it. A lot of times it's with the tight shade front side. The backside backer is now plussed over. Or we get both linebackers lined up in the A gaps, like we're about ready to get A gap cross, or in this case here, we're going to get axe in the B gap here between the 2 backers. So we do spend quite a few reps in our combo period working the bringings, because that's what we see quite a bit of. So just a little bit just schematically of how we block it. So you can see us here. This is a 4-1 box. That's how we ID it. We come up, and so when we have a 4-1 box, we're going to lock the backside automatically with our backside guard and tackle. We have probably some type of horizontal RPO probably tagged with it. The quarterback controls a lot of that. But a 4-1 box and our open sets do allow for us to push the ball a little bit further down the field and block this defensive end to give the quarterback a little bit more time with his read. But we can work our front side G base, and then we can work our lock technique. Once again, zone to zone. So we're going to step with our inside foot or our play side foot, in this case here on the backside, and work back into our man. And it'll be a reverse base block there. So a couple examples of this. This is a 4-1 box. This is us this last season versus USC. I will say there's been some changes in the technique that you see here on the tape compared just because of the type of the play that we're running. But once again here, in this game with a lot of movement we were wanting to lock this front side combination here and allow these 2 guys to pound this down lineman and push him to the front side backer. We knew the front side backer had a chance to play more in the C gap. We wanted the tackle to be aggressive on the defensive end, especially if it was number 49, who ended up being a first-round pick there of the Chargers, really good football player. And the backside here, you can see the inside footwork and just watching this guy, taking him where he wants to go. Like to see him with better eye placement, but we just stay on it, and then just allows, once again, as you can see, as the running back presses this, slides right off the backside of the tackle, put a lot of stress on that apex player. Now allows our running back to get vertical, down the seam there and hit it for a big run. Same thing here. This is a little bit harder of a look, with the back offset, the backer directly over with the shade. So we're going to be running our inside zone play here to the left with a 4-1 box. We're going to work a lock technique here on the back side, and we're going to be working now a front side G. All right. And we're going to work our Crowder flipper technique and push the 2. We're going to base block and lock this front side tackle on, especially where the alignment is of the backer. You can see we're getting some type of movement. The center senses it, so he's got to be quick. So the guard is coming down to help on the post. As the center steps on the base, it goes away. He knows he's got to have his eyes on the backer. Backer goes backside. He has to come off quick. Love the balance. But more importantly, I love the strength and just the willingness to be physical and making toughness a choice here and trying to root him out of the hole, knowing where we want to run this football and being physical there and allowing us to be able to get vertical. Anytime you can see those running backs with their shoulders pointed downhill and square, being able to attack a second level defender is going to be a big time play for you. Our 4-2, same thing here on the front side. We're going to lock the front side tackle here unless we get in some type of gang situation. We're going to work our G where we want to pound this down, push it to a point. So we'll go ahead and make a Roger call and ID this front side backer, which will be to the right. Tag here on the back side, where now we're working basically A and B gap from this 2-eye up. And we could work any type of combination if needed between these two to this backside backer. And then we have different ways you can control this backside in. So the reason why I put a box around this is that we can run the divide zone, split action. You can have a tight end backside here, lock it, or we could just go ahead and zone read it. But the nice thing for us here, no matter what we're doing with the tight end and however we're trying to control this backside defensive end, we are going to block it the same way up front so our kids can see the same picture. Because what we try to break it down for the linemen when we get into this, we're in 12 personnel here, all right, and we're working inside zone to the left. We want our guys only to have to see these 4. And how are we going to block, these 4? And now we could use different ways to control the tackle because we can lock it, insert it, or we can go ahead and tell this backside tackle to zone it down and kick it out. So we try to narrow the focus, narrow the picture so they can just go out there because, we want, these 2 guys to only see on the football field. All right, this is the combination because, if your focus is just here and this is what you're seeing, you have a higher chance to execute this if instead of trying to look at all this other rotation stuff, especially when we're playing with tempo and we're trying to play fast. So I love it here. I love it by the center. All right, he goes on a base block here. And as you can see, there's no one in his gap. His shoulders are square. Now he's going to climb up. Now he's got his pads down, and we're getting our movement. Once again, here on the initial snap, we want our eyes on that near V, inside V or the near number for both these guys, creating that lane. Same thing here on the backside. You can see it. He gets into the initial fit. He's driving. He stays square, allows that running back to stay square, press the ball into the line of scrimmage, and then make his decision on his cut. Once again, we get an explosive run late in the game here that helps us win this football game. Another look at it here versus a 4-2 box, a little bit different now with the backside combination as far as now we're working a true tag on a 3 technique. Really love this back here by this backside right guard. We'll talk about this technique and drill it. But this is our flipper technique that we work on the Crowder sled all the time by number 76 here. Takes his zone step, gets his second step vertical, gets that power hitting with the flipper, low to high. And the best thing I love about this is he gets 46's shoulders turn. Anytime you get the shoulders turn, now it allows us to be square on our base and get a nice vertical movement here. As you can see, as 79 comes in and squares this thing up on his base block on it, and now we're getting displacement. And then the best part here is just the finish. Anytime that you can see guys on the ground finishing, we have an opportunity to have an explosive play here. And the beauty of this here, I'd like to see is by the center, declare this. Go ahead and declare this. Knock it over. Guard can press back into it. But the best part about it is they stayed on the down and they got it pushed to the second level where the backer didn't have a chance to fall in and make the play there. So just when we get into a 4-3, anytime we've got that extra guy front side with our tight end, we can go ahead and work a triple. It depends on the team. We can game plan where the point is going to be for the front side combination of the G for the center and guard. We still got our tags here on the backside. Still have different ways that we can run and neutralize this backside in as far as bringing a tight end, lock it, read it, whatever we may need be. But here on this one here, we're just going to block the backside in. We're going to go inside zone left. Same thing. We've got to be better here. This is a young kid. He needs to do a great job of his aim point stepping, working through that nearer number. Aim point wise, same thing here for the tight end on the triple block, and then working up here to this front side backer, the guy we pointed. In this case here would be the Mike. And so now we're going to work a G. We got an alert tag here on the backside because there's an open B gap, but we know where we're going to. Same thing here with the alert G. I like to see 68 here use his flipper. He's using his hands as he goes with his footwork here. And we got to get 62 stance fixed, a little bit young cat here, but we got to get him more square to the line of scrimmage, allow him to step better with this inside foot to get on his aim point here because he's kind of behind the block. Now, he does a nice job of getting his hips back, but you can see he's going to lose it late because he doesn't have the strain and the hand presence to be in the right fit. Front side here, we got it fitted up pretty nice here. We got to continue to press this thing, and it gives us a nice crease. And once again, this is part of the culture piece of us running the football backed up on the 1 yard line. Can we create those seams and get those runs to get us out of the goal line there? Another look here, same thing, 4-3 box, just kind of different ways that you can get to it with the safety blitz. Good job here of slowing down on the front side here. This would be another potential where we could work a Cobb if we feel we're getting a lot of backside movement here. So now we could work a combination between these two to this front side backer, and we can just leave this tackle on a backside base block through the B gap as he climbs up to the second level, but just enough to stay square as we go. Okay, we'll get through that. Odd. Now, the only thing that really for us that changed an odd, it's kind of interesting. We see a lot of even fronts here in the Pac-12 and just throughout this year. But if an odd, we could potentially get 2 base blocks here on the front side between our guard and our tackle. And then we can work our backside combination of our Cobb and a King. I'll show you guys a quick, because I want to get to some drill work here before we got to hop off. But you can see front side here, we're going to get 2 base blocks here between 79 and 76. They're going to work their near foot to the near number with their eyes on the near V. Hand placements in the armpit. We're going to keep running our feet. Stay square. Zone is zone. Step with that play side foot. We want to see 77 be more of a post player using our flipper technique here. Same thing here on the back side. And I know this is the interesting part, but I think what's unique, he's in a good fit for us because it's allowing him to stay and wash it. A lot of times if we come and work to this play side V, we have found that this defender has fallen off. And then when this back goes to cut this ball into the backside B or C gap, that defender shows up. And so this is the reason why we treat this as a base block, and he works to the near V here, even on the backside, because it allows us to have a lot of force and pressure to get the wash. And if we can get this wash on a horizontal plane and not get the vertical penetration, it's going to allow us to, once again, you can see here, get an explosive run. Same look, same game here. Now, on this one, we were thinking we were getting some type of game. So they kind of teed this as they worked out. And this is where they just want to pound it down and just wanted to make sure that we weren't getting that inside twist game that we see some of these 3-4 teams do with us. So it was okay. They didn't need to, based on where this guy was truly aligned and what his eyes were keen in his true alignment. But this is one way that we can combat that front side twist game, is just go ahead and T-block it out, create that wall right there, and then allow the tackle to come back and seal this thing out. Same thing here. We got our Cobb working to the front side, posted up. Good job by the guard coming, taking it over. And you can see we're just getting that wash that allows the running back to stay square. And now he can get vertical downhill and go and attack it. So a couple of our drills we can go through here real quick. as we look at it is just pipes. You can see it's going to be up here on the top screen. This is one thing we just work on, is getting that first step going at its aim point, second step vertical, fit in the hands, running the feet. One thing that is really good that we do here is we split up into different groups, and we can drill multiple things at once. So we can break our O-line into groups. And you can see it up here at the top. Once again, just another shot at the pipes. This right tackle is going to get off the ball, and you can see just working our eyes and our finish of where we need to be. We're going to look at this guy right here. Now he's working the backside version of the pipes with our base block action. So you can see the good play side zone step. Second step is vertical over the pipes. Gets his eyes in the near V. Hands are fitted tight. He wants to crawl up the block. He's bringing his feet, and he's working. He's working on his strain and his drive. One thing we do want to see is a little bit more resistance here by 70, just to kind of create that power as we go. So the fit and the drive is kind of the next phase after we do the base block, is we're just going to get in a fitted position here on the chutes. We're going to buzz the feet. And once again, what we're working on here is as we're in the fit, we want our hands tight. And this is what we talk about, crawling up the block. Elbows are in, our pads are underneath theirs. And as you can see naturally here, 60s, hips are back. Now they're coming through. And then you can see the finish at the end of the punch and the separation to get them off our body here. But the active feet, bringing the hips, utilizing the whole body. So once we go from the fit, we'll go from a 2-point stance. Same thing, we'll get under the chute so we can work pad level and leverage of getting into the block. We'll use the boards as another reference for the footwork and maintaining a good base. But we just want to see you crawl into the block and making sure we emphasize the finish. We can execute. We can also utilize the boards as a climb to the second level. So now this would be like our backside tackles when they have an open B gap, or a center on the front side when they have an open A gap and they have a 3 technique step climb. Now you're fitting up at the same level here, part of your base block element that we have for those guys. Sled. There's a couple of those there. Just kind of the last thing I just kind of wanted to show you guys here a little bit too, as far as our post technique, we'll work the Crowder sled. So we'll just come over and we'll work our near foot. We're working the flipper. Then we'll get fitted into the flipper. And so now we're lifting and driving. And then once again, the biggest thing here is as you get the power and you get the lift and you've got the shoulder with the contact point there, is now being able to sprint off as we're working to our second level and getting fitted on our backer. And so we can just do these in different elements throughout practice. And then we could go 2-man, then we can do 1-man, where now you're working on taking your footwork and we're just working the drive portion of it. And you can see just a couple examples of your drills showing up on tape. You can see here this guard 65 flippering, getting the movement, being able to come off and finish it as we go. Same thing. We kind of saw this one a little bit earlier, but here just coming over and being physical. This is a RPO one, but I love his flipper technique as we go. Throw it over. We do a lot of combo work. We'll just kind of buzz through this real quick. I could talk for days on this, but I really feel this is like the thing that we use the most that helps us get the most feel and fit for running inside zone. And I would spend more time working combos than anything if I could. And I just love just kind of giving the different looks that will show up in the game, you know, from defenders moving, the different insertion points from the linebackers on where they want to fit and feel and play. And I think also it's a drill that you can utilize if you do have a lot of guys within your group and you're trying to get a lot of guys work at the same time. Because like on the backside here, we can incorporate just a lock block. If we're facing a 4-1 box here with our backside guard, you can see number 68. We'll get the tight ends. We'll work a triple and a G here. You know, big thing here is just getting the fit and the feel, put the down lineman there in a 3-point stance, making sure we're coming off with intent and purpose in the finishing it as we go. And it shows up once again, like we said on the tape. But the big one too is like we can incorporate that and use it when we get into you can see just the different combos of where they show up and the looks. I just want to give you guys one more quick look here. where I love this drill is that we do a lot of one-on-one pass rush, but we'll supplement this in. And yeah, there's times we'll get the linebackers and we'll fit it. It'll be more of our half line drill, but just the initial work your footwork, pod, run game, getting your reads, getting your feel, getting your fit. I think this is a great drill to develop some toughness. At the same time, get on tape the true full speed fit of a combo, and being able to work the techniques of it and just breaking it down into smaller pieces to focus on it and then see it translate over into a team setting there. So, that's kind of all I got. I know we're kind of up against time there. AJ's told me we're going to hit so much, but I really appreciate everyone's time. This was obviously a great cause. So if there's any question, once again, my contact information is right here. You can follow me on Twitter at Justin.Kramer Coach_J Kramer, or email me at Justin.Kramer@wsu.edu. But really appreciate it, and go Cougs.
Yeah, appreciate you, Coach. Thank you, brother.
No problem. All right, you guys have a good one.
Have a good rest of your week.
All right, you too.
Hey, Justin. Hey, Jake. This is Troy Taylor. I'm at a baseball game, man. Are you gonna? Is that the same laptop that Coach Brown's gonna use too?
No, it's not. Coach Brown's down at the Cape.
Okay, right on. So you need to present because I'm gonna walk you through it.
Yeah, I think it's under the present share screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Let me pull it up. Make sure I can make sure y'all see this.
All right.
Can you guys see a big screen?
I see your screen. Looks like you got like some film up. I can add it to the stream though.
Let me see. Where is this right now? Sorry, hold on. Let me get back to it. Present, share screen. Share on 2 monitors. You want to walk me through real quick because it's kind of
what you can do is have you got are you using Windows or are you using Google?
Using Google. Are you seeing what I'm seeing right now? The defense.
Yeah, I can present that.
Perfect. Yeah, it's perfect.
It's presented right now. So if you want to pull the StreamYard link onto one screen, and then you'll still have that on the other screen.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So Justin, I'm at a Richmond baseball game, the Richmond Flying Squirrels. All right. I think we're going on hour number 7. All right. Did 9 hours yesterday. All right. Today's my son's birthday. So I'm trying to pull this off, man. But I think with you and with Coach Brown ending it, I think I'm going to be able to do it. I think PJ is going to be able to accomplish our goal. Thank you for coming on. If you could just tell us a little bit about yourself, Coach, and where you're from, and then you can get going on that PowerPoint, man. Looking forward to hearing you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you again for having me. It's an honor to be here, talk to you guys today. My name is Jake Lane. I'm a defensive GA here at the University of Massachusetts. I work with the entire defense as a whole, but predominantly with Coach Brown's in the corners. I'm from Newburyport, Mass. Born in Jersey, moved up here, lived up here my entire life. Did my undergrad actually here at UMass. Graduated this past winter, 22 going into 23, and Coach Brown blessed me with the opportunity to work on his staff full time. I was previously a student assistant for him for 2 years, for 1 year when he was here, and 1 year with Walt Bell when he was here in 21. I worked on the offensive side with the running backs. So just being here today, talking to you guys, sharing you a little bit about what I've learned here. Tremendous honor, and I'm super excited to present to you about this stuff. And if you guys have any questions at all, please feel free to put them in the chat. I'd love to answer them. And if you guys want a copy of this, my email's here, jclane@umass.edu. More than happy to send it to y'all. So,
yeah, I'm a Jim Reed guy, man. I know Jim Reed's up there with y'all, but I love Coach Reed, man.
Oh, Coach Reed's the best. He's been here 21 years, which is just a year under of how old I am. So it's just a testament to how much he loves this place, and getting to learn from him as well. I mean, it's the amount of football knowledge we got in this building right now and what we're building. It's truly something special. So real excited about that in this coming year. So first off, just want to talk a little bit about philosophy. My personal philosophy, what I've learned, taken away from a couple different staffs, and applying. I love high school coaches because my high school coach is one of my biggest inspirations as a whole. He's the one that really got me into coaching. He was like a father figure to me in many ways. Coach Smolsky, I'll never forget. I'm still in touch with him to this day. But it's an amazing opportunity to whenever you get to present to high school coaches too, because it's one of those opportunities where I feel like I get to give back, and you guys get to take away and help shape those next minds and that next generation of players. So just talking about some philosophy, one of the first things they tell you when you start teaching college ball is they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Just being very personable with the guys. Obviously everyone understands how much of a business college football is. But at the end of the day, these are guys, these are players, they're young men that we're molding, and they're not going to trust you, and you're not going to have that trust with them until they know how much you care about them, not just on the field, but off the field as well. Something Coach Brown does huge here is he's judged the performance as hard as you can, not the performer. A lot of times, your instances of coaches crossing lines and things get personals and guys leaving on bad taste. And we have none of that here because, we really preach to all of our coaches as a whole. We'll judge the performance of the player on the field. We don't judge the player. It's huge because it creates that boundary. You give them the respect that they deserve. And in turn, they give you the respect that you deserve as well. And it creates a nice, healthy relationship. Huge one for me is if you don't know, don't say, especially younger coaches, newer coaches. It's all right not to know. I don't know everything. I can't claim to be an expert at all. I'm 22 years old. I'd be ignorant if I said I did. But one of the best things I've learned really quickly is it's all right to find the answer. I'd rather tell a guy I don't know. You put your ego, you put all that stuff aside. There's no pride in this game. The only pride you have is on wins and losses. Everything else is just you're building onto it. So when we say if you don't know, don't say. Find the answer, bring it back to that guy, work your tail off to make sure you get it, but don't just spew crap in his ear because then he's going to put crap on the field. Get to know the person, you'll discover the player. Big thing with me, being a student assistant and then transitioning into a GA full-time. At first, I really wanted to make sure that I knew these guys. So when I was a student, I really took time to develop relationships, personal, know these guys, know their backgrounds, know what they do, what they like to do for fun, their majors, their aspirations, their goals. That was huge for me and my student assistant. And then when I became a GA, leveraging that relationship that I had onto the field, knowing that I have to go in this role, I have to earn a certain amount of respect now, and I have to be able to present something to them and coach them now, not just be their buddy. So it was really helpful for me getting to know the people because once I got to know the person, they respected me more, I respected them more, and just made that transition a whole lot easier. And lastly, trust. You don't have a team, you don't have a building, you don't have a whole foundation without trust. So that's one of the biggest things we do here. 11 musts that require absolutely no talent at all. Being on time. Number one, Coach Brown always teaches if you're 5 minutes early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. If you're late, get the F out. It's a true thing. So we teach our guys being on time. Work ethic, you can't teach that. It requires no talent. You either have it or you don't. You can earn it through every day, through the weight room, through showing up on time, through making yourself a schedule. It is teachable. Much to some may argue it's not, but it truly is. And I've seen it myself. Seen guys go from no work ethic to really working on that instead of on the field stuff and transforming into great players. Effort. You don't need to have any talent to show effort. We can see it in body language, how you react on tape, how you react to coaching. It's a huge thing. And then obviously body language number 4. Energy and attitude, huge thing. I love going around. I give high fives to all the defensive guys during their warm-up stretch. I tell all of them I love them. I feel like they don't always hear it enough. So just having that a male figure in their life saying that they love them. And bringing that energy and attitude to them because I truly care about these guys. They are my family. I'm part of theirs. We see each other more than we see our own. It's a sacrifice you make, and you coaches know that all too well. You guys have been doing this for lots of years now. So having that energy and that attitude, you don't need any talent of that. You bring that every day, whether you're having a good day or bad day. Passion, you can tell a kid from talking to him for a couple of minutes whether he has passion for the game or not. That's not going to hide. Some people like it. Some people don't like the game, but they like wearing the jersey. No, you can tell if a guy has real passion for it. Being coachable, absolutely no talent at all. You're going to get bit. It's a real thing. It happens all the time in life. It's a matter of you can say, yes, sir, look them in the eye, make sure you don't do it again, make sure that those mistakes don't become habits. But, of course, we're all going to have to get coached up eventually. It's whether, you're the head coach, GA, player, bench warmer, don't matter. Doing extra. I think we're doing a great job with this, and in the past 2 years, tremendously. I've seen growth in this in our program. Guys staying after practice, guys doing extra reps, guys teaching each other. That's one of the biggest keys that I don't think it's talked about enough. Obviously, we talk about and we judge based on what happens during the 2 hours of practice, but I think sometimes we forget that there are guys doing extra, and they're not necessarily putting on social media. They're not making those highlight clips. No, they're running stadium steps because they want to get better. Being prepared and being honest. Nothing worse than a liar. The second worst thing is not being prepared for any task that you're about to take on. I absolutely hate it. It's a real fear of mine. So that's why I always work to make sure I'm as prepared as possible, including things like this or for meeting with Coach Brown and being honest as well. You ain't got to be right all the time. You're going to mess up. You don't have to tell somebody something just because they want to hear it. Tell them something that they have to hear. Whether it's right or wrong, you're going to do it because it's best for the program, best for you. Talked about this a little bit earlier. Difference between playing football and being a football player. So a little bit quickly, just a background. I tried out. I was a high school football player. I wasn't anything special. I was captain of my football team. I had some Division III, Division II offers. Came to UMass, tried to walk on. In my second walk-on tryout, I had an arrhythmia, kind of like a Damar Hamlin situation, where my heart stopped. Ended my playing days. I have a device in my chest. I'm undergoing tests and treatments for it currently. But it really put into perspective for me, the perspective of life and the idea of, do I love football, or was I just doing it because I want to be a football player? And this Will Smith quote, some of you might have heard it, some of you may not. The only thing that I see distinctly different about me is I'm not afraid to die on a treadmill. I will not be at work, period. You might have more talent than me. You might be smarter than me. You might be sexier than me. You might be all those things. You got it on me in 9 categories. But if we get on the treadmill together, it's 2 things. You're getting off first, or I'm going to die. It's really that simple. You're not going to outwork me. It's such a simple, basic concept. The guy who's willing to hustle the most is going to be the guy that gets the loose ball. The majority of people who aren't getting the places they want to be or achieving the things that they want in this business is strictly based off hustle. It's strictly based off being outworked. It's strictly being based off missing crucial opportunities. I say it all the time. If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. I love that quote, and he does a whole speech on that. Talk show from a while back, but it's true. You see today, especially with social media and Twitter in particular, all these guys getting offers and they're throwing out there visiting this place and that place. But I've learned a lot of times just interacting with these guys and meeting them. A lot of times these guys just want a picture in the jersey, and you guys see the DMs, you college coaches and high school coaches. I'm sure you see it in your own guys too. Some of them just love wearing the jerseys. They like taking the pictures. They making this persona about them, but it becomes to the gridiron. They're not about that action. And for me, it's nothing. I don't take it personally. I don't hold it against them in any way, shape, or form. But for me personally, here at the University of Massachusetts, we're looking for football players. I can say that for almost every college program in the country. You want dudes. You don't want guys that just want to be here because they're here or get the scholarship just to say they got the scholarship. No, they want to earn the scholarship, and they want to represent themselves, their family, and the university as a whole, because it's much bigger than them. What's your why? So I told you about my why. We have 2 lives, and the second one begins when we realize we only have one. This is my father. My father's my biggest inspiration in the world. He works as a corrections officer for 21 years before he got cancer last August when we were in camp. He got a rare kind of blood cancer where he needed a bone marrow transplant. Luckily, he's had it. He's in remission right now, and he's fighting every day, fighting off host graft disease. But that's my why. My dad worked a crappy job every day of his life. He told me he hated his job every single day, but he did it because it put a roof on the table. It gave me the opportunity to do what I'm doing and go to college where I did. And for me, that's my why. That's why I wake up every single day. That picture of him and I, it's actually on my lock screen. It's just a constant reminder of why do we do what we do? Why do we coach? Why do we play? And I think all of our players, sometimes they just need a reminder because we get so caught up in the semantics and the hype videos and all this stuff that we forget why we do it. Why, they signed up when they were in 4th grade to play Pop Warner with their best friends, or why, because it gave them an opportunity to get out of a situation they were in, and why, because it gives us coaches an opportunity to give back to a community or to fulfill the legacy of leaving this place better than you found it, like my father wants for me. So that's huge for me, is that idea of finding your why and what we're doing here as a whole together. This, we teach this all the time. Coach Brown plays this for the guys multiple times a year. With organization comes success. With success comes confidence. And with confidence comes leadership. I think it's not stressed enough how much a program revolves around the leadership within its locker room. You need to be organized to be able to do that. Obviously, you need success here at UMass. The last couple of years, we're building right now. This year, we have high expectations for ourselves. We've said it many times. Again, we're going to get bowl eligible. We don't say we want to be. We say we're going to get bowl eligible. We have that confidence in ourselves, and right now we have a lot of guys. We had a young group last year, but they're taking the year and getting the portal guys and getting here who have played at Power 5 level. Now comes that leadership. So we're hoping we're going to carry that our leadership into the off season. But at a high school stance, it's the same way. Guys, you might have a year or two off, or like where you haven't been the greatest, or you might have been a 500 team, but you got to build that success from within, winning the battles of every single day. When you win those little battles, the confidence is going to come, and with that, the leadership as well. So I'm getting over something right now, so I gotta be hydrating according to the doctor. So I make this. I'll show this actually right here. I make these things with my players here in the D line room. Just cover his name, but this is just an example of one, and I call it the 3 Ps: the potential, problem, and plan. It's like a little contract I hold with the guys, and I hold on to them, I make them sign them, and I keep it in a filing cabinet next to me at all times. So what I have them do is write down what's their potential. I'm not just talking about on the field, but off the field. What can they do in the future with their jobs and their lives, but also what can they do? Every college guy wants to get to the league for the most part. So I have them write that. Then obviously the problem, why aren't you that guy? Why aren't you the starter? Why aren't you, a projected first round pick next year or preseason All-American? I make them be honest. The biggest thing you can do is make them look themselves in the eyes and really have that honest conversation with themselves and write that down. And then I make them come up with a plan. It's really simple. Whether it's I'm gonna work more, I'm gonna put more weight on, make it very specific. Be honest with you. Set goals and expectations for yourselves. And then I make them sign it and I lock it up. I keep this on me at all times because guys sometimes we keep study hall here. A guy might be a few minutes late. I'll walk in study hall with his contract and I'll just put it right in front of him. I don't have to say anything to him. It's embarrassing enough that he wrote it and he was lying to himself when he's not fulfilling his plan. So it's a thing that creates accountability, especially for your younger guys, and being able to carry that. If you're a high school coach and you get a freshman, you get him to do it his freshman year, and he gets to do it. Gets to see it his senior year and gets to see. I'm not saying they're gonna, exceed every single thing they put on there for their potential, but it's the idea that they work towards it every single day, which means more than anything else. So being techniques, getting a little more into DBs. Our DB creed here at the University of Massachusetts is very simple. Our technique and fundamentals are our foundation. Without proper technique and fundamentals, we are nothing but a lion with no teeth. We must begin tireless effort to work hour after hour after hour on our craft so our toolbox is full. Great belief in your technique and fundamentals and the run and pass is critical. I will own your mistakes. You control your technique and effort. All right, that's one of the biggest things too. Is guys a lot of times they're afraid to mess up. They're afraid to make the mistake of, oh man, it's gonna look bad on film. No, it's okay. We own that. We take care of that. If you mess up a play, it happens. It does. But as long as your techniques and your effort are there and you're trying and it's visible, we can tell. You guys know. You can tell when a guy's trying, when his technique there, he might just got beat, or he might somebody might just have a leg up on him. You can coach that. You can tell them, hey, that's on you. We're going to coach you to get better. It's going to come with time. Just trust the process, trust the plan. So for our DBs, especially, being that, it's the easiest position necessarily to learn in the terms of coverages. We keep it very simple, but it's the hardest to physically play. So that's why I'll own your mistakes. You control your technique and effort. Eyes are the key, then finish. According to an English university study, the order of letters in a word does not matter. The only thing that's truly important is that the first and last letter of every word is in the correct position. The rest can be jumbled, and one is able to read the text without difficulty. When a play starts, your eyes have to do the right thing. In order for your eyes to be right, you must understand the 6 A's: alignment, assignment, adjustment, attack, aggression, attitude. The rest of the play, series, game, and season is organized chaos of which you cannot control. However, the one thing you can control is the speed at which what happens and by how you start and how you finish. Everything else in between will take care of itself. I feel like a lot of guys, especially at this level, they want to control everything. They want to make the play all the time. They want to be there all the time, and they want the perfect situations to happen. But as you guys know, as football coaches, that's the point of football is to create yourself, give yourself an advantage. And these guys, they start to learn that. It's a great thing about life is control what you can control. these guys aren't going to be able to control everything. Being young and a little arrogant, sometimes they think they are. But we teach them very quickly that, your eyes are everything. Your eyes aren't going to lie to you. Trust your eyes, trust your effort, trust the mechanics that we're giving you. We put this opportunity is now here. We put this everywhere in our building. We make a lot of recruits come in. A lot of times they say opportunity is nowhere. But again, eyes are the keys. It's how you perceive things, how you read it. It's trusting your eyes. So we always believe, opportunity is now here, not opportunity is nowhere. Qualities of great DB. Now we're going to get a little more into the technique fundamentals of DBs and specifically. Qualities of great DB. What are we looking for at the college level? One, great mental discipline, mental toughness. Goes without saying, we want guys to be able to say, okay, I might not physically be able to create every play, but I'm the mental discipline and mental toughness to get myself through every play. Not just get through, but to thrive and excel. Outstanding self-confidence. There's a line between self-confidence and cocky. Obviously, it's hard sometimes when we're in the moment. Things get, emotional. It's an emotional game. You tread that line. But we want the guy to have that swagger to him, have that little bit of touch, have that faith and belief that he's going to make every single play when he's asked to do it. Perfect attention to detail. Doing the little things right. How do you do your side technique? How do you strike with your off arm? All the little things that we ask you to do, can you do it in an organized manner? Excellent awareness and instinct. Football isn't just drawn on a piece of paper. You guys know that. And a lot of times, with young guys especially, you have a hard time you're on a whiteboard with them, you're drawing it up. Okay, hey, man coverage, you're going to play on his outside, so you keep the inside leverage. But, the X's and O's can only do so much, and sometimes they only look at it like that. No, football is a game of, there's, a lot of organized chaos. A lot of things are going to happen. How do you react? What are your instincts? How do you play? Superior ball skills and awareness. We want guys to be able to make plays on the ball. We want them to be like defensive receivers. When that ball's in the air, you're fighting for it. You're high pointing it. You're taking it back. How do you run the rock? How do you carry it? How do you hold it? All those little things that we teach too. Superior open field tackler. This is big. A lot of times people say corners and safeties, they don't come to college to tackle. Here at the University of Massachusetts, you better know how to tackle, and you better be ready to tackle. Because if not, you ain't gonna play. We'll see you hit the transfer portal. So all of our guys here, we do tons of drills. We do circuits all the time, open field tackling, and making sure that those guys are ready for that big moment when we go play Auburn, when we go play Penn State, that they can make the big play in the open field. Clutch performer. How do you perform when things matter most? They always talk about Joe Burrow being one of the greatest performers of all time, especially his year 2019 at LSU, just because of how clutch he was. Well, it isn't necessarily that he's the most talented player ever to play in college football or such. You may argue otherwise, depending on where you are. But it's the ability that, hey, under the circumstances, he's so prepared in everywhere he goes that when it comes to transition to that 2-minute offense or that 2-minute defense, when you need to make a stop, he's so prepared. And we like to get our guys so ready for that situation that it doesn't feel like anything different. That, it might be a little brighter, it might be a little louder, but, we love that. We love the intensity of it. And the shortest memory in the nation. Plays happen. One of my high school coaches, we used to say, flush it, man. You do a little flush it down totally. Bad play happens, don't matter. We know that's going to happen. It's just, can you move on to the next play, and can you make that big play? So major teaching point that we live by here, 66% of our success defensively is pre-snap. You got to know and understand the call. If you don't know and understand the call, not only that, echo it to your teammates who may not know or understand the call, you're screwed off the bat. So that communication is huge. Recognizing formation. What is the offense in? We teach our defensive guys offensive formations by terminology, because we really think that the further they understand it, the easier it's going to be transition-wise. Aligning properly. You guys all know a guy lining up on the wrong side of the field, thinking left is right, left. Off the bat, you already screwed. You already had a disadvantage. So just the ability to make sure you guys are aligned properly and make sure they can align each other every play. And obviously, Bill Belichick's famous line, do your job. We live by that here in the Northeast, and Coach Brown does as well. Doing your job, doing to the best of your ability every time you're asked of it, which is every single time you're on the field. So our weekly checklist, our top threes of our EDDs, our everyday drills. We talk about scooch, cover two mechanics. Scooch is like a man technique that we do. Cover two mechanics, man over free safety. Coverage piece, we spend at least 20 to 30 minutes doing minutes of live bunch and stack motions. And obviously Coach Brown's whole philosophy and how he's built this defense is winning third down. That's why today I really want to talk to you guys about bunch and stacks, because in college football, we see it so much more, and it's trickling down to high school. And it can be a pain in the butt sometimes to defend, especially when you've got guys doing motions, going back and forth, yo-yo motions, and you're sitting there and you've got some young DB in there who has no idea, do I have him, do I not? So really just emphasizing the importance of working with them and working with your wide receivers too, to give you that look. It's going to be beneficial for the development of players and your program as a whole. So our techniques, what are our techniques to master versus tight sets? So first we talk about tailpipe, and also right after this, I'm going to show you guys drills that we do, some stuff from Michigan that Coach Brown previously did as well. So all this will be clarified more in there. So against man techniques, we talk about tailpiping, being directly behind the wide receivers, especially during drive routes or mesh situations, being able to bat the ball down, staying in line with them. Slingshot, undercut, however you want to call it. We say undercut here. Hip bone swipe to pull to the body. It's the only holding we coach. For you offensive coaches in here, it's not holding. This is a defensive clinic. So I'm going to say it's playing the ball, playing the man well. You can say otherwise, though. Backhand the ball, out of phase finish, obviously, in our rub, in phase finish, our rub in the outfield shoulder, make sure they know which shoulder they're attacking, how they're going to play the ball, and then crack and replace, being able to read a situation that's happening and be able to replace to make a play. In our zone techniques, we talk about high to low. It's mainly for our corners, though, playing in between or our buzz safeties. We teach them to go higher or lower because we can always let the ball bring you down, but you don't want to get caught having to run back. Our top downs, our whole player, especially emphasizing the breaking on the ball and when do you let that guy go and when can you go make the play. And stem two, being straight back over number two and playing again that top down defense that we talk about. So here, this is just a quick clip of what we like our corners to look like. This is Josh Wallace. He's been a preseason all independent. Great cornerback for us. Going into his, I believe, last year eligibility he's played. One of the biggest things we love is that striking with that off arm. The punch is the most crucial thing, especially when you play in the press on the line of scrimmage, because either you're going to get burnt or if you make contact, you're going to direct him where you want to go. If you see his eyes right here, his eyes never leave his hips. He's watching the entire time. Obviously, you got these small, fast receivers that love to do this, the quick steps, the shoulders, all this, dancing. We don't care. We're looking at your hips the entire time. It don't matter how you go. We're looking at your hips, and we're going to bring us with you. The strike and then the running with them. See how when he's turning, he's man turning. He's not backpedaling. We don't teach backpedaling here. Backpedaling is dead to us. We teach open run because, one, it puts you in better ability to play the ball. But two, it doesn't get you caught tripping over your feet. So that's just what a great rep is. And then when his eyes go back, it's a little hard to see off camera, but looking back at the ball, getting ready to make a play on it. So this is our first drill. This is obviously Michigan. This is what we call a tailpipe drill. Really simple. All you need is, you get two coaches, two players, whatever, one holding the bag, one holding the pop-up. You got one guy being the receiver, and all he's going to do is he's going to run like a little drive route, and the guy with the bag, he's trying to push the receiver or push the DB off the receiver. But if you notice here, the DB does a great job. All he does is transition from hip to hip. Now, things going a little slow. Transitioning hip to hip. He's still playing on him. And he's never out of phase. And if anything, he goes and gets ready to undercut because if that ball comes over there, he's ready to play it. We got another clip here. Same thing. One hand is his outside hand's on the guy's hip. And then when he gets hit off it a little bit, he goes just to the other hip. Still staying in phase the entire time. Great drill to teach the tailpipe. This is another tailpiping drill, except now without the bags. Now we're just teaching how they're going to play it. And if you see before, he's naturally going inside more as he's getting closer to the ball and he's looking, getting his eyes to the quarterback for a second. It's that now you don't even need the bag. You're transitioning from hip to hip. This is our undercut drill. This is a great drill. All you need is a coach throwing a ball, and you need one of your guys acting as a receiver. Now we tell them, hey, you can go two-way go, and then we'll do our one-way go. This is our one-way go. We just really want to emphasize once you hit that turn and you see his eyes go back for the ball, your eyes go back for the ball. He's able to make a play there, and then we teach him once you get it, you tuck and run. If you notice the entire time, he's not grabbing him. His hand's on his hip, but his eyes are also on his hip. I'd like him a little lower, particularly in this rep here. But no, he stays in phase with them. He's got his hand. He's not holding them. He's playing the ball, sees his eyes go back. He goes back. Doing the same thing, Coach Brown. Coach Brown's telling him where they're going. As soon as he hits that corner, his eyes start to turn. Josh, once again, great play. Eyes on hips. Sees the eyes go back. He goes back, makes play on the ball. And then you can switch up where the angles are. Obviously, we're throwing from behind first, but if you want to get a more accurate QB look here, put him in the middle. Works just as well. And then, yeah, you just have him undercut. We'll go here. So rub technique. Again, we do all this stuff without pads as well. Josh here, another great rep, staying on his outside shoulder, getting his hand through. We call splitting the bagel. The guy may have an opportunity to catch the ball, obviously on a short drive route, but we want to make sure we make the final play on the ball. Troy Mahoney again, first team All-Independent, was only player in the country at one point with the FBS interception and fumble recovery for a touchdown. Great rep there showing the rub. We also teach the backhand now. Difference between the rub and the backhand is rub's on the front side of the shoulder. The backhand's on the backside. So he's coming through. He's making sure he's getting that arm. He's not grabbing with his outside arm. So important that you don't teach him to grab the outside arm because that's where the holding the official's going to call. This is how you teach the backhand. We just do it with the pop-up. As you can see, he gets his arm on the back of the pop-up, pushes it forward, but he's bringing his arm around while keeping his eyes the entire time on the quarterback. It can't be emphasized enough. You see this, especially with so many mesh routes these days in college football and just quick passes. This is a big technique that we use, and it happens in our games all the time. Crack replace. Now, when the receiver becomes a blocker, what do you do? How do you teach a corner to get ready to make the play and tackle? So how Michigan does it, we do the same drills here. You have a guy with the bag over there. You have the receiver come in like he's doing a drive, but instead he's just actually cracking. And having your DB, he's playing man technique on him. He's running with him, realizes he's coming to crack. What do? Replace, get ready for that open field tackle. Notice how he's trying to funnel him outside. He's not letting him get back inside where the guy's got his blockers. And he's going to make a play and just tag off. This is our high-low drill. Great drill you can do as well, too. All you need is a coach standing over here in the corner, but he's outside of the numbers there. But what we're teaching our guys, especially in a cover 2 situation, for you guys to play cover 2 or even cover 3, it works as well. We teach them to do the drop back. They're dropping back, and he's either going to let the ball bring him down low or the ball's going to get thrown to him in the back. So you can see here the coach decides to throw the coach here outside the numbers. So he's letting the ball bring it to him. Either have the guy make a play on it if you can, or tag him off, get ready to make the tackle. Obviously, don't hit the coach. We've had that a few times out here. Gets kind of hard sometimes. This is a high-low situation where he throws it instead out. So now he's throwing it out. He's telling number 24, hey, you got to make a high point. You got to make a play on the ball. This is where you teach those great ball skills, teach them to read. And this way you guys keep your guys honest as well, because instead of just telling them every time it's going to go there, he may get to like 5-6 steps on top of his break and just break down knowing you're going to throw it outside. But this, keeping them honest, making them work on those ball skills, all things that lead to success. So over here, I put 2 of these in for you. Cover 3 looks, cover 2 looks. We play a lot of cover 2 man free here at the University of Massachusetts, but there are a lot of cover 3 coaches out there I know. So we call this against checks bunches. We call this solid. So when you get 2x2 or you get like a bunch look, particularly with 2x2 condensed, we say check solid. Check solid is just a zone out. That's basic terminology for just a zone out. So particularly in our cover 2, we have a high-low, flat to wheel corner. One of our safeties, he's playing half field. The Sam Viper in our defense would play hash. He would muckle number 2. You have a middle hole player, and then it's the same thing on the other side. It's a mirrored defense. The only difference in cover 3 is instead of playing the high-low, flat to wheel, you just have your corner playing the outside third. Your linebacker then zones it, and then your 2 middle linebackers would just hook it, and your free safety would come down a little more while keeping one high, playing the middle third. So that's just an easy check solid thing. And I'll show you a couple of examples here of actually game situations that we do. This is against Stony Brook. The Brook, as you can see over here, I want to remove my cursor if y'all can see it. Over here, we have this situation here where you got a tight end who's eligible on the ball, kind of receiver. We'll still say check solid to that. And all that's going to happen is he's going to zone it. He's going to zone high to low. He's playing half field. Now, notice how Josh is getting higher, because you don't know what's happening. You don't know if it's a corner route. You don't know if he's coming out here to do a quick out. But you got the tailback, obviously, out of the backfield. He's coming in, lets the ball bring him. Now, Josh missed the tackle here, but the great reason about solid and zoning it out is you have this linebacker or safety hybrid here to help make the play. He pops the ball out. Tremendous tackle there. Again, another example of it. It's our cover 2. Obviously, here we have our check. We're solid. We're saying, hey, check solid. We got the bunch here. Transitions to a stack. What's happening? He's just going back. He's going back. Sees his quick screen. Viper sees a quick screen, comes in, makes the play. And as soon as he's confirmed, the safety is confirmed that he's coming back and the ball's out, we let him break on it. Because otherwise, your worst nightmare is, hey, they do this one under, little quick fake here, and this guy releases, but he's too far down. He's already free. So that's why we teach them, once you know ball's out, you're out. You're good to go. Again, against Tulane, this is the first game of the season. You get a stack bunch here. These guys are the Rose Bowl champions. Down here, they motion over. We're still zoning it out because this happened after the snap here. So these guys are zone. What happens? He comes over here. He obviously slips, but on the backside, they're also zoning as well. He's in a position to play this, knowing that this guy is fallen and that we have the help over here in case. We make a good play here on the ball, make him throw it out of bounds. That's all we can hope for in that situation. Here, some more basic terminology about how we play our bunch of stacks. Let me go back. Sorry. How we go about our terminology. We go top down. That's kind of what you guys just saw. That's like your bunch check that's like your solid button bunches. If you're playing man, you can do an in and out. Your corner would just take whoever comes outside. Your safety would take whoever comes inside. And your linebacker who's playing on number 2 is just locked on them. You have your 4 corners, almost kind of like a box situation. You have a low safety. He plays one side. Corner plays all the way back. He almost replaces like that safety look. You have your rover. He then goes and plays the deep inside half. And then you have your Viper who then plays the inside lower part. You have man lock. That's just 1-for-1. You stay locked on him no matter where he goes. If he crosses, it does not matter. In and out, number 2 and 3. That can get a little confusing for guys. So you want to make sure if you're doing this, you got a lot of experience going on it. But if a guy goes inside, you'll make sure your linebacker is playing that. If he hooks back, straight shot, whoever's going vertical, you're going to have your rover. And whoever goes inside, you got your corner. Obviously, you prefer to have a faster corner out there to play that. And then your front back, again, just your basic man concept. If you're playing against double stack out wide, you have your corner and free safeties, rovers, whoever you have out there, just playing the front. If you say front, corner's playing the front guy, the free safety plays the back guy. If you say back, your corner's playing the back guy, your free safety, rover, whoever you have out there, just playing the front. So this is an example for top down. I know we're on a little bit of a time crunch, but I'll try flying through a few of these here. We play top down. You have that safety here. He's playing back. He's zoning it out. He's playing the hole. He's playing high, low. He's getting higher. Once he knows the ball's released, he's going low, and we're rallying on the play. Here's just the top angle. Now, we don't love this. We love him to turn more, but because he is playing that half field, we love him to turn and run that way. He opens up there a little bit better his last few steps, but once he sees the ball, he's got to break faster. Over here, we have the same thing. Let me get back to it. My bad. He motions in. So what do? We say, hey, we're check solid. We're playing top down. You're playing this middle hash crease. You're playing high, low. Guy brings him in low. He's going. It's all right because the tailback's there. And you have your free safety here playing anything vertically. He sees the ball's being broken. He's breaking on the ball. He's trying to backhand that. Anyone says that pass interference, I'll say you're full of crap. That's a good play on the ball. You're not going to call for that. This is an example of our man lock. So how do we man lock? Well, you got this guy. He's on this guy. This guy's on this guy. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Did I get out of it by tapping on it? Make sure y'all see it. Oh, y'all can still see it good. So just our man lock here. Number guy, the point guy, he plays him man. He's playing press. Our safety here, he's moving over with number 3 no matter what. Our number 1 guy, he's taking him vertically. The guy ends up going out. He starts running with him. It doesn't matter. That's man lock. We got everything covered. Good play. Would have loved to see it. To see him catch the ball, but, that's what happens. Sometimes added ball is better than a caught ball, so can't complain too much. Another example here of our man lock. And guys, just doing these drills, we do these for 10, 15 minutes a day, or minimum 3 times a week, just because we're seeing it so much, and getting these guys with the ability to get comfortable with running under each other, communicating, who has who. That also creates that leadership on the field, knowing obviously he gets beat here. He's a step too slow on this play in particular. This thing's really lagging up on me. But his eyes got to go, and he's got to know when he's breaking out, he can't go so vertical. He's got to take it more flat. And we'll start. We'll get you guys what you want. So, this is our 4 corners. So our 4 corners here, we call this in a particular coverage. But we have our 4 guys here. Again, it kind of comes like that box look. This guy's going to sub out real quick. There we go. So we're calling our 4 corners, 4 corners. So this guy's going to play this part. This guy's going to play this part, and this part. And see how he's pointing? He's saying, hey, you got him. He went inside. He went inside. Now, this guy kind of splits these two. He's got to be ready in case he does this. And when this guy realizes he's inside and he's got nothing, he can zone it out or help to look, because he knows this tight end here isn't a threat. He's too low. Trey Powell, one of our great Vipers, he's going to play him on the ball. But you kind of free up a guy, especially in that bunch, when they run these kind of concepts. You end up freeing up one guy for his own look, which is great, and helps us get numbers on it. And the whole, Coach Brown's whole thing is getting numbers. So these are just kind of techniques used and applied here. This is an example of a man lock when we played Texas A&M this past year. And just a great thing here of using the backhand. This is Josh Wallace. Josh Wallace gets position on him. He's not holding. You can see this ref's clearly seeing in the back, so he's watching his hand. Josh gets there, propels himself, thrusts himself in a position where he's getting just enough hand contact to distract the guy, but he gets a hand on the ball, swats it. I mean, that's the biggest thing you need, especially in these moments. They're going for the goal line. They're going for a goal line shot. Josh makes a great play on the ball here, gets it out. So this example of our man lock. We run a lot of this, obviously. Against these looks, we are a man-free team. But these guys just get comfortable with running over each other, running out each other. Before the play, they'll always say, hey, I got him. We teach this guy to have outside leverage on him. Keep this guy to have, he's going to be on his inside shoulder, and he's just man press on him. We'd love to see him get more hands. This guy obviously releases a little faster inside. Mahoney gets a swipe on him, but he's step for step with him. 14, he's there with them down low. Quarterback's rolling out. Doesn't matter. He's staying with them. And our the free safety, it's great because when you do make, we're still going to keep one free. He's able to come down, make a play on the ball, but obviously doesn't intercept it. Would have been great to have, but the fact that he's still in the position to make the play. We can bring the horse to water. We can't tell him to drink it or not. So this is just one of those moments where they gotta buckle down, fly through a couple of these. Texas A&M again against tight bunch. Now you guys are asking what happens. Well, if they run the ball, don't matter. So this safety, he's reading number 3. He sees him going outside. He starts filling down. The linebacker here sees the pull, so he's going with the pull number 1s with number 1. But he starts to realize very quickly they start doing toss. So we're okay with this. We're okay with him letting go as long as he knows that he's coming out. He's reading this guy coming. He's setting the edge. 12's being that force player. He's trying to force everything back inside there. And we make the play for a -1 gain. And that's why, especially when they try to get this tight bunch look, it doesn't matter how they do it, because we're still, man-to-man. We're still filling, replacing. We're still going to cover the run. Eastern Michigan. So this is a spin to man lock. We teach spin technique because, one, it's way more effective of getting your corners and your safeties over. If they do the yo-yo where they go back, you're not screwed. You're not down a guy. You don't have a guy running all the way across the field being late. So we have them spinning here. We have spin with the off-ball guy, and all they're doing is man locking. They see the bunch. It turns to a bunch. They're communicating, hey, man. All he's going to take is the guy that comes widest outside to him. He starts running with them. And obviously we make a great here play. Mahoney. That's why he was all team independent. Just holding him, making that catch radius as small as possible. So there's a few more here. This is an example of 4 corners that we've used in the game. They get that tight bunch. Look, we're in our specific call. He motions out, doesn't matter, motions back in. They're still communicating, emphasizing this communication on the field, being able to see it, hear it, huge for us. So this guy's all he's going to do is zone it out. He's going to sit because you don't want to go too far in the end zone because he does like he does like this little curl route right here. He's coming to help because he's the empty man. He's left alone. And Mahoney's going to take this all the way across no matter where he goes. On the backside, obviously, they went for a backside shot. No Boykin, number 4 here. Great play on the ball. No call. Just we like to see because no one went with all the techniques there, regardless of what you offensive coaches might think. Couple more here. Man block. Then UConn, they got that tight bunch look. So what are we going to do? Okay, we're going to man lock it. We're going to call a man coverage. So he's inside number 3. He sees him going outside. What's he going to do? He's going to take him. He doesn't care about this little pick because he knows this guy's here coming down to make a play. You can see the quarterback's kind of panicked. We're getting the pass rush off him. We actually got a holding call, which was great. They called holding, so even better. And our ability just to come in here and Josh, that's Josh Wallace, comes in, does a backhand play once again, just showing how these reps in practice and how these drills we do really emphasize to a game transition. Can't emphasize it enough. You know, what you teach in practice, obviously, and how you drill these guys, not just doing random drills that you find online or drills that look good on Instagram, but doing drills that actually have real application and can be really, useful in these games. To be honest with you, we run the same drills in our indie period, almost every day of the week because they work. And there's a reason, Coach Brown took our defense from 127th in 21 to 55th, and our third down defense being ranked 9th in the country and our pass defense being ranked 12th. It's because we do the little things right and you just emphasize it every single day. No matter how tedious it may get, just doing it over and over again, it works. So this example of it was man lock. We call this man lock, but I just wanted to show how it could be in out. Obviously, these guys here, they do this little quick scissors kind of thing. But how you could play it if you wanted to necessarily, what you could have this guy here, he takes anything outside instead of having to play inside. If he sees him crossing, he would just take him out. He would take him in. But we called man lock. They felt comfortable with having to cross each other. It didn't matter because it worked out well for us on that side. And over here, although they came to the backside on the tailback, we had our free safety playing down on him. So he was in man coverage in the back. It worked well. But I just wanted to show you guys what could be in out from man lock. So a couple things. You guys, that's why it's so important too. When you give these looks, you don't always have to run the same thing every single time. You want to change it up so that you keep them honest. Just tell them, hey, if we get this look, if we know we're preparing for this route concept a lot, we're just called in out. So they don't know who's going with who, and that way they don't think they're picking us. Just keeping them honest and doing these little things. Let's see. This is man lock. Not go to this one. Let's go man lock, fill or replace. Why I love this play here. So it's man lock and it's fill or replace, but they're running it. They're running with QB, and he's pulling, he's reading. But what I love about this is here, this guy, 21, has the tight end here, and he sees him go down on Bradley. And so instead of just playing zone because he knows they're reading somebody, he goes in and replaces them. Obviously, would have loved to see him take it outside a little more. But the fact that he comes in, he's ready to make a play on the tailback. And we have our corner, our force player. He's out there for a reason. He's coming down, making a tackle. He's getting the boys, getting their rally, 2-yard loss. We're more than happy with that. I love to inside was the fact that he was still there. He read the crack and replace, and he did it. So that again, those little drills coming up again, just to help out. I know we got Coach Brown coming on in a second, so we'll wrap up here in a little bit. Take any questions for you guys. Man lock once again against UConn. They're gonna go with this bunch.
Hey, Coach. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. When Coach Brown gets on, can you stay on just to walk him through the process just in case he needs
absolutely.
Help? Yeah. Thank you, brother.
Absolutely. Yep. No problem.
Right, you can just keep
so
going until he logs on, Coach.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's perfect then.
Yeah. Thank you.
And again, if you guys have any questions, please let me know. I'm more than happy to answer any of them right now. So we're obviously in this bunch look. They start to go to a motion. He motions into the hip. doesn't change what we're doing. Why? Because this guy's still saying, hey, his rules are simple. Hey, I'm playing man-to-man on him. The only thing is when he goes in the hip like that, he's going to play back a little more. Just because in case they do this or they run a different kind of drive concept, I want to make sure we have help here in the middle. Obviously, they did a quick tailback swing. But our guys, because their rules are their rules, and he's playing number one, he sees number one go down. What's he doing? He's just filling and he's replacing. It's that crack to replace off that man lock. So again, it can't be emphasized enough that these techniques, although you might teach them like, hey, man lock, man lock actually fills the fill, crack, and replace. That's why we do the same drills every single day. Coach Brown, he's going to show you on his third down, and when he talks about stunts, it's going to be. Some of you might have heard it, but it's the same things because it works. It's been working for a reason. So we go here. Another example of man lock that could be in out. They're going to give us this bunch look. They're kind of in a snug bunch there. Yeah, these guys, get ready. He's playing outside leverage number one. He's playing on that guy's inside leverage. They do that same thing we saw against Temple. He kind of stumbles there. This is why, again, in-out could be used really effective because he doesn't have to worry about where he's going. He doesn't have to worry about reading his feet. Guy gives a stutter. He ends up stuttering. So the fact that he's going, he stays inside, man lock him, but he could have just stayed outside, made it a lot easier on him. He stays outside because he's already in position. He's just running towards him. And then, of course, the point man's locked on him. We got man lock once again against Texas A&M, just a little different. This is kind of like that solid, but we're in a man call, so we don't want to call solid. We want to call man lock against that 2x2 stack look. It's very simple. All he's doing is he's saying, hey, I got this guy, I got number 2. He's saying, hey, I got number 1. He's playing off on him. He's playing off on him as well. Again, both on their outside shoulders. He's playing now. We'd love for him to play a little more head up, but because he's playing a little off, he's going to stay to the outside. Mahoney, the best thing too is he doesn't lose ground here. That's a huge thing too, especially off these corners and this Nichols get back, is that he doesn't ever lose ground at first. He takes a lateral step. We teach him to take a lateral step because we don't want to give too much ground right away, because if we give too much ground and we're afraid, they might do the quick jet out concept or we might lose a step on him. So we teach him, hey, stay lateral, let him come to you. You're almost like catching him like he is here, getting hands on him, getting physical. In college football, you can get hands on him. NFL is a little different. You can't do that past a certain yard marker. Right? College football, you can get hands on him as long as you're not holding, as long as you're not pass interfering. As you can see, he gets great hands, keeping a hand on him. His eyes are back. He sees his eyes go back. He's in a position to undercut here. Obviously, we make a great play off the opportunity. Come in and get a lick on the quarterback. Can't complain about that in the slightest. So this is a little point stack. So all they're saying over here is, hey, who do you got? Who do you got? Our corner here is going with the stack. He's saying, I'm going, although it's a little off, man. It's a little off stack. He's still going, hey, stack. I got number 2. That means our safety's going to take number 1. And inside, obviously, we're playing our 2 high coverage. This guy's going to help out. If this guy goes inside, he's going to take him, help out. This guy's able to zone out. Or if he goes vertical, he's going to, like he does here, and runs like a 7 concept. This guy's able to zone out, catch anything that comes in between. Josh, because he's playing on man on that first guy, he's still playing great coverage. And he's ready. He's in a position to undercut. The tight end obviously made a crucial mistake of trying to tip that ball. He tipped it up too much, and we capitalize off it. There's a big thing, 75% of deep throws are catchable or interceptable. And although this isn't necessarily a deep throw, we want to take any opportunity that we can when those tip batted balls or when it's hanging there for a second, make sure we're making a play. And that's why he's coming downfield. He sees the balls being released to this guy. He knows he no longer has to help on top. So our safety comes down, makes a great play, and you got all the boys going. You love seeing that. Point stack once again. These guys come out here. They do like a stack on each side. A little bit, he's just out more. So he's saying, hey, I'm pointing your stack, and you got the guy in the back. Not necessarily, they don't necessarily always have to be on top of each other. Now they can be. This guy can be directly on top, and you say point stack. But if you're saying, hey, point, I got this guy, you're going this guy. It's the same concept. It works, especially when we're doing our 2 high, kind of like man deal here. They're running with him. The thing I love most is the hands-on here that our linebacker gets on this tight end, really jamming him up, making it hard for him to break. Obviously, this guy gets in, but because we have the safety who's dropping back and he's playing anything that comes inside to the middle to him, he reads this great. He sees his hip. Jordan here, he sees that guy's going vertical, so he's probably going to go help there in case he hits the deep ball. And Trey just lays a lick on this guy. The ball goes in the air. Jordan Mahoney makes an absolute play because he's there. Fumbles it, but we end up getting it back. The boys are still happy with the situation. But it's about capitalizing on all these things. Make sure that when that ball's in the air that you have a guy in the area. And that's why we always have numbers. You know, you have 3 for 2 over here. So if that ball does get like that, you know, Jordan's there an opportunity to make that play. Obviously, we'd love for him to keep it, you know, in his hands on the ground or off the ground, but you know, at the end of the day, you can't complain when you get the ball back anytime. So there's that. Point stack. A lot of Buffalo point stack. We have a point. He's going, hey, I'm going on him, but he's actually calling stack here. Usually we'd want him to call a point in this case, but it's all right. So he's going to go with the stack guy because number 2 is back. He's taking him across. Our cornerback here, he's playing a little deeper. He's disguising. He's playing number 1. Would love for him to keep his eyes on the hips a little more. He gets a little caught up in the head and semantics. He loses a step, but don't worry because our safety, again, our numbers, he's there. He reads it. He's able to come down and help make a play. Over here, when we're looking at our safety in our doubles coverage here, because he sees the inside guy driving in, he's coming down making a play on him. He's getting ready to rub that outside shoulder. Drops this. This was a sad one. We wish we had this one. But the fact that he was there, he rubbed on the outside shoulder, made the play, batted the arm. You can't ask for more from him besides, you know, obviously catching the ball. Yeah, here we go. Let's get this. This is a great view here. I love this view because you really see him the entire time. If you look at his eyes, you look at the helmet on his stripes, they're keyed in the entire time to him. He sees him coming in. Mahoney points. Again, on-field communication. Can't stress that enough. He's pointing him in. He's saying, hey, he's going inside. He's driving. This is Tyler Rudolph, Penn State transfer, his second year with us. He's going to take even bigger steps. He's going to make that play from now on. I promise you that. We work a lot of ball drills, especially with the jugs machine this offseason. That isn't just for receivers. That's for our guys as well. So we're excited about him and his potential. Stack, obviously a stack spin here, and we end up man locking this. So you're going to see here, it starts in a true stack, 1/2, 1 and then 2. He motions in. He starts spinning. So we start spinning with our guy at corner here, and he starts going around. Oh, I'm getting actually a call from Coach Brown right now. You mind if I take this?
No, go ahead, Coach. You might have to send him the link.
Yeah. Hey, Coach Brown, how you doing? Good. I'm just on the presentation right now. Yeah, I'm right. Whenever you get on, you're all set. All right, you want FaceTime me? Sounds good. Awesome. So it sounds like Coach Brown's about to come on. He's going to
right on.
FaceTime.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys, seriously, for letting me do this. I'm really excited for you guys to hear what Coach Brown's got. Obviously, you know, the Dr. Blitz himself. He's going to show you why he's that guy.
Are you going to stay? You want to stay on?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay on. I'm gonna help him get.
Yeah, stay on while he's talking too. That'd be good.
Yeah, don't mind. Yep. Oh, he's calling again.
And you can introduce him too, Coach, if you would. Thank you, brother.
Hey, Troy, you mind just sending that link to Coach Brown again. He is the one from Friday.
Yeah, you have the same link that you got on is the same link that Coach needs, and I don't have Coach Brown's phone number.
No worries. I'll send it to him right now.
Thank you.
Yep, of course.
And I see you.
I see you too, Coach.
You're on, Coach.
Huh?
You're on, Coach.
Hold on one sec, okay? I don't see the clinic.
Yeah, you'll see a screen of you and you'll see a screen of Jake, Coach. I'm at a minor league baseball game. It's my son's birthday.
Good. I think we got it now. Got it. Now let me just go back. It was running. I got it. Can you see that, Jake?
We can see your face, Coach, from the webcam.
Hold
you have
on.
a presentation?
Yes.
Okay, down at the bottom, there's a button that says present, and then you'll share your screen, and then I add it to the stream, Coach, and we'll be able to see you, and we'll be able to see your PowerPoint, but you won't be able to see us.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to. We're having a little.
Yeah, the presentation's here, Coach. I got it. I'm adding it to the stream. All right, we got your film is up, Coach. We got the film, and it looks like, where y'all got y'all's breakdown or whatever.
So can you see that?
Yes, sir.
My heading page.
I can see the white screen. Yes, sir.
What's that?
There's one little thing that happened to me too. If you flip the camera around.
What?
Yeah. So see where you hit present. So and then you hit stop sharing for a second.
Yep.
You go to
Then go to what?
present back on the back on the you go to present.
Yep. Share screen.
Yep. And then you go over to I think the entire screen. Just like that.
Are we good?
Yes, sir. Okay. Go to your presentation now, Coach, because we have. There you go, Coach. There you go. There's your PowerPoint, Coach.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Can I shut this phone off with Jake?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Jake.
Jake is going to stay on, Coach, just in case you need any help. I got it on my phone, but I'm at the Flying Squirrels game in Richmond, Virginia.
Bro. All right,
yeah,
Jake,
Coach. So thank
bro.
you, Coach. And Jake's going to introduce you, Coach. Thank you.
Okay, ready.
So this is Coach Brown, everybody. Coach Brown, obviously, UMass legend here. Back in 2022, he's building the program. Man, giving me my first opportunity. Man, I look up to a lot. Mentor, a great boss, and someone you want to work for. Obviously, you guys know him as Dr. Blitz. Has created some of the top defenses in the country. But just overall, a great man, someone I respect immensely, and trying to learn from every single day. It's my pleasure to introduce Coach Brown to y'all.
Thank you very much, Jake. Great to be with you guys tonight. Obviously, my emphasis is going to be on the defensive side of the ball. And the subject that I picked for tonight is, creating indecision on third down. The one thing that we were able to do at UMass in our first year was to get things going on the defensive side. We improved from 130th to 52nd in defense. We were 9th on third down and 12th against the pass. So those three areas we made some significant improvements. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of get into the things that we kind of base out of, defensively on that crucial down, which is so important. First things first, one of the things that's been part of my philosophy has been this particular quotation, and that's every morning in Africa, a gazelle wakes up and knows that it must run faster than the fastest lion or it will be killed. Every morning a lion wakes up and knows it must outrun the slowest gazelle or it will starve to death. It really doesn't matter whether you are a gazelle or a lion. When the sun comes up, you had better be running. So obviously, we work in the mornings in the off season, and we push this thing to get the guys at full throttle early in the morning, and then add this piece at the end. Great players possess great attitudes. Be ready to play fast and never, ever flinch. So, don't second guess yourself. Get up, get going, and attack. One of my, I got a few things for you to share with. One of my favorite is this particular line right here. And again, I share this philosophical things with my players, and it's better one day as a lion than 100 days as a sheep. So, again, just kind of that mindset, don't be a follower, be a leader, and again, attack every day and solve your problems with aggression. Now, when we talk about solve your problems with aggression, we're talking about football problems. We're not talking about day to day. So I want to make sure I'm crystal clear on that point. Okay. I talked about this just briefly here. And, when we took over at UMass in December of 22 and we played our first year, we were 55th in total defense. We had improved 70 spots. So we were 125th in defense, and we went to 55th. And as an independence, we ranked 5th in defense. In pass defense, we were 9th in the country in Division I, and obviously that was at 175 yards per game. Obviously, we in the independents, we was amongst the independents, we were second. And obviously we had improved 92 spots in pass defense. In third down defense, we were 12th. This is up 119 spots in 1 year. So felt really good about, how we go about doing our business on third down. And we were first amongst the independents on third down. Fourth down, we were 73rd. And obviously, we were 4th among the independents, and we improved 5 places. Rushing defense, this is an area that we have to attack, and we've really gone after this to improve our front 7 and to get all 11 functioning on the ball at the same time. So, felt really good about it that way. TFLs, we were 70th in TFLs, and we had 71 TFLs. So, we felt good about that. We improved 58 spots in that area. We had 9 total interceptions, which was 51 spots of improvement. So just to kind of give you an idea that we feel like we're going in the right place and we're utilizing the right stuff to kind of get ourselves going. Okay. Some major team goals for us, obviously, as you're setting your goal board, this just gives you a sample of our goal board. Obviously, the most important thing is to win. Okay, so that's point number one. Create one more turnover than TDs against. So that's another area that we feel really strongly about. So if we give up a couple of touchdowns, we got to have three turnovers. No more than 17 points allowed. Okay. 17 is kind of our magic number. And we weren't there nearly enough in 2022, but it's an area that we do not, shift on. We believe in that number. We can win a lot of football games if we're giving up 17 points or less. Intercept 1 of 15 passes thrown or 3 PBUs. Okay. So if we don't get an interception in every 15 passes, we better have 3 PBUs at the end of the night. In explosive plays, we're looking for no runs over 20 and no passes over 25. Now, we'll also use the 12 and 16 figure that most people use in the explosive, but in our major team goals, the no run over 20, no pass over 25 is a very, very important number for us. Okay. Hold opponents to 3.3 yards per carry or 99 yards rushing. So that 3.3 is a magic number. We feel if we're under that, we're kind of on the right track. And obviously, we're giving ourselves a chance on third down to get off the field. As I mentioned, no passes over 25. In this sample game, we gave up 1 pass of 44 yards. So obviously that's a no-no. Stop 70% of third and fourth down plays. In this sample game, we had, that was a yes. They were 2 of 14, 3 of 15, including fourth down. Okay. Score or set up a score. That's a yes. We had interception for a TD and an interception that set up a field goal. So obviously we're chipping in, playing complementary football with the offense. Third quarter shutout. Now you may say, well, why is that important? You go in at halftime, you make your adjustments. After you make your adjustments, you come out and you got a chance to make a difference. So we're looking for that to be third quarter shutout. So, that's a big figure for us. No defensive penalties, really a hard one to get. In this particular game, we had 2. 4 minus yardage plays per game and 3 sacks. In this particular game, we were a yes because we had 5 TFLs and 2 sacks. Tackle with relentless passion. Now, guys, I'm a strong believer in this tackling thing now. And, the missed tackle number is a big deal. We all agree on that. But really, if you have guys to the ball and you're converging on the tackles, the missed tackle becomes less important, but the converge on tackling becomes obviously very much important. Okay. Hold opponents to 40% TD ratio in the red zone. Again, another big one. And we look for 36. That kind of got blocked out there. but we're looking to have 36 sacks over the season. Okay. This is a thing, we all, if you're good, you're going to have some tendencies. Well, obviously, the first thing I want to just kind of go over is what they expect us to do. What our opponents are what are they seeing and what are they expecting us to do? Okay, so here we are and in a game situation, and we're in cheetah personnel. So let's just say we have our best pass rushers on the field with 5 DBs, including the nickel. And, this is the type of scheme that our opponents expect from us. Okay. So we're in Badger Sub City, which is a 5-man rush off the backside of our defense. And again, we're playing man free and we're rolling. Okay. We're going to bring 5 on this particular call. And you can see to the right, 11, 10, obviously 22 and 70. They're all reading the protection. And as we go through it, we're stepping with our outside foot. If he sets on us, we're going to the next adjacent lineman. So you'll see 22 has crossed the face of the center. And then you'll see 10, he kind of boobs it. 22 is great. 10 should have crossed the face of the guard. But the bottom line is 11's free, and he's free to the point of attack. So, and we're a fairly strong in third down. We'll play a good amount of man free, and we'll come from a lot of different places. Okay. This is a sample. This is the cheetah package as I talked about. Here's another snap of cheetah personnel. And you can see us lined up to the top of the screen. We're going to obviously, again, read this protection. So we're bringing 5. You can see the tight end staying and blocking. So we're staring at him. But we obviously, with the add-on out of the linebacker who's playing through the running back, he gets home. So obviously another 5-man go. But obviously in this picture, you can see the Mike backer pop. He slides over to the back and he adds. So obviously this particular pressure we've had a lot of success with. And again, they're kind of setting themselves in the protection, and we're reading that protection, and we're going to keep moving gap to gap as long as we can go ahead and cross the face of the guard or tackle that's setting on us. Okay. One of the big things that we do is this backhand deflection, okay? This one we teach the linebackers. We teach the secondary. Now, you can do this from an undercut, or you can do this from an off position, but it's essential for the corners, the safeties, and the linebackers to go ahead and be ready to play, we call it backhand the ball. And this is an illustration of backhanding the ball. Now, here's another one. He's going to go ahead and undercut the pad, okay? And I'm just setting them up, and you can see we call it, split the bagel, okay? So his offhand, you can see he's punching down, and then he's backhanding the ball with the offhand. Okay, so that's a good picture of it there. Same thing here. Pick up the ball, backhand it, and split the bagel with the offhand, with the onside hand. So we're knocking that hand down, and then we're, going after the rock. All right, here's a good picture of this. Now, in this picture, this is another form, except this is a first, second down package, okay? So we're going to run Shark 71 Cub, which is a 9 technique for the end, okay, on the top of the screen. And then we're going to go ahead and gap exchange on the bottom, and we're playing man free across the board with the high safety. Now, on the bottom of this diagram, you'll see number 7. They're going to go ahead and he gets his release. He's in press coverage. When he flips back to find the ball, he flips with him and he backhands the ball, knocks it on the ground. So this is a good picture. He's in his press man techniques, uses his off arm. I'd like to see a little better hands out of on his off arm. Pretty good here by the backer playing through the tight end. Good job on the top of the screen by the safety and the corner. And then the high safety is obviously he's moving the play off the Q's eyes and attacking the rock. But a good job nonetheless of that picture. So here's the pressure. 56 crosses the center. The end, he attacks through the B gap. There's 11. 49 is the mic I would love to him to add on in this picture. He did not. Okay? So we give him a bite when he comes to the sideline. Good job by the Viper playing the tight end. And again, the Viper for us is kind of a, he's a versatile linebacker, strong safety type. Okay. So there's that picture. All right. Now, this is kind of what I wanted to get into. This past year, we became a big 4-man rush doubles team. Now, doubles is bracket coverage. Okay, and you'll see it, and I'll kind of make some points on it as we go. But Tampa, we put the best 4 guys we can on the field, and we run different rush patterns. So, for example, we call this one Tampa Tornado Doubles. Tampa's the personnel. Okay? So we're playing bracket coverage to this side. There's the safety along with the corner. So those 2 guys are working off him. Okay? Notice the Viper on the top of the screen. He's all over the tight end. That's his world. And then the corner on the bottom, on the bottom is in press. And the nickel is playing off at number 2. I love what he did here. Little late getting his hips around because he jammed with the wrong hand. We want to be jamming with the offhand. But that doesn't mean the play's over, and he gets back to this point and backhands the ball. So that's another good picture, guys, of us backhanding the ball. Good job here, motoring his feet, and I love the hands. That's what I'm talking about. Okay? Notice the safety here. Here's our rule, guys, and you can do this any way you want. You would think the onside safety is going to help him. We don't help him. I mean, if we feel that the tight end's that good enough, then obviously we'll double. But you'll notice here, he's moved over to to switch off and take the over route that's coming across the formation. Okay? So we almost kind of got double trouble help there in the middle. Okay? So that's our deal there. But the other thing that we just wanted you to see is I've talked to you about backhanding the ball, and obviously looking with his eyes, and there he is backhanding the ball and knocking it to the ground. Great job. Okay, another 5-man go. Okay, so and again, we're really good at 5-man goes now. So we're going to run the will stunt. We're going to bring the will through the B gap. Okay. Now they've slid the protection so he slides. Okay. So that's pretty good. Okay. The defensive end on the top of the screen, he goes, he gets blocked by the tight end, and then he adds. Okay. Now that tight end stays in blocks. Our general rule in man-free guys is real simple. Stare technique. You don't let that guy, you don't play, where he adds on, we add on off the tight end. We don't do that. If the tight end stays in blocks, we know there's a threat for him on the over route. We know there's a threat for him to release on the drive. So we stare at him with our eyes and we play him. And that's what we call it, a stare technique. Okay? Good job by the backer, matching up on the back. Good matchup there. Good job by the defensive end joining the party. And we're good. Okay, here's another picture of it. And you'll see why he ends up, see the slide of the protection. He's out of that, so he just backdoors it to the B gap and then gets himself running. That's our backside safety. And there's another picture, guys. I can't stress it enough how many times we backhand the ball in a game. And we coach the hell out of it. And here's my other feeling. Coach things your guys do in the games. Never mind the bullshit. Coach the things that the guys actually do in the games. And obviously make sure that you're dealing with that deal. Okay. So I'm shifting now, and I'm going to talk a lot about our 4-man rush games. Okay. And in our 4-man rush games, the coverages we play are high-low man-free and doubles, okay? And we're a good doubles team now. We're not afraid, we know guys know we're running the doubles, but we do a good job of running it. The gash stunt, you can see the anchor and the tackle are going to jab their gap. So the anchor is going to jab the C, the tackle is going to jab the B with his outside foot, and then those guys are hitting the adjacent gap. The nose is going to jab the backside A, and he's looping, and he'll show up on the perimeter. And the backside end, we want his best power move. So, we start with speed to power, and don't you be behind the quarterback, or I'm going to punch you right in the mouth. So there's your motivation on that call. Okay, this is what it looks like here. So Ben Albert's going to go ahead and we're running the gash stunt. Okay, so we step, and you can see it's pretty good dance step. Then we hit the adjacent gap, and we wrap the nose to the strong side. 19's on speed to power, and you can see him there. He's simulating speed with power, and then he'll throw the outside hand. Okay, here's another group running it. Now here it is with your double slice with your hands. Okay, so those guys are taking the same steps, hitting the B and the A. Here comes the wrap nose, and then you got your end off the backside. And again, his best speed to power move. Here it is again. Now, if you look at it this time, now listen, this is a big deal. We've got our 3-man rush, and right now we've set it to the right, the 3 technique to the right, the 2 technique to the left, and the anchor to the right. So we're saying that we're running gash to the right. Okay, the end on the left side is in speed to power mode. Now we just shifted the protection. Now the end, the nose, and the tackle will execute the gash. And the anchor, okay, he'll execute the speed to power. So you can see there's the move. And we make that move call, I'm telling you, it's like this. Move! Because we're trying to maybe get them to jump off sides. So that's what we're doing on that particular call. Okay? Get them to jump. Try to make sure that we get them to move the protection. And then here we are running here's the thing, guys. I can sit here and bullshit you, but I'm showing you the stuff we actually run. Okay? Because I want to, this is about sharing in this profession. So obviously, we reduce the anchor on the tackle on the top of the screen. Okay? And we're going to wrap that mic. They cut loose the anchor. So there's a good illustration of it. Okay? There's your speed to power guy. Now, I'm okay. See him jump right there and throw his outside arm. That helps him get his hips through and stay in the game on the quarterback. So good job on the anchor's part. Good job on the ends part. Okay? Good job on the gash. All right, here's a good view of it. Okay? Gash side with the nose, and then speed to power with throwing that move on the other side. There's the wrap. You can see 52, he takes care of his business and beats the guy through the inside lane. Nice job. Good sack. Okay, here's another example of the gash. Okay. So here we are. Strength is to the bottom here. So we got 3 there, 1 there. We're in doubles. So these 2 guys are working together. Okay. Could be a deuce call. Should be a deuce between these 2 guys right here on number 2. Okay. And there it comes right there. Now, look at the safety on the top. So when this guy comes across, look who makes that play. It's the safety. The corner on the top of the screen, he's let him go, which you got to get your guys to do shit right. That corner now can fall off and help the Viper on the crossing route, and the safety is the guy that's taking care of his business. Okay, there's your picture. Nice. A little late by the anchor, but good by the nose, but really good by the free safety on taking over the crossing route. So that's what you're looking for. Okay, here's another clip of the gash. Okay, I'm going to go here. I got it wrong here. My bad. Here we go. Here's another gash. This one's against Temple. All right, so once again, we got trips to the bottom. Okay. Viper, these two guys working together. This could be a deuce or an ace call on the top. Let's see what it is. Okay. Corner's on his own. These two guys are working over the second receiver. Okay. Deuce call between these two guys. So we got the safety there, but, you know, obviously good on the rush. Good job knocking the ball out. Okay, here's our gash from this side. And there's our end right here who's speed to power. Good on the wrap. The wrapper you can see is coming. Okay. Good job by our Mahoney, our nickel there. And again, a good backhand of the ball. Okay. Another pick clip of gash. Now this one, we got a 2-on-2 deal. Okay. Vipers all over the tight end right here. These two guys are doubling. Okay. There's the safety, and him in the corner are doubling that particular route coming under. So there's your takeover right there. Good job by the corner on the top, staying on it. And he's got some help there from the nickel. And we're good. Okay, here's your picture. 15, 52 on the gash, 1 on the wrap. Now, there's times like number 1 here is a defensive end. So sometimes when we go to our speed group, we utilize, you know, what we call tamper personnel. It's the 4 best pass rushers we got that are available to us that particular week. Okay, we talked about that move widow doubles. Okay, so this is going to be a view of that flip. So they're going to move over, and now he'll become the edge rush guy, and these 3 guys will work together. Okay, now, just to give you an idea, this is a box up top. So we're in box coverage there. Okay, we're in ace between those 2 guys with the linebacker on the back. Okay, that's a good picture of him speed to power. Now, he borderlines it, but he does retrace himself and not get run by the quarterback. So that's a good picture of that move widow. Okay, so now what we're trying to do is get them to reset the protection. Okay, and then roll. And you can see 1, he's escaping across the face. 52 does the good job on the retrace, and we get the guy on the ground. Okay, here's another clip of the move widow piece. Okay, double. Okay, double. Gonna get it here. Double. My bad. This guy. These 2 are doubling. He's got him. See, and we feel really good about our matchups in this particular deal here. So the safety's here, double there, single there, double there. And then obviously watch the move, which we just made. So that shifts the rush from the right to the left. We get vertical and we enter. So that tackle, he's trying to stay on. Now he does try to stay on the end, but 15's undone as well. So we feel pretty good about that. Pretty good with the coverage. And again, sometimes when you're thinking about all the things that you need to do as a defense, you want to be a pressure team and all that, which is great. But at the same time, you got to be what your guys are good at. And we had really good moments against with our 4-man rush package and playing bracket coverage. So there's the move widow again. Again, trying to get them to set the protection. And you can see he gets cut loose. Okay, there's the wrap by the tackle because we've moved it. He's got him. These two guys will play off of him. These two guys up playing off of him. And, and I'm just kind of giving you that as samples, guys. You want to learn about, bracket coverage, come see us because it's not enough time in the day to I'm just giving you some of the pointers for it. Okay, there's a good picture right there of him setting the guy up with his outside foot, and then bang, he's crossing the face. Good job here getting in, and now we're wrapping. Good speed to power there. Just stay on your feet. So that's what that looks like. All right, here's another one. This pattern is out of the 3-down look. We call it Tahoe. So the anchor is going to rush through the C gap. The Sam and nose work together in the front side A and B with the Sam going first. And the end and the will are working in the B, C on the back side. This is a 5-man rush. Okay? It's just one of the different ones we run because we run it out of 3 downs, 3-3 stack. So, give you an example. Again, we're a big press team. If I tell guys, if you don't want to press, then don't come here because you're not going to like it. And, we're trying to get it all done right and done the right way. There's our Sam on the push. There's the nose on the wrap, anchor on the edge. And again, the nice thing here is we're in man free. Now, I don't like 12 there, but I do like the help out of 3 there. Okay, and you can see him going high when the guy went under. Okay, so that's a shit job. And it all started with these 2 guys lining up at the same level. And that's why it's in there for you. They've got to be on levels. One guy's got to be at 5. The other guy's got to be in the press. But they're going to bring this guy across the formation. And you'll see the safety takes him and cuts him in half. I'm not a big believer of traveling on those. I like the fact that we can pass those things and give ourselves a chance to really leverage those plays. I was watching Kansas City in the playoff game there, and they had trouble when they asked the guy to run across the formation. Now, I'm not, those guys are dudes now, coaching wise. I'm just saying that particular element. So we're a big spin team. Okay, here's another Tahoe. Again, we're out of the 3-3. Okay, got the high safety. Nice job by the backer, the Sam backer. I mean, he just unloads on the guard, and that cleans it up for the nose. Pretty well done. And a good separation and play of the ball by the corner. My only hang up on the corner, more hands. Feet are good, just more hands. But we do a good job of getting those 5 guys covered. Good wrap. You can see he eats the guard up. Now the center bumps and anchor rushes the edge, and we've got an unblocked defender. And it's the whole premise. If we can get that done, gives us a fighting chance. That's all. Okay, here's another Tahoe. Okay, we're in the 3-3 stack. Now this here, you can see is lock and level, and we're accurate. 3 guys in the bunch, 3 guys at different levels. Okay, backer does a good job of adjusting, and we're hitting it. Okay, and a good job of hitting our rush lanes and staying in them. And that's really what we're trying to do, is muck those lanes up. Obviously, the guard stops off on the Sam backer, 73, and that gives the nose a fighting chance. And then the end and the will are working their game on the backside with number 1 here, the anchor, playing on the strong side. But obviously, we're able to get to him in a 5-on-5. Okay, another Tahoe. There's the Sam. He's rolling. Nice pup technique here. So you can see him. He's making sure the quarterback doesn't have the ball. He's pupping, and then he's got to haul ass. This is what I'm talking about, guys. That's converging. That's 7 guys to the ball. I know missed tackles are big, but get your guys to run to the ball, and I think you got something. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's pretty good. Pretty damn good. So a good one there. Okay. Another 4-man pattern. You can see, my whole thing tonight was to show you some of our 5-man goes, but really get you, I'm not trying to sell you, but our 4-man rush patterns and what we do with it in that, it's 3rd down. Well, these patterns are not only good versus the pass rush game, they're good versus the run game because we're mucking up all the lanes. So that's kind of a big deal for us. And just thought I'd share that with you. Here's the chaos and what it looks like. You'll see the 2 inside guys, they'll exchange and rush on the outside, and you'll see 1 and 19 are the penetrators. So penetrator, okay? And then your loopers. All right, that's one group. All right, here they are in the cones. Penetrator, penetrator, and then the two edges. Here they are on the bags. And you can run these drills in all of these things. There you go. So you got the two penetrators from the outside, and you're switching the contain lanes with the inside guys. So this is chaos. All right. So we're in doubles. Now notice he does a good job of taking number two. He now helps on number one. How am I doing?
Yeah, you're doing good, Coach. I wanted to ask you, when those two D tackles, when they twist, what determines which one goes first?
I'll tell you what we do. We send the field guy first into the boundary and send the inside guy. I'm sorry, it's just the opposite. The guy that's got the most field goes first.
Yes,
and
sir.
the guy that has the short side goes second.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay? We doing all right?
Yes,
here?
sir. Yes, sir. You're doing great, Coach. Go as long as you want, Coach.
All
I
right.
love all this stuff. I love it, man.
All right, my friend. All right, so here we go. Here, there's a double there between those two guys. There's the single. There's a nice double there. Okay, now there's your chaos right there. First guy got most of the field. He's going first. He's underneath. Nice play on the ball. I guess it's a good play anytime they don't catch it. And if it hits you in the head, sometimes maybe that helps you. Boom. Right in the headgear. Okay, so here's a good shot of chaos from behind. So you can see 0's in, 52 is in. I'd like to see 52 go like a dude. 1 and 15 are on the switch, and there's your pattern. Okay, here's another one, another chaos. Oh, this is a good one here. The coverage on this one is really good. And this guy, 7's a dude. He's a real dude. So we are in cage on the backside. So that means those three guys are working together on those two guys. So to get that, you need a nub tight end and you need a back. Okay? All right. He's on him. These two guys are working together and he's on him. So how's it all going to play out? Well, he's got his dude. He's helping him. Now watch. He takes over 3 to the corner. That leaves him free. That takes over him. And the corner, he stays on his guy. Okay? So he drops him, and now he's a free cat. All right, watch 7 here. Nice job on the ball, and he takes it to the house. Good job, bro. It's a good play on his part. Now, here's your chaos. Okay? In comes 52. In goes 0. 15's on the loop. 1's on the loop. Now, here's the thing I'll tell you guys, and that was a great leading into this. We told 1, you're the contain guy to the field. Now, he's a fast 4.65, 4.69 cat, and he's big. So that's where we wanted him to the field. You know, so that's how it played out. Okay, here's another one here. Okay, good on the good alignment. Again, we're playing doubles. Now, if you look, these two guys are doubling. He's by himself. So you can't just assume, because game plan is going to determine who we double and all that. Okay, backs on the running back. Okay. We got a deuce call. So you can see the free safety's taking that guy over from the nickel. And now we got a haul ass because we let him on the edge. And we do. Good job. Okay, another chaos. Okay, we got 1, 2 here, and we got 1, 2 there. Okay, notice he's got him by himself, and these two are doubling. These two are doubling. He's on his own. And we're good. So, there it is. Enter, enter, and then the switch occurs between those two guys. And there's that number 1 again. And again, guys, I'm running this chaos stunt. Yes, I want him to feel the pressure. Yes, we got to get after the quarterback. But sometimes, people we play, they say on third down, screw it, run the ball. So we got to have answers that we can hold up and hang in there in the run game. Okay, there's another one, chaos. Okay, we're in doubles. Good job by the corner breaking on 1. He's by himself because the safety and the nickel are taken. Number 2. These two guys are doubling right there, and he's on 1. And a lot of times, the number 1 will do things determined by the split of number 1. Because, you just look at it with the ball on the far hash and him that wide, we know what the route progression is going to be. So that's what we do. Okay, here's a Moxie. Okay, let me just run a check here. So this one is back to a 4-man rush. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you on the mocks, okay? It's a 4-man rush, but it's a blitz simulator. Look what they're seeing on this backside. Look what they're seeing on this call side. And then watch what happens in terms of coverage. Okay? The mic rolls over and helps the anchor. These two guys work together to get the quarterback on the ground. We are vanilla covered 2 at the end of the day on this side. And you can see we're trapping this corner and running with number 1 as the rover. Okay? The Sam pops out and plays the hole. So, man, that's a tough-ass coverage to throw into. But we're giving the quarterback the sensation that we're blitzing with second-level players. Does that make sense to everybody? So here's your picture. Now, I don't love him because I want him to put his hands on 64 and drag him. Okay? It wouldn't have made much of a difference in terms of the rush for 49, but obviously 1 does a good job of winning his one-on-one. All right, now this one here, you guys are going to hate me, so I did not do a great job. Here's one, he's a freshman. This is early in the season. He rushes the edge, and you can see technically he has a sack right there, but look where he drags him. he drags him back on the field of play, and that becomes a problem for us because obviously we could have had a safety. So, dumbass head coach and defensive coordinator, there you go. There's a dumbass one. But my point is, got to do a great job of getting those guys to drag them to the back of the end zone and make sure that's a safety. All right, here's your picture. There's your drag. That's a little better job on the drag. Okay? Nobody blocks number one. See, and guys, that's what I'm saying. You know, sometimes people, you know, I talk to guys and it's, well, you can't, you know, with 4-man rush, you can't get there and all that. Yes, you can, but you gotta be willing to do blitz simulators, and you gotta be able to, you know, put the time in to get those guys moving and grooving. We got to match this guy right here. We don't do a great job of that. Good help from the safety. But that Sam should have stayed on that route. Okay, here's another one. Out we come. Now, notice the back went out and the mic left. Okay? So we lose him in the rush. Now, so you know, it's up to you what you want to do, because you see this window here, that's his window. In that game, we just felt the ball was going to be thrown real quick because that's what they had shown, so we figured we'd come out and match him. Okay. All right, here's another one down the field. Now, this one, you know, it's against, you know, multi-tight ends on the field. So you still got to be ready that they could run the ball. And obviously, notice, okay, there's the blitz on this side, or the 4-man simulator. But notice the Sam did not leave and the end did not move. So when they get a run block, they stay put. Okay? Now, I don't love 11 here. He's got to make this pup down, and he's got to make that tackle. Okay? So that's something he's got to do for us. Okay? Okay, here's the next one. Okay, and again, you see us come out late. There's the mic. He gets picked up late. Okay? And scramble mechanics, here we go. 1, 2, 3 guys to the ball. Now, I'll tell you, every day, if a guy doesn't run, I'm running his ass out of the practice. He is not, I bring him back in the practice, but he's going to sit on his ass for a couple plays and think about it, because we're not allowing that to happen. Okay, guys, this is really all I got time for, but I want to give you this matrix because I like the matrix, okay? So here's the matrix, okay? All right, we're giving them a spark look. So you got your bear look, okay? You got your bear look. We're going to bring the mic. The Sam and the Will, you'll see they're either grabbing the back.
Hey, Coach. Hey,
Yeah.
Coach. Thank you, Coach. Thank you for coming on.
Are we done? Are we done, fellas?
Yeah. Let me see.
All right, guys.
Yeah, I'm at a baseball game, Coach. Thank you very much. I appreciate you doing it, Coach. You're the best.
Well, I hope you got something out of it, guys. Appreciate you. Make sure you have a cold beer for me tonight. Thank you.